Alrighty, wasabi, everybody. Hope everybody had a fantastic rest of their Friday so far. Welcome. I'm your Bucketman captain, Tjlearnsbankai. And today's stream, we're going to continue on playing Sable's Grimoire 2. Oh, excuse me, 2. Sable's Grimoire Part 2, excuse me. So we're going to take a little bit of a chill pill of usually some of the action games we should play. So I introduced myself. So I play a lot of variety of games on stream, whether it's these type of games, whether it's action, RPGs, whatever it is. We usually play those games. Those of you who are watching this through TikTok or YouTube, by any means, please click the link in the bio/description and come join us on Twitch. We're going to have some fun here, play with birds, depending on if you want to kiss one or not, but that's okay, because we appreciate that. But anyways, without further ado, let's get right into a little bit of interesting introduction. So once again, like I mentioned, we're playing Sable's Grimoire. We're going to continue that, so it's going to be a lot of reading, and I can react to things, stuff like that. So kind of like the gist of it. But at the same time, we can always have a fun time, a couple gags, and whatever the case may be, and that's cool with me. So, what I actually found really interesting, actually I did not notice this until now, I could say, per se. So, I took a look at, if anybody knows what PlayStation Stars is, you're cool, you can say whatever you want about it. So what I end up doing is you get points based on your purchase of whatever case may be, achievements and all that other jazz. You can stock up those points. So what was kind of cool, and I did not know this until I actually redeemed them myself, is the fact that you can redeem them for ton of things, but I redeemed mine for stuff in my wallet. So I had like 18K or something like that, and then I redeemed them for three $20 rewards to get points. I can get money. So what I end up doing is I end up getting Sea of Stars. So that's a game I do want to play, but I figure I could wait and not have to pay for it. So I'm getting Sea of Stars. I end up getting Wheel of Fortune, and I got Family Feud was the other one. I can remember. They were on sale, so I said, fuck it, I'll grab it. Didn't really bother me as much. So, we'll be playing at some point. Sea of Stars, don't know when. So, I cannot really guarantee of anything of any kind. So, I'm just checking something on my end real quick to make sure that I am keeping track of everything. So, if you guys give me 1 second. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Just want to make sure everything's all set. Cool beans. But anyways, we're here now. It's time for us to ready to move on. We're going to get right into the game. So, all right. Where we left off, guys. Where we left off. So, let's continue from our last save. I'm going to be reading along, but I might step out for maybe, in a half an hour, I'll step out for maybe like not even 5 to 10 minutes to grab some food real quick. I have food in the fridge I gotta heat up anyways. This is gonna be interesting. I should highlight a couple of these, but it's really not a big deal. I mean, it was my own reactions after all, so I'll be like, whoa, those are big titties. But anyways, let's continue. As the class comes to an end, I quickly make my way to the cafeteria. My stomach is more or less empty right now, since certain acquaintances of mine kept me from eating earlier. So before I do anything else, it's time to eat. Alright, it's still pretty empty here, so I should be able to get served quickly as long as I place my order soon. I suppose the better question is whether I should get something quick or proper meal. If I get something quick, I can head to the library, learn more about the Bartholomew. If I take my time, I'll be able to kick back for a while, talk to my friends. So this is I'll say where we left off first earlier. So what happened? So we're the only male protagonist, and it's like all magic, and our dream is to become a magic researcher. Cool. But the thing is, he's like one of the only and it's all demi-humans pretty much. So anything goes. You can go. We've met so far. Regular human. We've met. A Mandragora, a dragon, half human, half dragon. A succubus, and an elf so far that we met so far, which is pretty interesting. Oh, and a pixie. I almost said fairy. I said pixie. I forgot about that. So we met a lot of people so far, and they're kind of interesting and dark sometimes, but hey, that's whatever it goes, right? I was very impressed with Draken. Damn, if I gotta say, if like my dick will go absolute haywire for half the shit that goes on, okay? Half the shit that goes on, I wouldn't even know where to go for this. But without further ado, let's get right into continuing. Research or food? What an impossible choice to make. I guess we can eat properly. It may be a more exciting option, but it's definitely what my body needs right now. Besides, it's not like a man who's been dead for 100 years going anywhere. I conduct my research whatever I want. Choose to spoil myself a little. I order a meal big enough to count as both lunch and dinner. I take it with me, and it's the far corner of the cafeteria, so I don't have people moving around me as I eat. And then I place my tray down, sit down, and dig in. Oh man, eating's a chore, but it's so damn satisfying when you're hungry. I like to figure out some way to survive off ether alone, but like certain demi-humans do. But for now, I guess I'll treat this as a guilty pleasure. Shoveling potato and chicken in my mouth, I consume a great deal of food far too quickly for my own good. By the time I realize I'm halfway through my meal and I'm beginning to feel some pain in my stomach. Ugh, indigestion. Damn, I forgot all about the dangers of eating too quickly. I put my fork down, sit up straight, take a few deep breaths. Of all things in magic and modern medicine can cure, why is it we still... Are you going to finish that? What? I jump into the fright as a floating head suddenly appeared right in front of me. Right? What the hell are you doing? Is it too obvious? I'm helping people with full stomachs to finish off their lunch. Act now and perform this selfish act for a fraction of the usual cost. Ignoring Ryan's kind offer, I look past her head and try to find her body. Her neck continues to wobble up and down without her head moving, so I can hear the footsteps approaching. A few moments later, her body comes to a view. Thank you for the offer, but I'm not finished just yet. And even if I was, I soon flash freeze my meal and save it for later, then pay someone else to eat it. What? Ray's head begins to retract, and the footsteps I hear grow frenzied. The footsteps become louder and louder, and a few seconds later, a familiar face appears right before me beside me again. You can't freeze fresh food like that. That's sacrilege, unforgivable, and a front that is holy. Good to see you in one piece again, right? Could you quiet it down a bit, though? People are staring. Let them stare. In front of many seats of eyes, there's no way you could commit such atrocity. You know I wasn't actually planning on freezing my food. But now you said that much, both my hands hovered over my plate. Ether begins to swirl out my forearms, and the temperature of the air surrounding my body quickly drops. Stop that! Take a seat. Take a second to think what you're doing. You know, right despite my plate, I lowered my hands. My food and plate are still piping hot. I kept it at a fair temperature by routinely warming up while eating, casting magic contrary to what I am now. That hot food creates a small amount of steam as it meets freezing cold air currently surrounding my hands. Drops of water are formed and they hit the plate before the sizzle. Please stop. Can't you hear the food crying out for mercy? All I can hear is the sound of lunch turning into dinner. Ray watches as in on horror as I lower my hands further. The small amount of steam disappears. The difference in heat is no longer great enough to cause such a reaction. In a few moments, my food will become frozen solid. I can't just stand there and watch any longer. I challenge you to a duel. No, we're not challenging you. I return Ray's enthusiastic challenge with a bemused glare. I decline. Why? Because I have nothing to gain. Even if I win, you're a lower rank than I am, and it's not like mine will go up. You don't have any money either, or anything I might want after that matters. I stop cooling down my food and instead begin to heat up once more. A few seconds of using my hands like an oven, my meal is warm enough to be warm. Finally, I push my plate and utensils towards Ray. This is, if you want it so bad, if you're willing to do me for it, you might as well just take it. I've already enough familiar. It's not like, Sable, what? Ray almost knocks me on the floor as she launches her body forward. Ray, what are you doing? Thank you so much. I was so hungry I thought I was going to go to starve. You're an angel. You're a real-life angel. I get it already. Get off me and eat your food before it gets cold. I try to pry it right from my body, but she holds on tight. Rather than let go, she extends her neck backwards and starts eating, just using her head. Right? At least use a knife and fork. It's like watching a pig eat from a trout. Glaring at Ray in disgust, he casually walks towards us. Oh, Eth, I should have figured be along soon, since Ray's here. I would have gotten here soon, but Ray left me behind, and she said she smelled food and it was about to be wasted, and she rushed over here as quickly as she could. Somehow I get the feeling you weren't joking. Finally managing to free myself from the grasp of Ray, who is now engrossed in her meal, I stand up and walk towards Eth. Well, at least I only need to put up with Ray's shenanigans when I visit the cafeteria. And you, on the other hand, are stuck with her during every class for the rest of the year. My condolences. It's not that bad. Ray only acts up when there's food nearby. So she's normal during class. Normal might be a stretch. Get it right? Stretch? Because she's a Rokokobi? Oh yeah, I get it. At any rate, as long as you two are better behaved during class, I guess it's no problem. Me too. Why can't I behave myself? Seriously, you don't see your sly remarks about people as potential problem? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, sure you don't. Yeah, what about you, Sable? Do you behave yourself during class? Of course I do. I'll have you know I'm a model student. Apart from when you start showing off and attacking 2 entire classes full of students, you mean? Ugh. Eth wipes the smile off my face with a single well-timed remark. Eric. Eth wipes the smile off my face with a single well-timed remark. Okay, maybe I'm not as good as the student I like to think. Hey, don't make that kind of expression. There's nothing wrong with slipping up now and then. While that may be true, it doesn't sound very convincing coming from someone who's ranked almost last of our grade. Oh, the model student shows no mercy. While Eth and I making senseless small talk, Ray finishes up her meal. With a satisfied look on her face, Ray stands up, patting her belly as she turns towards us. Hey, big bro. Hey, attitude, you handsome man. What's going on? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing a little bit okay. Doing okay so far, but thank you for asking, you lovely man. All about the birds, right? Phew, that was good. Thanks for the meal, Sable. Don't mention it. Seriously, though, you can't be relying on other people to provide food for you. If you want to eat unto your heart's content, raise your rank. I mean, that is true. You could just not have to be starving and get no allowance. If it was that easy to raise my rank, I wouldn't be in this situation. Then what about buying cheaper meals? There's plenty of affordable food on the menu. You're only in trouble now because you keep gorging yourself on expensive cuisine. I'm not going to lower myself to that level of food hater like you. I'll have you know, only the finest cuisine can satisfy a refined palate such as mine. Yeah, how does tap water sound? Because the way you're going, that's what you'll end up with. Sure, keep talking, food hater. Just you wait and see. I've exhausted all other options, but that's when I really shine. I can't wait. Brushing off Ray's baseless pride, I lean closer to Eth. You might want to watch your back. I don't know if Mandragora petals are edible or not, but Ray seems like the type to not let that stop her. I think you're right. Perhaps I should start spraying myself with pesticide again. It works well enough against ants and beetles. I mean, yeah, you're already playing. You're going to get, like, I don't know, anything that's a herbivore would probably just eat you alive or some shit. Or I could start using extra smelly fertilizer. It attracts bugs, but it should help to stop Ray's advances. Life as a Mandragora sounds tougher than I thought. Eth speaks and acts like human, but I'm starting to think that's our similarities end there. Despite your apparent ease of simulation, Eth might be the least human student I've ever met in Androdronia so far. I suppose just one more topic I'll need to find the time to research. Eth has been open about her biology so far, but there has been plenty of questions I can't ask her not yet at least. No matter how frustrating it is to be dreadful information like this, I'm just going to have to be patient, take my time learning about all the demi-humans around me. I mean, yeah, you can't just ask, like, random questions to, like, be like, hey, how come you have a tail? What is it like to have a tail? And they're like, what kind of fucking question is that? What, are you on crack or something? I'm like, yeah, I do that every day. Some shit. After sitting through my final class of the day, I head straight to my room without making any detours. Though I was not troublesome as my first day of the academy, today has been just as tiring. All day I've been absorbing knowledge in class, talking to my classmates, making friends, learning about the demi-humans around me. Combining all of that with self-study, it's no wonder I feel exhausted. I'm sure this will get easier as time goes on. I've just been overwhelmed by the changed environment is all. Once I carve out the daily routine, comes with terms of my surroundings, it'll be no different than high school. While telling myself that, I lay down in my bed and close my eyes. A wave of euphoria washes all over me, and I can feel the fatigue leaving my body. I've been looking forward to this. Sable, oh my god. What the hell? Can you stop wearing your fucking clothes on? What? I quickly sit up as Tix's voice enters my ear. Less than an inch away from my face, she seems like to manifest out of nowhere, almost give me a heart attack in the process. What are you? Easy there, Sable. Catch your breath. I take a few deep breaths to calm down. Afterwards, I glance at Tinks, who's still right next to my face. Tix, are you trying to kill me? Kill you? Don't be silly. If I wanted to do that, you'll be dead. Ha 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 ha. I laughed nervously as I tried to figure out whether Tinks is joking or not. She wouldn't really kill me in my sleep, would she? So, Tinks, what are you doing here so early? Why am I in my room when it's still light outside, you mean? No particular reason. I just didn't have anywhere else to be. Classes are over. I don't need much food when I'm in this form, so it's not like I need to be anywhere in particular. What about you, Sable? Isn't obvious? Tix simply smiles, waits for me to explain. You're kidding me, right? I was laying down in my bed with my eyes closed. Obviously, I was trying to get some sleep. You were? I thought you were focused on a spell or visualizing glyphs. I may be a very diligent student, but I'm not that dedicated. Besides, even the most prudent of mages need sleep, you know. They do. That hasn't been my experience. Yes, of course. Wait a second. What do you mean by that? By what? What you just said? Jesus Christ! How hasn't that been your experience? Oh, well, you know, some of the warrior class pixies go weeks without sleep at a time. My grandma, too. I don't think I've ever seen her go to sleep. Tix, are you telling me that pixies have figured out a way to function without sleep? I guess you can put it like that, but before you get too excited, I'm pretty sure it won't work for a human. Oh. Sorry, Sable. Just like with physical enhancement magic we use to grow to human size, it's a trick that relies on our body structure. If I told you how we do it and you put it into practice, you'll probably die trying. Too bad. I've been wanting to cut sleep out of my life for years, but it just hasn't been that easy. Cheer up, it's not like sleep is a bad thing. And if you did get rid of it, you would probably go insane from boredom. Yeah, maybe. But don't you wonder what it'd be like to have another 8 hours every day to do whatever you want? As things stand, we had spent the entire third of our lives just sleeping, so don't you think that's a waste? Well, maybe a little, but even if I had more time, it's not like I'd do anything productive with it. You may feel that way now, but that's just at the fatigue talking. If you needed to rest and never felt tired, there would have been no end to what you could accomplish. I think you had to be pretty self-motivated to actually make use of that time. I probably just laze around for 8 hours until everyone else wakes up. You're no fun. But if you appreciate sleep that much, at least let me get some rest this time. I may not like it, but I do need sleep. Okay. Good night, Grumpy. Night. As suddenly she appears, takes vanishes from my sight. In her miniature form, or true form rather, she doesn't make a sound as she flies, or even she lands. In that regard, if no other, she's the perfect roommate. Yeah. Just don't call her a fairy, because she will basically kill you. When my eyes open, I find myself enveloped by the dark night. My roommate is asleep, and as the majority of the other students and teachers at Andronia, as for the second night in a row, I have awoken to an unnatural time. Damn it, I should have realized that going to bed early would result in a repeat of yesterday. I don't really feel like going back to sleep, though. I've wasted enough of my time sleeping lately. Fortunately, staying up isn't an option either, or at least not in here where I might disturb my somewhat scary roommates, so I guess that just leaves a midnight stroll. I creep out of my dorm room as quietly as I can. The lights in the hallway are on, so it takes a moment for my eyes to adjust, but once they do, my stride becomes confident. This shouldn't be a problem, should it? I mean, there are plenty of nocturnal demi-human species around, so I don't know how many of them actually attend Andronia, but I'm sure there's at least be a few. As I walk through the hallways, I don't pass by a single student or teacher. The hallways are empty, and so are the classrooms. The entire academy is dead silent. I seem to be the only one who's awake after all. Not a soul to be seen around here. Maybe I should take this opportunity to practice spellcasting. There's nobody around to get in my way. As long as I don't make too much noise, it should be an ideal time to practice. I raise my left hand in the air with the palm facing forward. My feet are spread apart as though I'm taken to a fighting stance, and I focus all my energy into my left palm. As my energy slowly accumulates, small orbs of light begin to cling to my arm, loosely joining together and slithering along like a snake. Those orbs steadily gain mass, and I can feel power swelling up inside my arm. What a pitiful strength I still possess is about to be put to the test. Serpent of light, I offer you the warmest of my very life itself. Grow strong off my blood and exchange that, lend that strength to me. Guide me to this darkness, and now and forevermore. Response to my words, the shining orbs begin to morph little still. Their snake-like shape solidifies, and small semi-transparent scales begin to manifest. Despite its appearances, the snake is no longer a mere collection of light. It has weight, and it can actually be touched by human hands. As of now, the snake is wrapped around my body for real. That took longer than it used to without this bangle around my wrist, but at least the spell itself was successful. If I could do this much in my current state, then I shouldn't have no problem doing practical lessons. The serpent, though originally a product of my own thoughts, now possesses a temporary sentence. It can think, feel, and act without my orders or consent. A serpent can also survive without feeding off my ether, albeit for a short period of time. If it senses something out of the ordinary, it will not hesitate to leave my side to investigate. Okay, that should be enough. Summoning snakes all fun and all, but maintaining this guy's physical form saps my energy like crazy. Without another mage present to feed it, I can't keep up for very long. I lowered my arms, focused my attention on the summoned creature. With the intent to dissolve in its physical form, I cut off the ether I'm feeding it, and I concentrate on absorbing what remains of the creature itself. Sorry, buddy, but your time's up. Now be a good summoned creature and... Wait, what the... Where are you going? The moment before I can dispel it, my serpent abandons its physical form, passes straight through my body, and floats through the air. It heads towards the building, traveling at surprising speed, even running at full speed. I cannot keep up with it. Oh, damn show off. If I can go that fast, too, I weighed next to nothing. Cursing my own creation, I continue to chase after it. Even though I can no longer see it, I can still sense its presence thanks to the link summoned beast shares with their summoners. That's odd. It should be right around here? I stop in front of the large metal door. The door appears to be connected to the hallway, which leads to the first year classrooms. However, to the best of my recollection, there is no such exit from within this particular building. In fact, thinking back on my limited time in the courtyard, I cannot recall ever seeing this door before either. How strange, I could have sworn this was the ordinary wall the last time I looked at it. Am I seeing things, or is this door really here? Ooh. Observe the ether flowing around it, or try walking through it. The fuck is this, Harry Potter now? With the fucking, the weird, like, walls? It's probably fucking Harry Potter. That would be certainly the quickest way to tell. Okay, why not? It's not like the principal will keep anything dangerous on campus, right? Thinking those native thoughts, I walk towards the door. Once I'm within 2 feet of the door, I reach out with my right hand. My fingers are pushing against the cold metal. I can feel a strange sensation through my body. It's real, but there's something odd about this door. I can't tell if it's been created through special means or just unusually cloaked by the concealment spell. With my curiosity piqued, I steel my resolve and press on. Wait for me is on the other side of the door is a cold, dark passageway. The walls are stone, the light is dim, and I can see my breath every time I exhale. My first impression is that I've accidentally stumbled upon the dungeon beneath the academy. Why does a place like this even exist on campus? I don't remember hearing anything about a dungeon, and I'm sure I remember seeing something like this in a census-scope or a map of the academy. Maybe this is where misbehaving students are taken? While I don't like the idea of students being chained up inside a dungeon, I can see how many people find it necessary. This is an academy filled with demi-humans, after all. If a powerful student went rogue, they could easily kill someone. Briefly allowing such negative thoughts into my mind, I continue walking along the dark passageway. I can only faintly sense the presence of my serpent, and by this point it's almost out of energy and it will soon disappear. Screw it, there's no point going any further. I am curious, unbearably curious, but something tells me I'm not supposed to be down here. No sooner I have to consider turning back and feel my summoned beast disappear. A moment later, I feel shivering down my spine. I wrap my arms around myself for warmth. Shit, how cold is it here? I better warm myself up if I've reached the death. I thought I was a bit low on energy after summoning my light serpent, but I still managed to cast a low-intensity incendiary spell on myself. My hands become like miniature radiators, quickly warming up my body as I rub myself down. Phew, that's more like it. Why does an icebox like this even exist? Cold-blooded students could easily lose their lives down here. I definitely need to research this place when I return to my room. I turn around and walk back towards the entrance. The moment I do so, something feels moved behind me, and the temperature of the air drops once more. Shivering uncontrollably, I turn my head just far enough to see a vague silhouette encroaching upon me. Human scum! Ah! Running as quickly as I can, I leave the dungeon without a moment's hesitation. Curiosity be damned, I flee in a panic and still craning myself in my arms, frightened by something I can't even describe. Between the freezing cold and the presence which seemed to manifest out of thin air and the raspy voice of the unseen entity, I have more than enough explored for one night. It's okay, Sable, it's okay. It's just a demi-human playing a prank. Everything that happened can be explained rationally and calmly. Calmly and rationally, Jesus. I lay down on my bed and throw the blanket over my body, desperate for it to warm up. Even after running all the way to my bedroom, I still feel an unnatural chill assaulting my every inch of my body. Whatever I had just experienced, it wasn't simply a cold night or a chilly wind. Something strange is going on. While I may lack the energy and bravery to investigate the further tonight, I doubtly dwell on this night until I cover the truth. Yeah. Comforted by the warmth of my bed, I sleep well through the night despite my anxiety. The allure of losing consciousness and doing nothing for several hours straight finally dawns on me, and I feel silly for wishing to get rid of myself of sleep so enthusiastically. Because after a good night's sleep, I feel so much better, warm, secure, free of the last night's terror. Honestly, what was I thinking? Creeping to a dungeon and then complaining about being cold? What kind of idiot I am. Heck, at this point, I'm not even sure if what I saw was real or not. I might have just dreamed the whole thing up. Thinking that, I make my way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Unfortunately, my sound sleep results me in waking up later than usual, so I miss my chance to eat in peace. Cafeteria is full of students without a free seat anywhere. We'll probably do, great. Turn around straight back to the cafeteria. Curiosity has won over hunger, and despite the complaints from my stomach, this is hardly an unusual event. Let's see now, where was it? I started over here, and I saw my life serpent, then I looked towards the academy buildings, trying to discern the location of a potentially fiction dungeon. Even so, the possibility exists that I had dreamed the whole thing up. I need to see it for myself. My serpent got away from me and headed this direction. I chased after, and after a while, I stopped in front of the familiar part of the building. After looking around for a few moments, gaining my bearings, I am certain I have the right place. It's definitely the spot, but there's no sign of the door, let alone the dungeon. Did I dream it all about after all? I walk over to the wall and run my hands on the side of the building. As far as my fingers and eyes both concerned, this is an ordinary wall like any other. Maybe it was a dream after all. Even so, just to make sure, my eyes glaze over as my vision is distorted. Real physical objects lose focus. In their place, I see matter from another plane of existence. Ether. The wall is solid. Both my hands and eyes are telling me it's real, the physical wall, and it's just not an illusion. Yet the flow of ether in the air around me tells me a different story. Senses, even touch, can be tricked by perception-altering magic. One of the scary realities of being a mage is knowing that everything you see could see and feel could be a lie. But the natural flow of ether, external to the human body, that cannot be faked, not... Oh my god, why? Not to this degree, at least. And right now, ether, without a doubt, flowing straight through the wall with a downward trajectory. The dungeon does exist after all. I place my hands to the wall once more and examine it very closely. Even with my ability to see through illusions like those which hell creates, I cannot find a single flaw in this wall in front of me. The being who created this illusion must be extremely talented. Did someone from the higher grade make this? If not, then perhaps a teacher? I close my eyes for a moment and try to bypass the illusion. Tricking the eyes and ears is easy. Faking a sense of touch, on the other hand, is surprisingly difficult. Focus on my fingertips. What in the world are you doing? I startled and turn around and jump back, unintentionally pushing my back against the wall. Leisha, I've been called as such, yes. Now, answer my question. What are you doing to that wall? If you've been to Vanilizer, then I must warn you, Leisha's gaze starts to narrow. She stares daggers at me, sending a clear and direct warning in my way. No, that isn't it! I was just trying to bypass the illusion. What? Without saying a word, Leisha walks towards me, stopping just in front of me, so close that we could be kissing. She places her hand on the wall. Her eyes scan the wall up and down. She runs her hand along the cold, hard surface. After a few moments, she retracts her hand and takes a step back. Liar. There is no illusion such a play here. There's an ordinary wall, and there's nothing special about it. No, that's not... I know it seems that way. That's the entire point of creating an illusion to begin with. Even though you can't see and feel, there's a door here, I'm sure of it. If you're for that certain, perhaps you can explain something to me. Considering that the valedictorian of your grade cannot even sense this supposed illusion, what makes you a restrained delinquent can think you can break through it? Leisha glances down at the bangle on my wrist as she speaks. Matching the movement of her eyes with my own, I consider Leisha's words for a moment. Sure enough, Leisha's far above me in terms of talent, not even that, but she's also far more knowledgeable and has much more experience. Logically, what she's implying should be correct. Someone who has struck in the middle of a grade, restrained by a magical artifact, should not be able to accomplish something that she cannot. Yeah, I don't feel that way in the slightest. I'll admit you have a point, Leisha. I'm far weaker than you, and I certainly don't possess your talent. But when it comes to seeing through illusions, does it really matter? Mental strength and acuity are what it takes to break through an illusion, not magical power. In fact, Hell told me that I broke through her illusion quicker than anyone else she's ever met. Does that not include you? Don't get carried away, Sable. I will concede your argument regarding the correlation between magic power and dispelling of illusions. However, you do well to remember that this is not always the case. Illusions which have been sculpted carefully over a long period of time, typically by a powerful mage, are often backed by a real physical component as well. If there is truly a door concealed behind this facade of a wall, then it likely falls into that category. Having said her piece, Alicia turns away and walks away. She returns to whatever she was doing out here in the courtyard before I arrived, leaving me alone once more. An illusion strengthened by something that exists in reality, huh? I've certainly heard of that theory. Such spells are actually putting that knowledge in practical use would actually be quite a feat. Was that the cast of the spell a teacher after all? That's a really good question. Could be somebody more experienced. I mean, it could be like... Putting aside any lingering thoughts I have pertaining to the academy dungeon, I attend my first class dutifully. The subject matter is utterly mundane, so I try to pay attention nonetheless, but at the end of the lesson, I am one of the few students who have done so. Who would have thought that magic history class could be so boring? When I study sages of legends or the histories of man's understanding of magic, or even the evolution of Rutonic typography, I find it all incredibly interesting. But somehow when our disinterested teacher gives us a half-assed lecture and tells us to do the rest ourselves, it all just seems so pointless. Depressed by my teacher's lack of enthusiasm, my gaze unconsciously drifts towards the front of the room. Surprisingly, Ares is still here. She isn't doing anything apart from sitting on her ass zoning out, but at least she's present physically, if not mentally. I begin to stare at Ares and wondering to myself, why did she even became a teacher in the first place? Oh, not you too, Sable. That vile woman has put too many students under her spell as it is. My concentration is broken as Deplete's voice calls me to the side. Don't be silly. Sable wouldn't fall for Eos's tricks. There's no way that anyone's capable of breaking through my illusions will be susceptible to hers. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Hel. And no, I'm not under her spell. Quite the opposite, actually. Then you're getting fed up with her teaching style. Not that I would even call it that. You said it. But what really vexes me isn't her attitude, but there's nothing we can do to make her take our classes seriously. I mean, it's not like I can make her teach us. You could try. Just do what Eros always does, but instead of making her fall for you, manipulate her to do into her job. I can begin to tell you all the things wrong with that plan. Without giving too much thought of to Hel's suggestion, my gaze rests on Eris. She's now toying with her terminal, killing the remaining few minutes before our first break of the day comes to an end. Am I really going to try something before our next lesson? I need to do it now. Forget it. Telling off a teacher will only get me in trouble. I'm already beginning forced to wear this bangle. Tempting fate would be foolish. Having convinced myself not to speak out, once again turn my face against my classmates. You aren't going to go for it after all? I already told you I wouldn't. Besides, if anyone here is going to play a teacher, you'll be the prime candidate, not me. Oh, my dear Sable, you give me too much credit. I may be a master of illusions, but charming a succubus is a feat even I'm incapable of. Yet, you thought I'd be able to pull it off? Yet for a diva of class 1C, it'll be a mere child's play. Now is getting too much credit. Possessing above average talent in a single area does not make one a master of magic. Furthermore, if the target in this case is a teacher, not to mention a succubus, a teenage human would be rather a poor match for such opponent. I smile awkwardly as Alicia dispels the meager confidence granted me by Hel. Like usual, she knows exactly how and when to put me down my place. What you're saying is correct, but I certainly can't deny anything you just said. But in that case, what do you think about facing off against her yourself, Alicia? Me? That's right, I may be poor fit, but you're neither human nor a teenager. As surely as me, a succubus would be no match for a mighty elf possessing more than 100 years of life experience. Of course not. It is exactly as you say. As an elf and a succubus facing off will be akin to a human fighting an ant. I dare say I feel guilty of even considering taking her on. My, an elf versus a succubus now, that would be indeed a sight to behold. You may not be a match for my illusions, but against Eros, probably your illusions. You think I'm no match for you, faceless one? Leech's expression soured as Hel makes the mistake of insulting an elf's pride. Noticing that herself, Hel goes quiet for a moment as she contemplates whether to continue or not. Fortunately for those of us spectating, Hel cannot resist the temptation. Oh dear, my apologies, proud elf. Have I insulted you in some way? I thought it was already established that you were powerless before my illusions, but I did not think you would feel insulted such as assertion. Watch your tongue, child. I'll have you know that we elves are nigh vulnerable to all forms of perception-altering magic. Not only that, but I'm also the valedictorian of our grade. Not to mention an especially talented being, even among my legendary kin. Oh, you're very too proud of yourself. I will fucking say that. Only a fool would dare attempt to deceive these eyes of mine. Is that so? Then you must pardon my imperfect memory, my dear, as I could have sworn you fell victim to my illusions once before. Do not delude yourself. My eyes have never once been fooled, so I shall remain. In that case, perhaps you are correct. I might be delusional after all. For those other elves who fell under my spell, I might have been mere figments of my imagination. What other explanation could there be for naive, invulnerable being to follow us with the petty tricks of yours truly? Hell and Leisha continue to argue back and forth. Hell is clearly joking around, whereas Leisha, on the other hand, cannot help but defend her honor. I always quint to remind everyone of her rank as a valedictorian, and she continues to assert her dominance, even when it is clear that this one argument she already has lost. She just sounds like a tsundere, in my opinion. With my first and second class of the day now behind me, I make my way into the courtyard. Despite resolving myself to leave the matter of alone mere hours ago, my curiosity is eating away at me and I can't hold back any longer. Even what Alicia said earlier is true about the illusion being too strong for me to break. It doesn't mean I'm not interested anymore. What is the meaning of that dungeon? Who is responsible for hiding it? Why is it so cold? Until I can answer those questions, there's no way I'll be satisfied. While the courtyard is empty, everyone else is too busy eating in the cafeteria to notice me. I traverse in the courtyard and head over to the concealed dungeon. Upon arriving in the front of the dungeon, however, I am greeted by an unexpected sight. It's visible? No way, did someone else break the illusion before I did, or did the person concealing the dungeon came back? I'll keep my distance and monitor the dungeon's entrance while remaining out of sight. After a few minutes, I see two figures shuffling around near the entrance. I can't see them well enough to discern their identities. I can be certain that is they are wearing our uniform. We could sneak. Be careful not to be seen. I slowly move closer to the two students. I use the architecture of this academy buildings to hide myself as much as possible. Given the open area around me, my efforts are minimal gains. I'm only able to get a few meters closer before choosing to cover or staying put. No choice now. I guess I'll have to head out straight out there after all. After those two, will at least. Whoop! The moment I come onto the open, the dungeon entrance disappears right in front of my eyes. One of the students are also disappeared, and my chance to further investigate the dungeon has come to a pass. Shit, this is what I get for hesitating? Fate hands on me an opportunity, I just let it slip by. Before I get too mad at myself, further in movement to the distance cast in my eye. Even though the dungeon and one of the students have vanished, with the other students still in the courtyard. Okay, this isn't over yet. I can make this work. I still keep my distance. I follow the vague figure discreetly. We enter the nearest academy building, and from the walk from the hallway to the hallway encountering the only handful of students that as we do. The dearth of students makes it difficult to get closer being noticed, but it also keeps me an eye on my target, not losing them even once. I follow the figure through several buildings before their pace finally begins to slow down. By the time my short journey has come to an end, I am standing in front of a facility which I have no qualms about entering. The Academy Library. That's odd. The class is going to start soon. They're visiting the library instead of walking to their classroom. They were definitely wearing their uniforms. I'm assuming they were a student, or perhaps... I enter the library, closing the door behind me quietly. I look around the large empty room. There are no other students present, despite the fact I followed someone to this very room only moments ago. Now I am alone. Did they conceal their presence with magic, or just cast some kind of illusion on me? If this is the person responsible for hiding that dungeon, then such thing should definitely be with their capabilities. In which case, I blink a few times, saying, as slight pain assaults my eyes. My vision quickly abandons the physical world and begins to focus on that which I not be seen. Ley lines, the flow of ether, the lingering residue of spells have been cast. All these things and more, and the more clear it comes to me to see. I look around the room one more time, and now look for any disruptions in the natural flow of air around me. Moments later, I have found an anomaly. Gotcha. I walk over to the anomaly and can see the presence of hand off to the side of the room. Once I am within arm's reach, an invisible being placed my hand on their shoulder. Hi there. Ah! Who are you? What do you want? Please don't hurt me! And when I touch her, Joru's concealment spell is broken. She pulls back, tries to desperately create distance between us, and shrieks in surprise. If I didn't know any better, I think that Joru was honestly afraid of me. Whoa, calm down, it's just me, Sable. Yeah, you remember me, the first year, human likes books. All the knowledge contained in them, at least. Joru stares at me in disbelief for a moment, then breathes a sigh of relief. Ah, thank goodness. You scared the living daylights out of me, Sable. Ah, sorry about that, but shouldn't I be the one saying that? You're the one who's concealing her presence. Yes, well, I felt someone was following me, so I just... Joru fidgets and loosely wraps around her arms with her body. Even though who she's speaking to, she appears to be quite nervous. Even a mighty third-year gets nervous when they think they're being followed, huh? Being a third year has nothing to do with it, doesn't it? I heard that not many students make it to their third year of the academy. Should that make those of you who remain quite formidable? No, it's not like that. Most students leave because they can't keep up with the curriculum or they miss their homeland. My grades are a bit higher than average, so I don't really have anywhere to return to, so it's not like I'm still here because I'm strong or anything. Oh, is that how it is? I recall a few humors regarding Andronian Academy. Although students who pass their second year are generally revered as being elite magi, and some say that those who remain are simply more brutal than others. Given the requirements for the students in the third year or higher are to partake the hunt, there are few fair students who quit solely because they want to avoid that particular activity. They would prefer to return to their family and their friends awaiting them in their homeland rather than spend the days hunting down their own kind. So, Sable, I know this might sound like a strange question, but were you following me or I was just being paranoid? Rather than ask me why I was following her, Joey gives me the benefit of the doubt, offers the opportunity to escape persecution. But as kindness or gesture as it may seem, I know I can't play off our meeting as a coincidence, now that I want to inquire about the Academy dungeon. Yeah, I was following you. Sorry. Phew, I'm not going crazy after all. So why were you following me, Sable? Tell me the truth. I promise I won't get mad. Relieved to see Jory respond in such a positive manner, I continue without hesitation. To be honest, I didn't realize it was you at first. I was just following a suspicious person to see where they wound up. A suspicious person? I'm a suspicious person? Why would you think that? Until this morning, I didn't. Then I saw you at the entrance of that hidden dungeon. You saw that, huh? Ugh, this is why I told Hira that the meetings during the day was a bad idea. Hira, is she the other person I saw in front of the dungeon? She is, but stop calling it a dungeon, Sable. You're making it sound too ominous. What you saw was the entrance of Andronia's underground facilities. Underground facilities? Joru nods in confirmation. Yes, that's right. Most first years wouldn't know about them, but since you only just started attending Andronia, and you'll learn all their significance sooner or later. An underground facility? Isn't that for students who can't stand the sunlight? Among others, yes. Students who are nocturnal or are weak against either light or heat study in the underground facilities. I was wondering about that. I just figured the students with those kinds of needs didn't attend Andronia. For a long time they didn't. It was quite difficult to accommodate them after all. But now that everything's in place, Andronia is among the top picks for demi-humans with such needs. I nod as an understanding as Jory enlightened me about the dungeon, or rather Andronia's underground facilities. To think that Andronia hides in such an interesting secret. I researched Andronia through before coming here, and I experienced many sense escapes, but I never heard of a peep about any underground facilities. It's unusual, but quite interesting. Students who are nocturnal or can't stand the sun's rays. Do you fit into either of those categories, Joru? Huh, me? I told you, I was just meeting a friend of mine at the entrance. But most Spyos are nocturnal, aren't they? So I thought... Demi-humans are not animals! I jump back as Joru's suddenly shout taken by surprise. Despite her usual calm, timid demeanor for a moment there, she seems genuinely angry. No, I mean, we're still mostly the same as humans, you know. And I know some of us have traits or limbs resembling other creatures, but that doesn't mean that we, it's fine, I get it already. I apologize for what I said. Demi-humans are animals. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Rather than dwell on Joru's minor outbursts, I quickly changed the subject. So, you said you were meeting a friend at the entrance of the underground facilities. Ah, yes. Hira is a second-year friend of mine. She can't stand the heat, so she usually comes out at nighttime. I told her it was dangerous to come out during the day, and that girl doesn't listen to me at all. Doesn't she understand that I'm just worried about her? You're starting to sound like a girl's older sister than her friend. So, this Hira person, before I can finish that sentence, a familiar sound reverberates throughout the academy. As indicated by the usual bell, our break is over, now it's time to return to class. Aw, man, just thought I was discovering something interesting. Don't be discouraged, Sable. It's not like this conversation needs to be concluded right this second. If you want to continue where you left off, come visit me anytime. Oh, yeah, this is great. In spite of the temptation I feel to skip class and hang out with Joru a while longer, I fulfill my role as a diligent student and turn up to class right on time. As I enter the classroom, what I find awaiting me is a noisy room filled with brimming excitement. All my classmates, most of whom are typically indifferent when it comes to our lessons, seem to be looking forward to what is about to come our way. Whatever Eris has told them managed to rile them up considerably. Say, my dear friends, when the guest of honor arrives, come, please take your seats. Okay. I follow Hel over to my usual seat. I walk across the room, and there were several students staring at me, whispering among themselves. Then when I sit down next to Alicia, their volume grows and the number of people staring at me increases. Now when I sit down next to Alicia... Yeah, okay, I read that part. Hel, is there something I should be aware of? What do you mean by dear Sable? Don't act like you don't know. There's clearly something going on here. Why is everyone staring at me? Oh, so you've begun to question your own popularity? I suppose only natural for one to query their social standing from time to time. That's not really what I'm talking about. Sensing that won't get me a straight answer out of Hel, I glance over Alicia. The moment our eyes meet, she sighs and begins to explain. Before we arrived, Eris informed the class that we will be spending this lesson and engage in unorthodox glyph trial scripts. Ever since, half the class has been waiting for you anxiously for your arrival. Unorthodox glyph. Oh, the creative typography? That is another name for it, yes. Unorthodox glyph transcripts. Creative typography. Exhaustive combat spellcasting. There are many names for this particular subject. After hearing a few, one might hazard a guess as to what lesson the subject entails. For most people, their first guess will likely be correct, despite the particular name. The object is quite easy to understand. But put simply, we play around with existing spells and techniques and try to come up with something new based that we already know. We mix and match glyphs, challenge established protocols, and generally just have fun creating spells to call our own. I'm sure Androni has put the restrictions in place to the subject, especially after my first day at the academy. Even though I'll be lying, I said I wasn't looking forward to this. The moment I ever think about it is what yet to come. I understand why my class is excited about that. I keep looking at Alicia myself. I used a rather advanced spell in the middle of our practical class spellcasting lesson. Alicia is about Victorian our grade. Not to mention an elf and a daughter of our principal. Of the students in our class, we are quite possibly the two most interesting to watch, especially when it comes to subjects such as this. Alright, looks like everyone's here. For those of you who just arrived, this lesson's going to be unorthodox glyph transcriptions. Before you ask, yes, does that mean you get to play around with glyphs all lesson? More than half of the class cheers in response to Eris's assurance. Even for students who are interested in creating new spells, there is still a value and excitement to be had and to watch others doing so. Whether they plan to keep an eye on leash on myself, or they simply want to mock around their friends, this should be proved to be an enjoyable lesson for them. Don't get too excited. I'm going to lay some ground rules, you know. First off, you're not cast any spells you create until I reviewed your work and given my approval. We cannot have you accidentally poison the class or blown up walls, after all. Second, any spell cast will be done in front of the entire class or one person at a time. Finally, you will use your little ethers required when casting your spell. If I see you amassing such a loud spell, how you doing? We're doing okay. Attitude, just kind of like gotten some weird people. But has not been good today. God damn, man. I would hate to. It's kind of funny. Your dog's not doing good. Oh no. She's getting old, right? I'm assuming. Sounds like she's just getting old. I mean, I kind of wish I had a dog sometimes. She's not getting old. Oh, okay. She's probably like sick or something. I don't know. Oh, she's 4? Ah, okay. It's probably her birthday. Yeah, I was gonna say this too. So like my thing is, so I know it's gonna sound fucking weird. Literally, I feel as if the Shadow Realm is slowly. The thing is, she is sick, and she's trying to, and she, as sick as she is, and growing, and losing her shit. Losing her mind? Yeah, definitely. I don't know. There's not really much I can say about dog. I haven't really owned a dog. I mean, I owned one dog, but we had her for like 16 years. She was a dachshund. That was not a good example of a, you know, of course, you need to get a friend, bro. Dude, I have no friends, so I don't really care at this point, dude. I have no friends. Like, literally, just, it doesn't even matter. If you made such a there we go. If I see you amassing a large amount of ether, I will disrupt your spell casting myself. Do you understand? Yes, good. In that case, you may begin wherever you're ready. You have me. I just mean you need to get a dog. Well, here's the thing, attitude, and I love the idea, but not in this household. I will get a dog at some point, but not in this household I'm living in. If I was living by myself, I would then get a dog. Of course. But right now, not so much. I've always been a weird guy, you know? Even though Ares' rules put a damper on the enthusiasm of some of the students present, we all waste no time getting to work. Some of the students turn on physical terminals on their desk, and author begins writing in ether dust and coming up with a list of possible combinations. Wherever their individual process may be, there isn't a single student in the classroom who isn't taking this lesson seriously. I guess I better get to work on myself then. All the subjects we've been taking, this is without a doubt I'm the one most suited to. But I can't get top marks. If I can't get top marks in this class, I might as well quit Andronia and give up magic altogether. Full of self-confidence, I begin to think what kind of combination should I show to the class. Let's do a spell I created myself. Given how practical spells class 1, it might be better if I play it safe and go with something I used before. As much as fun as it's to create new brand new spells, I don't really want to cause another incident. After a few moments of silent contemplation, I stand in front of my seat and walk in front of the classroom. Done already, Sable? Or are you going to ask me exempt from this lesson because of your handicap? Oh, she knows about the handicap. Well, actually, no, she should know about that anyways. Eris glanced down at the bang on my wrist. Oh, I should have figured that she would know about this. Smiling wryly in response to her question, I gave my answer. I'm done. I can show you the reading now if you like. You really are done? Then by all means, do continue. Having received my teacher's permission, I take a step to the side and turn around as to stand right beside Eris. The two of us now look in the same direction. I raise my right hand and wave my index finger in the air in front of us, leaving behind a trail of ether dust. My movements initially leave behind vague scribbles. Before long, those scribbles become recognizable characters, start to form a pattern. Given out 30 seconds, I complete my drawing. That's your combination? That's right. You tell me you came up with something that complex, thorough, well constructed in only a couple minutes? Well, not exactly, but I assure you, this is absolutely 100% of my own work. I created this spell myself before coming to Andronia, all on my own, and I'm certain I can perform it perform it both safely and adequately. Right. Eris continues to glance back and forth between my face and the cliffs I just drawn. Is there something wrong? No, there isn't, and that's what worries me. And ears pries my own eyes for my own drawing and stands at me intently. Sable, did you really come up with this yourself, all on your own, without help or guidance from anyone else? It's alright if you didn't. Most new spells are the work of many collaborators, rather than solitary individuals. Nope, this is my own work. I know that the arrangement might seem a little bit convoluted, but if you let me show you how it works, that will be necessary. Eris takes a deep breath and opens her eyes once more. Sable, you're coming with me to the principal's office. Huh? The principal? What did I? Shut up! I said we're going. That's final. The rest of you keep on practice. Sable and I'll be back in time for our next lesson. Oh, or at least one of us will be. Oh God! What do we do now? Leaving behind such ominous words, Eris grabs my hand and forcibly removes me from the classroom, leaving behind a class full of stunned students with no explanation. By the time I do return to class, I have no doubt there will be many new rumors about me, which none of them I find flattering. Oh, fucking Christ. Eris and I walk in hand for much longer than a student and a teacher ever should. We pass through the corridor after corridor, which most of us are thankfully empty, and slowly make our way to the principal's office. This is just my luck. We just finally have a class I'm good at, and what happens? I get sent to the principal's office. I look over to Eris, and still walking beside me. Even though she had to let go of my hand, she still watched me like a hawk, and refuses to let the distance grow. No, rather being sent, it's more accurate I'm saying I'm being transported like a criminal moving to a higher security prison. Whatever I did, Eris is not taking this situation lightly. Rather than the attempt to question my teacher again, I walk in silence. The principal door is now visible, so whatever I've done wrong, I'll find out soon enough. And Ein, are you in here? It's important. Without so much of a greeting, Ein storms into Ein's office. Right behind her, I nervously shuffle my way into the room, not entirely sure what I'm here in the first place. Well, if it isn't my favorite succubus, to what I owe this, cut the crap, I just said it was important. Oh, Jesus. The principal looks past Eris and notices my presence. Oh, I see, you again? What'd you do this time, Sable? Nothing, I think, and yet Miss Monte apparently thinks differently. Care to chime in, Miss Monte? You're accusing the party here, after all. Accusing party my ass. Sable, show Ein the formula you just showed me. Formula? We were just in the middle of creative typography class. Oh, unorthodox, how fun. Okay, what happened? Did you pull a prank on your teacher? Did you spell out dirty words in your glyph arrangement? It sounded like to me that if anybody should be sent here to the principal, it's you. All I did was create a spell and submit it to my teacher. A real spell, not a prank? A real spell, not a prank. Then what's the problem? Did you plagiarize on the student's work? Look, I would do that. Just show him the damn spell already. Ein, what you see this kid came up with, you understand. Oh? In that case, show me, child. Show me the fruits of your labor. Seeing no reason not to comply with the principal's request, I repeat the same process in the classroom. Wave my right index finger in the air, leaving behind a trail of ether dust. As my writing takes form, discernible glyphs to begin to manifest, at which point the principal brings his face closer. Let's see here. This is a weather-altering spell? But that's... No. I see what you have here. It's an artificial hailstorm. You performed the usual trick of creating ice by lowering the temperature of the moist in the air and then taking it a step further and combines with spatial magic. On a small scale, you could launch a volley of ice darts or create shards so small that they would break up on contact, thus soaking your target. Thinking bigger, you could simulate an actual hailstorm or hurl large, jagged, unwieldy spears of ice towards adversary. But it seems simple, but this is actually quite a versatile spell. It scales well, but it can be adapted to suit many scenarios. This technique is surprisingly formidable, and in the right hands, it could become a powerful tool. I stare into the principal blankly in amusement as he offers through analysis of my spell. His explanation was spot on, but if I didn't know any better, I thought he was the spell's creator, not me. You understand all that just reading the glyphs? I've been studying magic for centuries, Sable. If you show me a spell's formula, there's little I can't tell you about. Well, my talents are not on this topic right now. Yours are. Where on earth did you learn a spell like this? Did you decipher an ancient tome or pillage a grimoire of a great mage? Why must you jump to the conclusion this is someone else's work? I created that spell myself. It is completely my own work and was not based off of work of anyone else. That's impossible. There's no way that Miss Monte... The principal interrupts Eris at the moment, which begins to shout, I will take care of this. Please return to your classroom. Without putting up a fight, Eris places her trust in the principal's judgment and leaves the room. Now just the two of us, the principal and I, alone once again in his office. I hope he doesn't strap me with another magical artifact. Okay then. Now that Miss Monte is gone, let's begin this discussion in earnest. I'll ask you one more time, Sable. Where'd you learn that spell? Nowhere. I created it myself. Is that your final answer? It's the truth. Alright. There's no need to get upset. In that case, let me ask you a different question. Where'd you learn the glyphs they used the creation of that spell? The glyphs? Most of the glyphs you use in your spell are uncommon, to say at least. We don't teach them in this academy, and even if we did, we certainly wouldn't teach them to first year's students. There aren't glyphs you can freely learn from any other old textbook either. They are certainly not detailed in any human literature that I have come across. With all being the case, where'd you learn about these type of glyphs? Even though the principal's question is straightforward and simple to understand, it isn't easy for me to answer. The truth is I don't know where I learned most of my glyphs I use. Some I learned from textbooks, others I gleaned from senscopes and magical tools. There are some which I discovered through simple trial and error. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I learned a lot of them over the past few years. I can't remember the origin of every single one. Then think harder. The principal reply is short and to the point, but rather than his words, he strikes me as his tone of voice. It doesn't seem like I'll be able to get away with a half-ass answer like I don't remember if it even is the truth. Should I just lie to him and found some old tome that I learned from someone else? No, even if I told a lie like that, I have no way of backing it up. Maybe I could change the subject instead. I saved my expression and addressed the principal. Why does it matter where I learned these glyphs? What do you care about the arrangement? What do you care about is the arrangement, right? Isn't that why I was brought here? The reasons why you were brought here is irrelevant. What matters now is you tell me what I want to know. If you are covered with documents containing runic script, then it must be studied by neutral parties and kept out of the wrong hands. If someone taught you what you know, then you must be identified and questioned. Magic is an important tool, but in matters pertaining its foundation must be handled with discretion. This is why I seek your cooperation regarding this matter. I get what you're saying, but I really don't have any answers. I probably just made these glyphs myself anyway. Don't toil me. You cannot simply make a brand new glyph. What are you talking about? Of course I can. I can't say for sure I created these particular glyphs, but I can assert with confidence I created several glyphs of my own. Stop posturing, human. Nobody can create new runes, not much less a mere human being. Speak for yourself, old man. Just because you can't do something, that doesn't mean other people should be limited to their own shortcomings. Then what, should I just take your word for it? Then you're capable of something no other mage has ever done throughout history? Get over yourself, you're not that special. The principal and I both stopped talking. We simply glare at one another without saying or doing another so. Only the sound of heavy breathing to fill the room. Shit, belligerent old fool. Who do you think he is? Runes were just created out of thin air. Someone obviously had to have created them. If one person could do it, why can't a second? I straighten my stream of pose and slow down my breathing and I think about what I'm about to do next. Even if I show the principal a glyph I created myself, he'll just assume I gleaned over some unknown source. But if I go through my entire process with him and explain all the research pertaining to the fundamentals of magic itself, there'll be no going back. It may be pain to look down upon like this, but if the alternative is to come clean about my research, I have no choice. I shake my head in resignation before addressing the principal once more. I understand why you cannot accept what I'm saying, but that doesn't mean it isn't the truth. Runic script isn't something that just appears out of the world in the thin air. It was created by someone or something. It means as communicating instructions to other parties. Glyphs are ultimately just instructions for manipulating ether. Anyone could have potentially created a new one if they possessed the time and motivation. The only reason why nobody has done so is that they've given up, because people like you tell them that it's impossible. And admonish for even them trying. You believe that's to be the case, do you? I do. Perhaps you have a point. Even if I do believe that particular path is a dead end, that is no reason for me to discourage a student from pursuing what I myself will not. Please forgive my outburst. I should not have been so close-minded. No, that's not. It's really not that big of a deal. If someone suddenly told me they accomplished something nobody else had, I wouldn't believe them either. You have every right to be skeptical. Even so, I should have been more open in hearing you out, both as your principal and a fellow mage. The principal's attitude changes completely as he accepts my argument. Despite the fact I haven't shown him any proof to back up my claims, it seems like he at least agreed there are some things that he does not understand. Sable, forgive me for repeating myself. I want to ask you one last time. Have you truly created a brand new glyph? Yes, I have. Will you show it to me? Half expecting that very question, I nodded my head and raised my right hand. After taking a moment to think about which glyph to show the principal, I began to wave my index finger in the air in front of me. A few seconds later, I lowered my hand and then gestured for Ian to take a look. This is the glyph you created? One of them, yes. Can you read it? Not as easily I would like to think. Let me see. If I'm not mistaken, this is the basis of a rejuvenation spell? Correct. Specifically, I've been trying to come up with a spell to emulate the effects of sleep. The effects of... Sable, you're a magnificent creature! You've taken up the age-old pursuit of reclaiming those extra 8 hours a day, haven't you? You know it, I couldn't find any rules with the effects that I was after, so I decided to experiment myself with something brand new. It isn't to compete, of course, but what you see here is the foundation I've created. So what do you think? Did I steal this from someone else, or have created something new? No, I concede. This is definitely your own work, and the glyph is far too sloppy and practical to have survived this time immortal. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? I already said it was incomplete. Besides, it's better than anything you come up with. Don't pout, child. You've done well. Even if you cannot create anything useful right now, this is still an accomplishment beyond compare. Take a few more years to hone your skills and then present your work to the world. That is my advice to you. I slacken my expression and stare at the principal questioningly. So you believe me? Why wouldn't I? The proof is right in front of me. And you don't think I just ripped off someone else's work, did you? Of course not. Then no, I don't believe you ripped off someone else's work. If you say so, this is your own work, then I would choose to believe you. My shoulders heave as I breathe a sigh of relief. Looking back, I've always thought somewhere in my back of my mind where I presented my research to other mages, people would have automatically accepted and be amazed by it. Without realizing it, I've been downplaying the reality of potential discoveries I questioned and scrutinized. I focused on the end game, not the process, but never even considered the possibility I might be challenged like this. In that regard, this encounter has been quite the learning experience. So what now? Should I return to class for the rest of the lesson, or... good question. I believe that all students should attend classes when they first begin studying here, regardless of their potential, race, and strength. But, seeing as how you have already decided on your path, perhaps there is no such need. What do you think, Sable? Would you continue attending class as you've been until now, or the alternative arrangement would suit you better? In an alternative arrangement? What do you mean by that exactly? I mean, there is little point in attending a variety of classes you already excel with such a degree of one particular area. Especially when that field is one in dire need of upheaval and has seen no growth for centuries. Sable, I'm offering you the opportunity to come and go as you please. If you think the particular lesson would benefit your studies, and then you may attend it, regardless of which class or grade you're currently engaged in that lesson. Conversely, if you find a lesson boring, unhelpful, you don't need to sit through it. You will have the same freedoms afforded to you that third year and higher students already enjoy. Like a third year. My eyes is wide and I'm starting to think about the principal's proposal. Due to the dwindling number of people who remain at Andronia for the longer than 2 years, the fact that the students begin to specialize after the second year. Third years, students are treated rather differently. First and foremost, third-year students who do not have set classes, they are given the freedom to study what they want when they want. They can ask teachers to give them special lessons or request specific materials required to further their studies, practically without a limit. Their only responsibility to students to continue their studies dutifully and twice a year to present the results of their research to Andronia's principal for grading. That does sound like an amazing opportunity. If I could continue my research here with expanding access to teachers, materials, and funding, I would surely make great strides forward. That being said, there's one part of being a 30 I don't particularly want to experience. I narrow my gaze and stare at the principal as an important question comes to mind. When you liken my position that of a third year, does that include mandatory participation in the hunt? How sharp. I'm surprised you even know about that requirement. Is that a yes? I'm afraid so, but you know the hunt, as you seem to call it, does not deserve a negative image as it cultivated over the years. Yes, demi-humans are often pitted against one another in combat, sometimes people are even killed. Ultimately, however, the hunt is for the greater good. You think so? Most demi-humans seem to be opposed to the idea. Most demi-humans are laughably ignorant. This system allows demi-humans to police their own kind, and it gives us the opportunity to enforce the law with understanding rather than prejudice. If we left demi-humans mattered up entirely to the human military, police force, and what do you think would happen? Sir, I'm not questioning if it's whether it's a good thing or not. I just think that it should be done by someone else, that you don't want to get your hands dirty. Or maybe you think that students shouldn't be hunting potentially dangerous criminals. Sable, I have heard more rationalization and excuse in my time than here you would believe. Every year there are many third-year students trying to shirk their duties, and those students, the ones who caved to my demands, have remained in this academy. If you want the same special treatment in the third years receive, then you will also bear the same responsibilities. Alright, so I see where he's talking about. Now, I don't believe in hunting down, well, hunting their own kinds. I mean, see, now, this is kind of a hard topic because we're talking about race of human beings. Well, demi-humans versus human beings and stuff like that. So he has a point when it comes to, like, yeah, it's something that we don't understand ourselves as human beings. Like with elves and dragons and all that stuff. And we almost slaughter anything that's different. That's the only other problem with this. So where we might end up doing, yeah, I don't want to take the third year. What the fuck? Yeah, I think we might take the first year. I hang my head regularly as I assess the principal's proposal. It's a great offer, but I'm certainly not going to deny that. But really ditching class to oppose potentially dangerous criminals, throwing away the entire Andronia curriculum so I could go back to do what I did long before I came here. On top of that, the fact that I'm not only take on the stigma attached to particular participation in the hunt, whether that stigma deserved or not, my presence here as a human tending the school dominated by demi-humans is precarious enough as it is. For all the opportunities the principal's offer could bring, it seems like I'll be sacrificing too much in return. Having reached my conclusion, I shake my head. I see. That is regrettable. I'm sorry. I appreciate the offer, I really do, but it's fine. You don't need to explain. Just keep in mind the offer still stands. If you experience a change of heart, you know that my door is always open to you. Yeah, I don't want to be hunting down a bunch of demi-humans. I mean, we love demi-humans. The principal's offer fresh in my mind. I slowly make my way back to class. The entire walk back, I think the opportunity I just passed up and how I can make the most of my time as a regular student. No matter how I look at my current situation, however, I feel like I made a terrible mistake. Damn it, why do I have to show off like that? I should have purposely shown errors as simplistic as I made from well-known glyphs, and better yet, I could have shown her nothing at all. I let my pride get the best of me once again, and now as a result, Eris, Ein, and even my fellow classmates will be expecting something from me. I mean, one of my goals attending journey is to make a name for myself, but not like this. The way things are going, people are going to be watching my every move, expecting something amazing, and more often than not, they're going to be disappointed. I sigh audibly and shake my head. My motivation for coming to Andronia was to further my studies, kickstart my career as a magic research, and to figure out which, if any, of my past discoveries to make public. Going through Andronia as a normal student may be on the slow path forward, but it does play all three of those goals. I just need to stop being so impatient and learn to take things slowly. Being only 3 days into my first semester, the excitement of attending magic class had caused me to act irrationally. I got ahead of myself, keen to show off and prove my true worth, which has resulted in unnecessary complications be added to my life here early on. Getting in my own way without realizing it, my craving for acknowledgement, which I have been forced to repress for so many years, is now hindering my pursuit of knowledge. If I don't straighten myself out soon, my life in Andronia is only going to grow more and more hectic. The moment I return to class, all eyes are on me. Aside from my acquaintances, Hal and Leisha, who are slightly more intrigued in my appearance than usual, everyone stares at me intently, filled with curiosity. Those who could blame them, one moment I'm showing my work to my teacher, next thing I've been forcibly removed from class. Did I play a prank on her? Did I sound her? What possibly could I have shown our teacher that such that reaction of that nature would be warranted? As to them such questions, my classmates continue to stare at me as though prompting me to satiate their curiosity. I suppose the level of intrigue to be expected. If I'm going to keep showing off like earlier, I need to grow accustomed to these gazes. Simultaneously happy, embarrassed, and ashamed all at once, I return my seat without saying a word. Upon doing so, I notice Eris, like the rest of my classmates, is staring at me blankly. The moment my gaze meets hers, however, Eris jumps in surprise, returns to the lesson at hand. Sable. Flinching at the sudden call of my name, I turn my head towards my elven classmate. Yes, Leisha? Show me, huh? Show me the spell you showed to our teacher. Oh, right. Can I wait till after class? I'd rather not cause any further disturbances to the lesson I already have. Leisha narrows her gaze as I refuse to immediately grant her request. Very well. The instant this class is finished, I shall escort you to the courtyard, at which point you will teach me the spell you showed our teacher. Teach you? No, I only said that show me a spell is no different than teach me how it works. Or perhaps you believe I'm too daft to understand what it is you show me. It's not the matter of being daft. I'm just saying that it's settled. Refusing to take no for an answer, Leisha ends our conversation abruptly and returns her gaze in front of the classroom. It seems that whether I like it or not, I'll soon be taking on my first pupil. Oh God, why are we doing this? All right, let me be right back real quick. Let me put some food in the microwave, and I'll be right back. Be right back, guys. Oh, damn it. I was muted the whole fucking time. Excuse me. Oh, wow, I was talking the whole time. I'm like, yo, you're muted. I'm like, oh. Well, I'm back now. I was just warming up some of my Thanksgiving dinner and doing some little stuff around the house for a little while. So I figured, hey, let's go. Come on, TJ. Move your ass. Come on. Come on, TJ. Come on. Come on, move your ass. Come on. Let's go, sir. So I figured, fuck it. And I'm here, so whatever, right? Alright, let's get started. Excuse me. The morning class ends. Leisha grabs me by the wrist and drags me outside. We head out to the courtyard as far away from the building as possible, and don't stop moving until we stand where our practical spell casting lesson was held 2 days prior. We stopped. Leisha begins to stare at me exponentially. Let's not waste any time. If the past 2 days are accurate indication, we have another 2 minutes for the first wave of Quick Eaters' first finished lunch. Before they arrive, you must teach you the same spell you present to our teacher. Alright, calm down. I'm sure 10 minutes is plenty of time for our great mighty valedictorian to master a spell created by a mere human. Indeed, I believe Dusty made the case, but I prefer to hurry up the same. Dude, she's telling us to go fuck off, basically. Lee's response to my wise crack with complete seriousness, utter obvious into the sincerity of my words. Lee's is proving difficult to joke around with. Maybe one day I'll figure out her sense of humor, assuming she has one, that is. Setting aside my opinion of Leish's personality for a moment, I begin to think how best to proceed. Okay, then, let's see. Teaching a spell. Do not show me the glyph arrangement at once. That is one way we could do this, but how about starting with something easy? You can't use a terminal yet, can you? I could teach you that first if you like. Ha! What kind of idiot do you take me for? Learn how to use a terminal at any time I want. The only reason I haven't done so is to avoid being pestered by my father. Teach me the spell you created. I won't stand any less. My face twitches slightly as Leisha makes the light how easy it is to learn a spell. I felt so proud knowing. Yet again, please just proving to me that no matter how highly I evaluate my own ability, she's ready to rarely tear me down. Jeez, I can understand wanting to learn something new, but does she really need to throw my own kindness back in my own face like that? I was just trying to be considerate. Mentally preparing myself for another tongue lashing, I open my mouth once more. Alright, I'll teach you something I created. How about a spell not even a teacher knows about? Can you teach me the spell that you taught her? I just like the idea that Fujisaki is presuming an irresponsible father, knowing such a spell when I personally do not. Is it really that big of a deal? We're on the same side, you know. Forget it. I'll just teach you that for 1, 2. But not right now. I'll teach you something outside that flashy out here. We'll only draw our attention to ourselves. I'll teach you some other time, okay? Fine, have it your way. Thank you. Now then, might be interested in the hair coloring spell. I'm kidding. No need to for the death stare. How about an animation spell? Animation? Wait a minute, you mean reanimation? As in necromancy? What? No, not in necromancy. Where would I even get fresh corpses to practice on? I shake my head vigorously as I try to purge the evil thoughts in my mind. While it's true I value my research highly, I haven't yet sunk to use the corpses of others as meaning for my spells. And sorry about that, Mega Rapidash. I should have said hello first, but I'm an idiot, so oops. But anyways, welcome Rapidash. I hope you're having a productive rest of your lovely week off so far. I hope you are, sir. Oh my god. Don't get me wrong. I love rice, but this rice is different. Oh my god. I haven't yet stuck to where I use the corpses of others as medium for my spells. Animation, not reanimation. You know I'm making stationary objects move as they have a will of their own. You refer to spells to bring rich inanimate objects to life? Yes, exactly. It's like walking suits of armor or talking gargoyles. I like the sound of that. Teach me the spell of animation, as you wish. Starting the animation of glyphs, of all of which are well-known spells, which one can learn books of here, Andromeda, being a teacherly new spell. Leisha quickly absorbs the knowledge I impart on her, displays speeding and understanding I should have expected from Andronia's first year Victorian. Within 5 minutes, Leisha's gained through an understanding of the simple animation spell and is ready to put theory to practice. She focuses her mind on a nearby rock, carefully retraces the glyph arrangement in her mind, and finally brings it to life. Well, it's moving. Duh. That's what it's supposed to be do. No, I mean, it isn't just moving, it's morphing. The rock targeted by Alicia's spell begins to convulse. Mounds to the form of the rock and strange appendages begin to manifest where there previously was only a smooth surface. As though a creature is attempting to break out within, something appears to be squirming around inside a supposed solid object. A few more seconds pass, and at least the ominous movement stops. The rock, no longer smooth, well-shaped, has changed in appearance completely and utterly. What we're left with is a miniature golem. What the? Isn't this what's supposed to happen? It isn't unexpected. I mean, it's not like a rock could have done so much in its previous state. Animation spells aren't limited to supply manipulating the existing object in its current form. For an animation spell to be useful, it needs to work on objects of unexpected shapes and forms. That is, usually assessing what's being targeted and altering its composition accordingly. While half listening to my explanation, Lisa crouched down in front of her creation. Then she sticks out her index finger and pokes the tiny golem, causing it to stumble uponwards. Can I ask a question? Is it me or this golem looks like a tip of a penis? I hate to say that. The tiny golem corrects its own stance, walking forward, assuming the same position as held moments ago. How bizarre. Alicia pokes the golem once more and seemed amused. Following the exact same sequence of events, the golem struts back, corrects itself, then returns to its previous position. Will it always respond to this manner, no matter how many times I provoke it? That all depends on you. You granted that rock life, but you haven't given it any orders or conceded of any kind of artificial intelligence for it. In its current state, it will simply follow after you, waiting for you to give it an order. Oh, such commendable attendance to one's master. I should have expected much from being my own creation. They're all like that, Alicia. That's how the spell works. Choosing to keep my observation to myself, I lean over to Alicia's shoulder and glance at the golem. Why don't you give it an order? May I? Of course, as long as you don't tell it to do anything dangerous or downright impossible. Whatever you tell it to do, that golem will try its utmost to take your word to reality. Well then, we'll keep rude to keep my subject waiting. Golem, I command you to speak. Golem, obey your master. Alicia, don't be unreasonable. You didn't even give it vocal cords. So that's what you meant by a command, which is impossible. Very well then, Golem, bring me a glass of water. Obeying its master, the golem begins to totter off. It seems to be heading the academy buildings, likely on the way to the cafeteria. As silly as Leisha's commands seem to be others, her golem doesn't seem to see things that way. To the golem, Leisha's command is absolute. So why now? Do I just stay near and wait for the return, or will the golem seek me out? As long as you don't allow too big of a distance to be created between the two of you, the golem will seek you out. Really though, a glass of water? I didn't know what to ask for, okay? It's just a puny pile of rocks, and it's not like I could order to do any useful kind of function. That's true. If you want a more helpful entity, you need to control something bigger, or to manipulate numerous objects at once. Want to try again on something else? No, not in a moment. I'll try again when I'm alone. And in case you fail, no, to free myself from unwanted commentary, and also because we're out of time. Surely enough, the moment Leisha's warning reaches my ears, I spot a few students making their way into the courtyard from the cafeteria. We continue practicing magic, especially obscure spells such as the one I just taught Leisha. We only invite unwanted attention. The first batch of students have finished eating already, and that was quick. Oh well, maybe some other time then. You'll teach me another spell? If that's what you want, sure. Interested? It's not that I'm particularly interested in learning another useless parlor trick. Fine, never mind then. I resigned my offer. No, there's no reason to get that far. If you want to teach me someone that badly, I guess I'll have to make time for you. I'm overflowing with gratitude. Though truthfully, that isn't really one side as offer as it seems. There is plenty of spells which I've created, but yet failed to cast due to my own lack of ability. If I student on Elfin, however, while convincing myself how great my future lessons with Alicia will be, the person in question would quietly slip away. Perhaps intent on avoiding the incoming students, she heads straight to the forest, quickly disappearing from my sight without a word. For the time being, our lesson's over, and with that, I too decided to take my leave. Give life to earth and stone. And it still looks like a fucking penis! Just fucking saying, man. Like, literally, it looks like a fucking penis. Oh my god, this is so good. I am here for that rock hard penis. I don't know, that golem looks like a penis. I was like, yo, why does that golem look like a penis? That's why I want to fucking know. I'm a weird dude, okay? I see shapes and I just say them out of my mouth because I don't really care. Alright, before I eat myself out and destroy myself and possibly choke, I need my thirsty jugs. Ugh. Follow my brief tutelage of Leisha. I sit through one more class before returning to my dorm room. I don't feel like eating or socialize or even studying for that matter. As rare as it may be for me in this state of mind at the moment, I don't want to do anything at all. Today has been a busy day. Right now I just wanted to end. I've certainly been productive today in a particular sense, for at least. Learning about the underground facilities, show me one of my spells to my teacher and the principal, teaching Leisha how to bring inanimate objects to life. I may have learned anything pertinent in my research, but today has been insightful nonetheless. Heaving a great sigh, I lay my face upon my bed, staring at the ceiling with my arms nestled behind my head. Even though I'm not sleepy, I do feel the need to rest for a while. Perhaps I simply had enough of interacting with other people for today. All week I've been far more social than usual, would stand to reason. Forget it. It doesn't really matter why I'm feeling lethargic. I just need to rest for a while until I'm ready to face the world once more. With a rock-hard penis! My eyes begin to close as I consider going to sleep early. Before I could do so, however, my ears pick up an unexpected sound. The next moment, my dorm room swung open and with a familiar face appeared before me. Tix, what are you doing here so early? Shouldn't you be eating dinner with everyone else? Like you can talk. The sun has just barely set. And sure, you aren't sleepy already? Not sleepy, just tired. Maybe I should take another crack of rejuvenation magic. Either that, or I could just put myself into magic-induced sleep. I know it sounds hypocritical to me of all people to say this, but you shouldn't solve all your problems with magic. Why not run a few laps around the academy instead? That'll help you sleep well. You want me to run laps? Why not? But exercise would do you some good. It doesn't have to be running laps. Just walk around campus aimlessly till you're ready to go to sleep. Better yet, go eat your fill in the cafeteria. A big meal always makes humans feel sleepy, right? Isn't as our suggestions may be, I can't help but grow skeptical of Tix's attempt to get me to leave. Whatever her true intention is, I doubt it's helped me get to sleep. A walk around campus, huh? Oh, you like that one? Yeah, it's nice and cool this time of the evening, and if you go outside, there's nobody there you can get in your way. Or visit at the cafeteria. Yep, a person's got to eat, right? You should order a big meal and go hard. Yeah, right. Having practically confirmed my suspicion, I decided not to beat around the bush. Tix, why are you trying to get me out of the room? Huh? What are you talking about? I was just suggesting I go anywhere but here. I'm not leaving without a good reason, Tix. If you need me to leave for some reason, tell me what it is. I need to contact someone. Tix nods her head towards the door. Next to the door was a machine I've seen many times before. It's something I've seen every day since I started studying at the Andromonia, namely a physical terminal replacement. So you borrowed a portable terminal in order to contact someone? I didn't know that students here could do that. It's a privilege granted to students who are living far away from home so they can contact their families. Oh, I see. That's a good idea. I agree, but the thing is, no first-year students can use terminal themselves, and there's only so many portable terminals they'll be able to loan. I have one for now, but I need to return it straight after I make my call. Oh, that's a tough situation to be in. But you know, it's a terminal if you need. You don't have to go hassle to borrow one. If you're not, obviously, I'm happy to... No. At least let me finish. I refuse. Whatever help you humans offer, my answer is no. I hang my head dejectedly. This again? Another student who can bring herself to trust humans? Anyway, I told you my reason. Now get out. My mother's expecting me to call any minute now. I don't have time wasting arguing with you. Okay, I guess I'll let you leave. Having given to a legitimate reason as to why I should leave, I decided to just do that. I stand up, walk past my roommate, and head to the door. Thank you, I appreciate your cooperation. I'll try to keep the call brief, so it'll probably take at least a half an hour, okay? That's fine, I'll go read in the library or something. And I meant what I was trying to say before. You really need to contact your parents. You can borrow my terminal anytime. Oh, thank you, I'll keep that in mind. Offering takes a moment of privacy, I step out to the hallway and ask myself what to do next. My stomach tries to tell me the choice is obvious. I know all too well it'll be a frenzy in the cafeteria right now. I'm going to eat. It'll be at peak time. Maybe I'll take 6 seconds to go walk around the campus after all. Get some exercise, woke up an appetite, then eat before returning to my room. Despite my fatigue, I decided to go for a walk. I don't walk particularly quickly or any real aim. I just simply wander around the hallways, pacing my breathing as I try to relax. Come to think of it, relaxing walk around the building just might be what I need, considering what my day has been like so far. Wandering around aimlessly may not be a particularly productive use of my time, but I can't deny the positive effects it brought upon about at least a bit of rest and relaxation. Oddly stretching my arms and back as I walk down near empty hallways, I suddenly stop dead in my tracks. As I stop to listen, I hear a shuffling, scraping sound from the next corridor. Curious, I pop my head around the corner, only to be greeted by a familiar face. Good evening, Eth. Oh, it's Sable. Seemingly in a doze, Eth tilts her head and looks upon me. Are you alright? As you see me be out of it. I'm okay, just tired. Because the sun goes down, you can't create energy through photosynthesis. Eth shakes her head. Class was boring. Oh, my interest is quelled as quickly as fatigued. Demi-human traits interest me greatly. Hearing complaints about how boring a low-ranking student finds classwork does not. So where's Rai? Seems like every time I see one of you, the other is right by their side. Cafeteria. Oh, she went ahead of you? She left class early to try to mooching off food from the cafeteria staff. Seriously, she's really low. She's seriously low on that cash. How's that been working out for her? At Lynch, one of them took pity on her and gave her some leftovers. Also, one of them tried to make fun of her by offering her burnt food and fell that stuff that fell on the floor. Someone light bullying for the pitiful Rokokobi, huh? That's worrying to hear. Did Rai actually understand why they were mocking her? Shakes her head. She's happily everything they gave her. That's an obvious glutton. Ugh, I don't know whether you need to feel sorry for her or just forget about her altogether. I like Rai, but she's very bright. I quickly use my terminal to check Rai's ranking and F's. As I recall, F's ranking is always slightly higher than Rai's. Well, if you never know, maybe she'll surprise you. Anyway, enough about Rai. What are your plans for this evening? Are you going to call your parents and maybe hit the books? How barbaric, huh? Striking an already dead tree under your own personal amusement. How should I expect it much from a human being? I smile wryly as Eth horribly misinterprets my words. No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just something that people say. Beating up plant life is so natural to your kind, not you talk about that everyday conversation. Humans are truly fearsome creatures. I may have made a mistake of coming here. Why are you taking everything I say so literally? Honestly, do you actually believe what you just said? Are you saying I'm mistaken? That humans like yourself are not gullible morons? Damn it, Eth. Eth giggles happily as I fall for her deceit. It seems like without Rai represent, I've become a victim of her mischief nature instead. Sheesh, you do like to make fun of people, don't you? Maybe I should bring Draken along with me next time. And you remember Draken, don't you? The half-dragon girl? Please not that. What should I do? Draken does enjoy lighty fires. I'm curious to see how well Manticore's petal burns. What do you think I should arrange a play day between you two? Eth begins to cower as I make a rather insensitive suggestion. Everything I said was a joke, of course. I'm sure Eth knows that. But even I do feel a little sad for saying something so harsh. I'm kidding. I'm a pacifist at heart, I assure you. Any areas of study involve life, dissection, and mutilation are off the table. Eth moves further back. It seems like my casual mention of certain barbaric researchers' practice has been nothing to assuage her suspicion. Or is it perhaps she's perhaps messing with me again? Forget it. We can just continue this conversation another time. Go eat your dinner with your friend. I'll see you later. Oh, hold on. As I attempt to walk past Eth, she suddenly springs back to life. Would you carry me to the cafeteria? She acts wary of me in 1 second, then she asks me literally to carry off a moment later. I don't understand this girl. Fine, I'll carry you. But just once, okay? I'm only doing this because I need to kill time. Okay. Carry like a princess? Probably. As another long day begins to wind down, I return to my bedroom for a good night's sleep. By the time I arrive, Tix is already sleeping soundly, and the lights are all off. If I want to stay up studying or practicing magic, it won't be here. I guess I'll go to sleep after all. It's a bit early for me, but it just means I'll wake up early tomorrow, and it's not like a more normal sleep cycle would kill me. Rationalizing my way out of any extra activity for the day, I sit down in my bed. I slowly lower my torso to my head resting on the pillow, at which point I close my eyes and heave a lengthy sigh. 3 days, huh? I've only been attending Aerodrome for 3 days, and yet my life has already changed quite substantially. I've gone from a shut-in genius to a middle-of-the-pack student with a knack of creating spells for a passion of studying. I've also caused unnecessary trouble for my fellow students right from the first day at campus. I glance at the bang on my wrist. I reflect on my actions. This is really how I imagined my life at Andronia would begin. Having magical artifacts shocked to my wrist, making the acquaintance of several interesting demi-humans, catching the principal's eye with one of my original spells. Timing has been interesting, sure, but at the same time, it feels like nothing is going to plan. If I want to make my time here, I need to rethink my priorities. Is it magic I want to study, or do I want to spend my time learning about and befriending demi-humans? A balance between the two would be ideal, of course, when my push comes to shove. Which one would I choose? I mean, you could try to get along with people, not because you're a social motherfucker. I mean, you just play with their breasts and you're good to go. Despite the fact I fell asleep after my roommate last night, I wake up long before she does. Buy me dinner first, jeez. Buy you dinner, god damn! Damn, man, you want me to buy you dinner? Why? I know you're kidding. Seriously, this rice is fucking good. I die for this shit. You want to play with my chest? Buy me dinner first. Oh, the breasts, their breasts. Goddamn. As the sun barely begins to peek over the horizon, I get up and change to another set of the Academy's uniform and leaving my sleeping roommate in peace. And we get bombarded with people eating food all day. Here, have a sandwich. No. No sandwiches for you, sir. Where's the Arby's? Meats. Seeking to beat the morning rush of the breakfast, I head straight to the cafeteria. Upon my arrival, I noticed only one other student present. They seemed to have just finished eating, and the moment they noticed me, their eyes light up. Sable, oh no, it's you again! Damn, I would do things. God damn it. Seriously, Dragon Girls are my fucking favorite, but goddamn. But anyways, let's get off the weird shit, okay? Crying out loud, I sighed internally as I walked towards Dragon. Well, I wouldn't say I'm unhappy to see her. I've only just woken up, and unlike me, dragons always seem to be full of energy. Right now, I'm too tired to keep up with their levels of enthusiasm. Oh well, maybe spirited conversation with my demi-human acquaintance will help me wake up. Thinking optimistically, I stand before an ever-energetic half-dragon. Good morning, Dragon. You're here bright and early today. I told you I'm an early riser. It's a pity that you didn't wake up a bit earlier, so I just only finished eating. I'm afraid I'm more prone to staying up late than rather waking up early. I'll try to make it to a point of going to bed earlier, though. Now I'm an academy student, so we might end up eating together after all. Great, I can't wait! Oh, maybe we could just order something big and split it between us? I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not really a big eater, so... Oh, that's okay. I'll eat whatever you can't finish. Oh, wait, before that, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. You have a question for me? Sure, I will ask you enough questions over the coming years. Hi, I look forward to answering them. Okay, my question is, do humans hate other races because they feel inferior towards them? Or is that they look down upon other races? I would really say the first question is they feel weak, they feel inferior to them. I will have to say that. And it sucks, and I don't want to say that too, because some people don't feel that way, but I do feel that way sometimes, and I think all of us have that thinking thought sometimes of like, we hate each other, or sometimes, that could be many reasons, but people don't like me because sometimes I'm just different from them, so that's probably what it is. It's more of like insecurities, their own shit. I see your dragon plays. I didn't expect a deep question reached to my ears. While I was prepared for the question about my personal life and my studies, I was certainly not expecting such a serious subject to be raised so suddenly, so early in the morning. You're wondering why humans oppose other races? Yeah, I really don't understand it. I mean, humans act superior when they all get defensive and frightened when they realize that they aren't. Are humans like elves, are prideful and arrogant to the point where they look down on everyone else despite their own inferiority? Do humans even know that they are inferior and they try to assert their dominance in order to convince themselves and everyone else of their own delusions of grandeur? More stunned than I was a moment ago, I continued to stare at Draken with my mouth wide open. In spite of her cheerful disposition and playful nature, it seems like the rumored wisdom and curiosity of Dragonkai is present within her after all. So, I will say... See, how can I answer this question? Oh, come on. You don't think a fucking man has, like, sexual fantasies of fucking demigirls? Are you fucking kidding me? I already just fucking said what the fuck mine was, and that's fucking a dragon like her hanging around, or fucking elf, or some shit, okay? Goddamn. We don't need to, like, explain that, okay? That's me, though. Some people are weird. That's fine. That's okay with that. Now it's between those two. So... No, we're not, like, weak. We can be pretty powerful if the right person's in that right time, in the right place. So, I mean, the human race, regardless, is still fucking flawed, so... I'll go with the first one. Humans are arrogant and prideful. If I had to pick one of those two explanations, I'd say the humans are simply arrogant. Just like the elves who you referred to, we think ourselves highly, even think we shouldn't. Sometimes we need a reminder that we aren't as strong or smart as we think we are. When that happens, we often react poorly. I see. So humans are like elves after all, aren't they? That's a shame. I was hoping other humans were more like you, Sable. Like me. I don't know how you see me, but I'll be the first to admit I'm the splitting image of human arrogance. If I learned anything in my short time in Andronia, is that I'm a clear example of the excessive pride that we humans link to. You're arrogant, Sable? That's not the impression I got. It isn't? Then how'd you see me? It's not that I particularly care anything, I'm just curious. You prove my point without even realizing it. Sable, you may take pride in what you do, but it's not like you block out things you don't understand, or the things with which conflict with your own beliefs. You know, those elves, they all act preposterous and say they're so great, but yet most of them never leave their village. They cling to their own self-image and are afraid to venture out to the world and be proven wrong. Elves are arrogant, Sable. You are just simply confident, and at worst, maybe a little overconfident. Wide eyes stared at Draken, somewhat amazed by her analysis, not to mention the eloquence of her rebuttal. Being the self-centered person I am, however, what interests me more than anything is Draken's unexpected impression of me. Anyway, that's just what I think. It's not like I met any other humans. If you say I'm wrong, I won't press on the matter. No, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm glad to hear that your opinion of me is positive. Even if I tell myself I don't care what other people think of me, it is nice to receive a little bit of positive reinforcement every once in a while. Putting that aside, what do you think of me? What you think of me personally? I don't think I can give you sufficient about humanity in general. Humans are all different reasons for feeling the way they do, whether it's to fear demi-humans, resent their place in society, or show an interest in them. If you want to learn humanity as a whole, simply ask me, won't cut it. I see, so that's how it is. It seems I need to infiltrate human society after all. Infiltrate? What do you mean by... did I just say that? I mixed up my words again. Mom always says a bit of a diz. Draken laughs nervously as she tries to play off her choice of words a mistake. You mean blend in, right? Not infiltrate, because infiltrate, you're just utterly destroying shit. Though skeptical, I decided not to dwell on the matter. At any rate, I hope my answer will do for now. I know it isn't quite what you're hoping for, but it's the best answer I can give you. No, it's cool. I like honest people. Trying to get straight to the answer out of Mom is like squeezing blood of a fairy. You mean blood from a stone, right? Stones have blood? I sigh, shake my head. Never mind. If you have any other questions, I'm going to get some breakfast now before the cafeteria gets filled with starving students. Oh, actually, while I got you, there is one other thing I wanted to ask you. With a teensy-wincy little favor between friends. I have a bad feeling about this. What is it, Draken? Just ask. It's going to sound silly, but will you take me to a human city? A human city? I stare Draken skeptically as I repeat her words. Is this to do with what you're asking before, what you said about infiltrating human society? Nah, you got me. All I know about human society is what I heard from you and Mama, and I've never actually seen how humans live for myself. I want to check it out, but Mama warned me that human cities are dangerous, and they're filled with all kinds of sneaky traps for dragons. Even so, I really want to go out. I want to see what kind of place Papa grew up in, and how he lived with other human beings. So I was thinking maybe if I had a human come with me, guide me around, it would be okay. Dragon's Maze leaves me feeling both confused and exhausted. Tip traps for dragons in the middle of a city. Man, how old is Dragon's mother? Most of the world believes that dragons are extinct. Who the heck will be setting traps for them? That being said, I wouldn't go as far as say that she's wrong. Even this day and age, there's still plenty of places where demi-humans all kinds are shunned, exiled, or even murdered on sight. Think about that. Dragon's mom may be right after all. Say, is it not good after all? I don't know. Trying to sneak a dragon to a human city sounds like an unnecessary risk. Are human cities that dangerous? That's a difficult question to answer. I don't think it's one that would be appropriate for me to answer. I never had any trouble, but I'm a bloody human myself, so if someone like you who's clearly not human were to start wandering around the crowded city area, there's no telling what kind of commotion your appearance would cause. My appearance? Is that all? My appearance is only the problem? I wouldn't say it's the only problem, it's certainly the biggest one. If I made myself look like a normal human, would I be okay? What? No, I just said, wait, you can change your appearance? To a degree. Let's see. Wings, horn, tail. Okay, I got this, no problem. I'll go practice making myself look more human, think of a good place to take me. Draken, I don't really think that... And she's gone. I breathe heavily, sigh as Draken escapes with a spring at her step. What I just commit to? Escorting a dragon around a human city, huh? What could possibly go wrong? A lot of shit. She starts blowing up shit. She starts starting fires on buildings. And fly around like a weirdo. Maybe like her as a Pokemon. I could think of a million things. Damn it. Little son of a bitch. Honestly, this was really good. Excuse me. No, I did not finish eating this one yet. I'm just kind of like... I'm going to add this one in a second. Hot? Yes, it is. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, sorry. My stomach felt kind of funny for a second. I'm probably eating too fast. There we go. Excuse me. After speaking with Draken, I make my best way back to my dorm once more. It is still too early to head to class, so I can't afford to get sucked in by the allure of the academy library, so I decided to study in my room after I find for class. Why am I so tired this morning? Maybe I should stop pulling all-nighters. I slept even less than usual last night. Even though I went to bed early, I woke up a short time later. I wound up visiting the library and tried making up the time I lost the first day, and spent time socializing instead of studying. Suffice to say, my choice is now catching up with me. Oh, no. Bad Sable, don't fall asleep. A bit more study, I'll go to class like a good student. And if I yawn, fall asleep in class, I'll make sure to... And let me guess, he passed the fuck out. I feel like my mind's drifted on. My eyes suddenly want, but my room is bright and my body feels heavy. I sense a little time has passed. I've been woken up unnaturally by something, or rather, by someone. Only sleepyhead. You must have been running yourself ragged to fall into my spell so easily. Oh, what the fuck? Already this early? Come on! We're already getting sucked into fucking shit. I mean, goddamn, I don't know what's worse. Being trapped by a succubus or being trapped by a fucking incubus? I don't know what the fuck's worse. Excuse me. In the moment those words leave Aris, I realized my misunderstanding. I have not woken up. Rather, I've been put to sleep by a dream has been invaded by my teacher. Everybody's not succubi incubi can infiltrate dreams of others, and I never thought I'd experience this for myself. Is Aris suck out my life force like the stories say, or is she just abusing her power in order to speak to me privately? Either way, so this is the power of succubus, huh? Amazing. It just feels like the real world. Of course it does. While we succubi may not be the most powerful demi-human, this is one area that we wish we'd never lose. I'm sure you want Hell's illusions are impressive, but this is an entirely different level. Just how much of the real world have you recreated here? If I were to start running around outside, I would suddenly hit an invisible wall or fall off the edge of the real world. Fall off the what? This is the perfect reconstruction of the real world that includes gravity, air, and everything else. You won't be falling off of some imaginary precipice. But that's that complex, huh? What about the place you never visited? I could fly to another country, and neither one of us have ever been there in real life. I don't know. I've never actually. Then let's find out. Those wings aren't for show, right? I don't have wings myself with the capacity to sing flight magic. At least I can nullify my weight. If you fly, I'll levitate while holding onto your tail. How does that sound? How does becoming a mode of transportation sound? I wouldn't put it quite like that. I think it was a student-teacher bonding exercise. Ugh, enough already. I didn't come here to be safe and engage in point and banter. Forgive me my forcefulness, but I believe this is too necessary. Before I can ask Labry to elaborate, my body portrays her intent to me clearly. My vocal cords are frozen, as are my hands and mouth, and even my eyelids. I cannot speak, move, or do anything being in possession of free would usually be capable of. As command, I completely lost control of my own body. Heed my words, child. I am a teacher. I am your teacher, and you are my student. Not only that, I am a succubus, and you're a mere human being. I am in every way your superior, and as one of us who is inferior to me, you have no choice but to obey me my every command. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Good, very good. My body begins to move once more. Rather, I feel relieved at this development. However, the movement of my own body strikes momentarily fear in my heart. Even as I doubtfully my own body, I am the one not while controlling it. Now then, say, be a good student and answer your teacher's questions honestly, okay? First off, explain to me what happened in class yesterday. How'd you discover a spell like that? You didn't really create yourself, did you? Oh, what the fuck? She's trying to fucking brainwash our bullshit. Break the illusion. Great. Anna, honestly, why would I tell her where the fuck to get it? She's probably pissed at me still. Nah. Rather than answer, I focus on my surroundings. I try to shift my eyes so I may see the flow of ether around me and figure out a way to break free from her spell. Struggling, are we? Don't we bother. Once you fall under my control, there's no escape. You're a mind completely in both mind and body. Ignoring errors is where I continue trying to alter my perception. However, as for warning, this proves impossible. Errors is in control and I cannot act without her permission. I can either conform to her will or do nothing. Taking action on my own is not allowed. I can only do is give an answer honestly. She may not believe me, but given that she's just tried to ask me the exact question yet again, but even so, with Eris's permission, my gains move open. Yes, I didn't. You didn't what? I didn't lie. I created that spell all on my own. Impossible. Even under my spell, you still lie to me? I'm not lying. I really did. Shut up, like I believe a mere human could come up with something like that. Shit, how is this possible? I should have complete control in here. Unless... Eris opens her wide and stares at me in amazement. You aren't human after all, aren't you? I am human. Ha, like I believe a single word you say. You've been outed, Sable, and I know you aren't human. I am a liar. You're the only way a human could lie to me in my own domain is if a third party intervened. Poor Eris can jump yet another hasty conclusion when her one-sided rant is interrupted by a familiar voice. Even I can't see the interloper, Eris's body movement tells me there is someone near the entrance of my fake door room. You, I should have known. You've been teaching this child forbidden arts, haven't you? Forbidden arts, you say? Teaching those to a child would be problematic. Fortunately, that is not the case. Even if I knew such techniques, I wouldn't be irresponsible to teach them to a human being. You expect me to believe that? Honestly, I don't care what you believe. I believe the beliefs of a filthy succubus mean even less to me than the life of one. Ugh, you spiteful, hate-filled little... Showing off even the worst chemistry than they displayed on Raphael visited my class. The two teachers fight a small war of words as they seem to forget that the student is present. Realizing that, I quickly sensed the opportunity presented to me. With Eris' focus directed elsewhere, her control of me has waned, so I still can't move my arms and legs, but I can now turn my head, close my eyes. Okay, Sable, you can do this. Eris' control isn't flawless. If it was, I wouldn't be able to move at all, and Raphael wouldn't have been able to invade her realm while Raphael distracts her. You know, Eros, if you weren't so suspicious of other people, I think you'd be much happier. Like now, for example, rather you admit your mistake, you seem to intend on your putting words in the mouth of your student, branding him a liar. Isn't that malicious, defensive, and accusatory nature of yours, this entire confrontation, far more difficult than it needs to be? Oh, spare me. The last thing I need right now is a lecture for some shitty angel. What the hell are you even doing here? Can't you see I'm having a private discussion with one of my students? It didn't seem like much of a discussion to me. You bound that poor child with your devilish magic, then forced him to do your bidding. Rather than a teacher, you seem more like a succubus who has lost her out of her instinct. What the hell are you talking about? What does my instinct have to do with this? Am I wrong? Of course you are. Me being a succubus has nothing to do with this. Then it doesn't. Why are you having this little discussion over inside of a student's dream? Do you not think this is inappropriate? I kept hearing worrying of news or actions. Just a bit more, Raphael. Keep talking to her a little longer. I'm just about to figure out how the technique this of Eris works. And that's all that's left to actually break free and regain control of my own dream. I'll quietly work away. I'm freeing myself of Eris' control. The two teachers continue to bicker. Oh, what news? You better not spread any rumors about me again. Me spreading rumors? Heavens forbid. I only came here to find you because of a particular event which many students have many concerned about. As I recall, they said the evil succubus dragged someone out of class in order to seduce them. After hearing such trouble-mannered, it would be irresponsible of me not to come to see for myself. Don't you agree? Seduce them? Are you out of your freaking mind? Who the hell would believe such a vile rumor? Every single first-year student I spoke of, and the second-year students who have overheard the first year's gossiping. It's over. My life at the academy is over. There's no way I still have a place in here anymore. Oh, Eros, don't be so dramatic. You haven't lost your place at Andronia. You never had one in the beginning. Woo, I'm free! First hell, not even Eris, I'm freaking genius at breaking illusions. Now, if I could figure out how to dispel the illusion which protects the underground facilities, allow myself to be real and self-satisfaction only for a moment, I look around at the room with those present. Despite my outburst, Eris's fixed eyes on the floor, Raphael is glaring at her with a malicious gaze of contrary to appearance. Whatever happened between those two, I was concentrating on breaking Eris' illusion. Seems the illusion as Eris has suffered for it. Did you hear that? Eris, even a child could break through your illusions. So much for much lauded mind control of a succubus. Casting me only the fleeting sideways glance, Raphael disappears into thin air. She seems to have fulfilled her goal, whatever that was. No longer have any reason to stay in my dream. I knew such succubi incubi could enter the minds of others through their dreams. I've never heard of angels doing so before. That is assuming Raphael is an angel. W humans who are higher in number, who have integrated well into the human society, are generally quite well known, and learning about them is as simple as visiting a library. Some species, however, remain a mystery, whether it's because they're near extinction or because they're too wary of mankind to share information with us. Honestly, I have no idea what category angels fall into. They're similar to dragons, and they are rare to a point of being considered fables. Yet there are mountains of records about them, all of which are inconsistent and contradictory. In this case, having too many unreliable witness accounts and old stories about angels had led us to not knowing a single thing that we heard about them actually being true. So, are we done here? Even if you don't believe me, I have answered you honestly, and I'm not going to fall for your tricks a second time. We're both supposed to be heading to class right now, if you don't mind. Without saying a word, Eris, just like Raphael, vanished to thin air. Seeing that, I breathed a sigh of relief to lay back on my imaginary bed. Did my bluff about her magic not have any effect on me work? Because if Eris does try it again, I really don't have any confidence I'll be able to repel her all by myself. I like to think that Eris simply chose to believe the honest answer I gave to her question, but I somehow doubt that's the case. Choosing to give the matter further thought, I close my eyes and attempt to go to sleep for real. I have no idea if my gesture will actually work. I never had dreams hijacked before, though I haven't researched succubi in depth, so I don't know if falling asleep here would cause me to awoken in the real world. Unfortunately, my concerns are unfounded. The moment I close my eyes, my mind begins to drift away. Darkness fills my vision. Eris' fake world crumbles. Before I know it, I have returned to the real world once more. By the time I woke up my slumber, night is already fallen. Just as Eris is warned, the flow of time in the real world has proven different greatly than in my dream. Rather than the time in the real world slowing down, however, it seems to accelerate instead. In the few minutes I spent with Eris, I managed to sleep through all of my classes and meals the entire day. Man, I'm really making a habit out of this, aren't I? Going to sleep during the day, missing classes, waking up in the middle of the night. Maybe I should befriend some nocturnal demi-humans. Can't not to make too much noise in the dormitory, I head downstairs and walk to the academy library. Even at this time of the night, the library is illuminated and still open to somniacs and nocturnal students alike. Just when I was thinking I should fix my sleeping habit to stop pulling on eyes, here I am once again. Oh, at least this time I'm well rested. I'll be able to get plenty done tonight. The question is, how do I want to kill the next 8 hours or so? I'll stroll through the library while glancing at the books at every section. There are a few which catch my eye, but nothing I could eat an entire night away. Perhaps I'll just continue reading Ein's book. I'm not sure. I'm not the one to abandon a book I already started reading, but it's not like I don't have time. I saw my terminal and searched for the principal's book. Once I located the history of man and elf, I opened the book without delay and continued where I left off. Oh, yay, this is great. He's going to continue reading the book. Oh, yeah. All right. Grab me a water. Mango. Oh. Totally fucking needed. Actually, I should be able to scrape everything in here. Cool beans. Alright, cool. Yeah, birds! Damn, I hate when it's all wet. Oh my god. Alright, continuing where we left off last time, I began reading the moment when those hunting Bucketman have been slaughtered. The village is all skilled in either magic or archery, have slain the witch-hunting humans without hesitation. Bartholomew is stunned. He looks around the villagers and feeling both terror and joy as he does. Though he may be a mage, he cannot hope to measure up to these beings, not in the slightest. As a mere human, his talent for magic cannot be compared that to an elf. Even if he were trained his entire life, he would never catch up. Especially not to the village leaders, yet strong yet compassionate man who saw past their difference in race and opened up his heart and... Okay, I know the author outed himself as the village leader. Seriously, Ian, tone it down. After another few paragraphs comparing humans to elves, elevating his own status above that of Bartholomew, Ian finally gets back to the actual events folding. The wicked humans slain, the village leader, and the formerly hunted human return to the leader's residence. They sit down in the leader's village room all by themselves, speaking a human tongue. Let me jump straight to the heart of the matter. What are you planning to do now your pursuit has been dealt with? Do you plan on asking us to accommodate you, or will you return to human civilization? That's a good question. Truth be told, I'd like to return home if possible, but I feel that even those ruffians out of the picture, I'm not safe out just yet. There is every possibility that I'll be arrested or assaulted the moment they return, so the hunt does not end with their deaths. That is troubling. I cannot have today's repeated once more. I know all too well how sly and malicious your kind can be. Yes, I cannot deny that. If they find out that you're protecting me, it's entirely possible this entire forest will be burnt to the ground. Perhaps I'll allow myself to be judged after all. Now, there's no reason for you to throw your life away. If you're no longer welcome in your own hometown, why not move on? Return home just long enough to gather your essential belongings and return to direction opposite this forest. Keep on moving until you find a remote location where you're sure they will not find you. That may work for some people, but I'm not exactly the adventurous type. If possible, I want to return home to convince everyone I'm not their enemy. I may be a sorcerer, but that does not mean I plan on doing anything bad to them. I really wish to live my days in peace. You say that, but do you have a plan? I can't imagine those who would hunt you down will listen to reason so easily. Maybe not at first, but given time, I think I can convince them. All I need is a temporary bodyguard, preferably a strong mage who can take care of any threats before they close in. Someone like this young sorcerer looks towards the elven leader and his mouth begins to corrupt aside. You aren't being subtle. I'm not trying to be. Please hear me out. Before I was out as a mage, I commanded considerable wealth and influence. If you agree to join me, I have no reason for human currency. But you do desire influence, don't you? What are you proposing exactly? It's simple. You wish for humans to steer clear of your village, and I desire the understanding of my fellow man. If you provide me protection until I regain my former standing, I will do all I can to ensure no humans set on your land. That isn't much of an insurance. We've been left alone for thousands of years, never from a visit from anyone outside our kin. Why should we put ourselves in the spotlight now for your sake? Because times are changing. A lone human may not possess the mystical might of an elf, but together as a society, we can continue to advance at a staggering rate. Have you heard of firearms or automobiles? We pursue science and technology with zeal that a magic-adept race such as yours would never will. It may take a few generations, but I believe that it's only a matter of time before mankind possesses strength far outweighing of that any race. That includes yours, leader Velps. The village leader thinks over the words of the young human instantly Insolent though they may be, while he doesn't want to admit it, the elf has realized that the human society is both advancing and spreading. The fact that he himself, a proud, full-blooded elf, speaks human tongue, undeniable proof of that. Humans are leading the way towards a brand new world order, and the elven leader has the opportunity to share that and share mankind's rise to power. You make a good point, and I cannot deny the tenacity of your kind, nor can I assert with the certainty that I will be able to protect us from the weapons of future generations of humans. However, if I am to support you, I will need an alternative path forward, should you fail. Can you provide me with such assurance? Yes, I believe I can. As I told you before, I am the one whose head they seek. The presence of elves means nothing to them. As such, my fellow men will not actively pursue your kind without reason. At least not the point in time. If I fail, you may offer them my head. Whether you use my death as a means to end their pursuits or as the beginning of the alliance, your village's future from that point would be yours to negotiate. The moment I finish off another chapter of the principal's book, I begin to sigh of contentment. Even though I still have a far ways to go to the end, I feel like the more I read, the closer I become to understanding the principal's situation. I wonder if that's what Alicia's take on this book is. She didn't seem terribly impressed when we spoke about it the other day, but she didn't completely write it off either. Perhaps even Alicia can't verify most of the events of this book. She would probably have rather young when these events took place, after all. Before I can mull over the circumstances of Alicia and her father any further, a quiet echo reverberates through the library. As I focus on the echo, I realize that I hear our hushed footsteps slowly drawing near. As I turn the face to the source of the sound, it is no great surprise a familiar face is waiting for me. Good evening, Joru. And to you, Sable. What are you doing here so late at night? Another all-nighter? After spending last night in the library, I've given Joru the impression I spent many sleepless nights studying instead of resting. While my circumstances are a tad different this time, the essence of what she says still is correct. Something like that. I slept for most of the day, and now I'm wide awake. Yeah, I can relate to that. Because you're a spider? No, I am not a spider! Sheesh, you shouldn't assume that every trait of Demi possesses a stem from their race. I'm sorry. Honestly, Sable, I'll forgive you this time, but you need to realize not everyone will be so understanding. Even as she scolds me, Joru still wears a smile on her face, or at least that's she's smiling behind that mask of hers. She knows I don't mean any harm by my remarks, but for a mature, respectable senior of this prestigious academy, getting mad over something like this would be unsightly. Such as Joru quickly casts aside her displeasure and moves on. So you're reading upon the history of the principal Ed Bartholomew, I see? I follow Joru's line of sight, only to realize that my terminal is still open. I'm sorry, it's only impolite to look over someone's shoulder in the terminal, but when I saw you reading so intently, it got me curious of what you were doing. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I'm a classmate of the principal's daughter. I've been summoned to his office a couple times already, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to learn more about him. Well, time well spent, I assure you. The principal is a wonderful man. Do you know him well, Joru? I wouldn't claim to know him as well as his daughter must, but we have certainly crossed paths. By the time a student reaches their third year at Tjlearnsbankai, it would be more strange for them not to know the principal. And of course, as the hero who built the foundation for humans and demi-human relations, his reputation naturally precedes him. Right, I heard something like that. I'm not far enough to this book to know anything more than that, though. I apologize for the spoiler, but the History Man enough doesn't cover that topic in depth. If you want to learn more about the principal's exploits, you'll need to ask him yourself. Really? That can't be right. Surely there's some other source of information about the principal. You said to yourself that he has quite the reputation for building up human and demi-human relation. How could he be so well known, yet he had one book written about him? That's a bit tricky and a bit of a tricky subject. How is it tricky? Literature about him either exists or it doesn't. It should be simple to research more about him. Please don't blame the messenger, Sable. Principal has had so many newspaper articles written about him. In that case, there's plenty of information publicly available. However, trawling through a single paragraph newspaper clipping spanning several decades isn't so simple of a task. When I think back it over, I know about the principal. Joru's words to make sense. His story began over 100 years ago. It was a time when information wasn't as equilibrious and carefully logged as it is now. Furthermore, all the humans of that time period are dead, and most of the elves in the Ains village presumably still don't speak human tongue. Unfortunately, that leaves us with recording pages solely in recent events, or even then, most of the principal's work would work under the flag of Andromonia, not himself personally. What a pain. The principal is a hard man to figure out. He's no more difficult than any other person. Most people don't even have articles or books written about them. If you want to learn about them, you need to ask them directly or ask the people close to them. That sounds tiring. I'd rather just read his autobiography. You would rather read someone else's entire life story than just to talk to them? You're a strange person, Sable. I shrug complacently. I don't particularly dislike talking to people. In fact, some demi-humans are more interesting to meet face-to-face. But people tend to be unreliable sources of information. If they prattle on about unrelated topics on every chance they get, With at least books, I could search for relevant information, skip over anything I don't care about. That's rather, pragmatic, if not impersonal. Says the girl who hides herself away in the library. I'm not hiding in here, I just finding books easy to deal with than the real people. I can't deny that. Then don't. Books are easy to deal with than people. You shouldn't feel ashamed of thinking that way. I know, but you're trying to make me feel better, but those words don't hold much weight to when they're spoken by you of all people. At any rate, it seems like you found the information you seek this time are far more easier than asking. How about it? While I don't know if I'm able to answer all your questions, I should be some help. Thanks for the offer, but I really don't have any specific questions I feel the need to ask right now. I'm just trying to learn about the principal for our next meeting. Oh yes, you did mention that. Though it made me curious, what is a first year such as yourself doing with the principal? Well, I'd rather not go into specifics of what we discussed so far, but say no more, I understand. If your discussion remains private, then you shouldn't force yourself to give people hints. Doing so will make them even more curious, don't you think? I chuckle as I think about the gesture I almost made. Just as Joru says, if someone's starting to give me hints about the secret discussion they're having, I would find myself becoming even more and more curious. In a way, telling them nothing is the best next thing to tell them everything, since I'm not willing to do the latter. Joru will have to make do with silence. Thank you for understanding, Joru. Not at all, we have a lot of secrets, Sable. It's the reason why certain things must remain secret. Well, that's worrisome. Joru, nothing, I was just thinking about it aloud. I'll let you get back to reading now, okay? Okay. Joru hovers off with a far less composure and discretion when she approached. Before long, she has escaped my field of vision, leaving me alone with my terminal once more. After reading a few other books, none of which mentioned the principal, I decided to head outside for some more spellcasting practice. Just like last time, I took advantage of my solitude, play around as I see fit. This time around, however, I decided against calling forth any summoned creatures that might cause students of the underground facilities further grief. Come to think of it, I should have used the opportunity to ask George to show me around the underground facilities. I'm curious what it's like down there, but with no map to guide me, I'm chaperone will be better than the best. Then again, considering how cold and dark it is in there, I'd perhaps not go in there in the middle of the night. Though as I weigh the value of my physical well-being against my thirst for knowledge, I find myself slowly making my way towards the underground facilities. Long before I reach the entrance, the cold air has stolen the warmth of my body. Advancing proves difficult, but I'm sure I'm aware if I ought to continue. Despite hesitation, I continue moving forward. My skin is now covered in goosebumps, losing its color as if offered to me one final warning if I proceed. But alas, my curiosity proves to be out too great. The moment I pass through the doors, the unnatural chill running through my body intensifies. The hands begin to shake, and before I realize it, I've wrapped my arms around my torso. Unfortunately, my efforts yield no results. Shit, I forgot just how intense and problematic this cold of this place was. Maybe this wasn't a bad idea after all. I turn back around and head for the door. As curious I may be, but being confronted by the specter of death tends to cause one to reevaluate their priorities. Right now, let me see another day feels more slightly poor than satisfied by curiosity. I'll just come back with Jorah after all. It's not that big of a deal, just a minor delay is all. Just before I reach the door, a presence manifests behind me. Without thinking, I turn to face the being. I want to see the silhouette. I think back to the conversation Jorah had yesterday. Particularly, I recall reading in the mentioned name acquainted tree I met. Figured I had nothing else to lose. I decided to address the one being shot in darkness, gambling on her identity once more. Just please ice me forever. You're here, aren't you? Who are you? As I breathe sigh of relief, that's the person in front of me responds to my question. I'm Sable. We never met before, but before I finished speaking, the figure appeared before me approached. Alas, I can see who I'm speaking to. Oh, a first-year human. You must be Jojo's friend. Jojo? Oh, isn't that your nickname for Joru? Here I nods. Yeah, it is indeed. So what do you want with me, human? A few things, actually, but first and foremost, could you turn your temperature down a little bit? Up a bit? I could, yes. Will you turn the temperature up? Oh, your question was not hypothetical. I'm sorry, of course it wasn't. I could do that, but I fail to see why I should. If you are cold, why not just leave? The surface is more appropriate for warm-blooded creatures such as yourself. That may be so, but I was just curious about the underground facilities, so I was hoping to take a look down there. That's it? That is not good enough for me to cause those dwelling here discomfort. If you wish to remain here, adapt to the cold. Leaving behind words as cold as the air around us, here retreats to the darkness. She clearly wants nothing to do with me, even if I call her out once again. I doubt she will respond. It seems like the only way I'll ever get a detour on underground facility by going through Jorah after all. Is she like Ice Woman or something? As my second week of Andromony Academy comes to a close, I awaken bright and early to find an unexpected message waiting for me on my terminal. Naturally, the message is not from one of my classmates, nor it's from my one and only contact, Joru. Thankfully, the message was not from my teacher either, so it's either now daytime, private message from Succubus, not something I want to wake up to. And this morning, the one who summoned me is no other than the Andromoni's principal, Ein. Called to the principal's office yet again? I'm pretty sure I'm not in trouble this time, but even so, it's a worrying feeling being summoned by authority figure really to cause for joy. Is he going to convince me once again I should accept his offer to become pseudo third year student, join the hunt? Maybe he decided that the magical artifact wasn't enough of a punishment. He's going to add to my sentence? Either way, I'm going to doubt this to be a meeting I will look so fondly. Hello, Mr. Principal, sir. Good morning, Sable. And I would do just fine, by the way. And when I reach the principal's office, I find that the door is already open, eyeing his way from me inside. Furthermore, to my surprise, he is not done. Leisha, too? What's going on here? Is this about the hunt after all? I wish. I apologize for the summon, Sable. I told my father your presence was not required, but unfortunately, it would seem that he does not trust my judgment. You know, that isn't why I called him here. I cannot act without good reason, Leisha, and the words of my daughter is not enough for me to take decisive action. You've already asked countless students, even you resorted to asking teachers, yet you're still not convinced of that woman's inadequacy. I'll admit that Sable's testimony is relevant, but given his involvement, but even so, I hardly think he requires consent to act. Guys, is somebody giving me a clue in here? What action are you taking? What was I involved in? I have no idea what you two are talking about. You don't need to act. You don't need to play dumb, Sable. We already heard all about what that woman did to you. Indeed, I knew our teacher was a succubus, but to actually do such a thing to her own students? Whoa! Slow down a minute. Eris hasn't done anything to me, however is you're thinking, but you're wrong. So you're saying that Eris didn't invade your dream. Okay, yeah, she did invade my dream. But it's not what you think. Nothing happened between us during my dream, okay? I just wanted to talk to me, that's all. A succubus enters your dream to talk? I know it sounds odd, but yes, that's what happened. How did the two of you know about that anyway? Did Raphael tell you? Yes, that's right. Raphael's been keeping a close eye on Eris for a long time now, making sure to stop Eris, whatever sheer nature of a succubus is about to run amok. When you and Eris both absent in the classroom, I informed my father, who turned to inform Raphael. Raphael entered Eris' domain, put an end of her actions, and returned to give a report. I listened to Ein and Leisha's account of what happened while I was trapped in Eris' domain. What they are saying roughly matches my experience. If I consider the passage time in the real world and compare to that to the dream world, even the timing of Raphael's appearance at the start of the class would make sense. The only question in my mind is what Raphael reported to the principal that he would want to speak with me. Sable, I'm going to be blunt with you. I don't know what you heard about your teacher, but honestly, her employment has been under question for a long time now. This year was going to be your last chance, but also my own opportunity to assert the truth myself. The truth? The truth about what? It goes without saying, but your teacher is a succubus. Even for humans living far removed from all manners of demi-humans, succubi are infamous, and particularly the word of their feeding habits spread far and wide. As such, it should come to no surprise that ever since Miss Monte began working here, rumors have circulated around her. Most prominently, she stands accused of feeding off her students. If that is true, then we are, of course, to have a very serious problem on our hands. Though, frankly, even though there are nothing more than rumors, there's still the fact that her student says she still puts no effort during the class, which case, the principal averts his gaze as a complicated expression appears on his face. It isn't too difficult to guess why. One of his staff members is a target to many heinous rumors. Furthermore, his job is to uncover the truth in the matter, then act on it. I wouldn't want to be in his position. Okay, so how do you plan to figure out the truth for yourself? And why only now? She's only been teaching you for a while, hasn't she? Does the truth answer truly allude to you, or are you simply feeding on my father's lust for a conversation? Consider for a moment. My placement is in 1 class C. Figured it out. Oh, your hint made it hard not to. Your father purposely placed you in Eris's class so you could watch over her, so that way he can get reliable testimony from someone he trusted rather than mere rumors from random students. Precisely. Of course, he never actually told me he was going to do so. Personally, I'd rather be placed in the class with someone more competent. Leisha glazed off her father for a moment. However, I doesn't appear to be noticed, but his focus remains on the matter at hand, Eris's employment. I see, that is troublesome. So what do you want to ask me? It sounds like you already got plenty to go on without my testimony, right? That is true. I have heard accounts of numerous students and teachers, including those of my own daughter. Nonetheless, I am interested in your opinion in this matter. As someone who has approached by Eris directly through your dreams, what does it take in all this, Sable? Having your dream invaded and spend a couple weeks in her class, what do you think of your teacher? Does she live up to her infamy, or is it overstated? Here's the thing, right? She doesn't do anything. Like, she just kind of like, don't do shit. She trying to give like half-ass shit. And then now of all times, because she's afraid, honestly, for this, I want to condemn her. I'm not going to defend her. I want to condemn her. I mean, she is kind of a pain in the ass, so... Well, I don't know about her feeding off students or engaged sexual relationships with them, but when it comes to using charm magic and not taking her job seriously, she's a frequent offender. I've only been here for a short time. I've already seen her manipulate others numerous times. Eris seems to be completely disinterested in teaching, and I've seen her interest peak once or twice. But even then, she treats us all like idiots and badmouths us. To be blunt, I don't think she should be a teacher. I see, even you are saying that, Sable. Now do you believe me? It was never a matter of time of not believing you, but I simply wanted to gather as many testimony as possible before coming to a conclusion. Unfortunately, after coming this far, it would seem that I no longer have any grounds for prognostication. Iron lowers his gaze regretfully as he convinces himself of the need of Eris' termination. Whether he believes it's for the best or not, it's his job as the principal of Andromonia to administer his staff and protect his students. With the complaints against Eris mounting day by day, his hands have been tied, so he must perform his duty as Andromonia's teacher, no matter how loathsome it may be. Whether he believes it or not, it's best for not. Oh, I read that part. Yeah, I don't blame him. After speaking with Ai and Leisha, I make my way to the classroom. Despite the fact Leisha and I are in the same class, she does not come with me. This time she has so few heady words to say to her father, nonetheless which mandate my presence. And so, with my head now full of thoughts pertaining to my teacher, I enter my classroom, take my seat, and wait for the lesson to begin. Ah, you come at last, Sable. How I have anxiously awaited your arrival. Eh? A shred as a familiar entity appears before me. As if sensing my desire to sit by myself and rest, Hai shuffles closer, bringing her formless face closer to mine. Morning, Hai. Hell, what's up? Nothing much. Oh, nothing much, my love. That is, aside from my heart rate, my body temperature, and egg count. For crying out loud, you know that isn't what I meant. But it is what you asked. It is most certainly the truth. I don't care. Just please stop talking. How strange. I thought that any talk hinting ovulation would ignite your bestial lust and cause you to lose control. Do you not wish to become one with me? Damn it, hell, what did I just say? I'm not going to become one with anyone, okay? Oh, so you're the type who enjoys the process more than the result. I had initially suspected as much after you broke free from my control, and I begin to think differently. This is going nowhere. Maybe I should leave class altogether. There's a fair chance that Eris won't show up anyway, considering what I just wanted to talk about. Before Hell could annoy me any further, I decided to act my impulse and skip class. I stand up, walk around Hell with the other students, and make my way towards the door. I breathe a lengthy sigh of relief as I exit the classroom. I'm no longer surrounded by noisy classmates. I feel like I could be at ease once more, but only temporarily. Honestly, why did I subject myself to this? I get more work done than when I study on my own than when I attend class. When I'm alone, my blood pressure isn't anywhere near as high either. There's even a point attending a class like this. I leave my classroom in a huff as Hell personality begins to get on my nerves. Before I get too worked up, however, I find myself standing still in the middle of the hallway, sighing or hanging over my head. What am I talking about? Interacting with demihumans is supposed to be one of the perks to coming to Andromonia, but isn't something I should be annoyed about. Hell, I may not be mixed particularly well, but I can at least appreciate her intent. Just now, I'm sure Hell was trying to lighten my mood, but it's not that she wants to irritate me. I'm the one who has a problem here, not her. I'm just a sleep-deprived nerd with poor, subpar social skills. I shouldn't judge her for trying to be friendly. I briefly considered returning to the class and once would apologize for my attitude, given that I'm still as irritable as before. However, I ultimately decided against doing so. Forget it, we could talk some other time. Right now, a bit of alone time is just what... You still haven't reached the classroom yet? Damn it all! I unconsciously clenched my fist as another familiar face enters my view. I can understand your desire to distance yourself from those fools, but you cannot avoid them forever. Class will soon begin, with or without you. I take a deep breath and slowly exhale. Taking a few moments to calm myself down, I respond to Leisha in my usual manner, concealing my remaining annoyance the best I can. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware that lesson won't be stalled for my sake, nor should it. I was thinking that we might not have class today, given the situation our teacher. If you're here, then perhaps that isn't the case. Oh, that woman will be removed from our class, alright. My father will have me having a few words with her over the weekend, giving him time to think about who will replace her with and when. In all likelihood, the change will take place at the same time as our class reassignments. Class reassignment? I didn't hear anything about that classes changing. Well, it is really more of a merger than a reassignment. I'm sure you've noticed a reduced number of students in our class as of late, have you not? Not particularly. I don't know any of our classmates very well though, so I usually sit in the front of the classroom and I can't see who's absent. Fair enough, have you paid more attention, you would realize we already had lost a handful of students from our class. In fact, all the first year's classes have, just as they do every year. Do you see where I'm going with this? Yes, I believe so. All the classes have been reduced in number, so they're low enough that few classes will merge together, resulting in fewer classes than before. There's one thing I don't understand though, why there's so many students leaving? The academy seems warm enough environment, it's not like we're paying to be here. To trust a human to miss the obvious reason why a demi-human would leave this academy. The reason differs from student to student, but the main one seems to be they miss their homeland. Do not forget, Saber, that many of the students attending Andromonia have never laid their eyes on human architecture before, slept indoors, or ordered food from a menu. This environment may be warm for you, but to some of the students in our grade, it's absolutely terrifying. Terrifying in an academy like this? I understand the meaning of leashes behind words, but honestly, I can't just see it. This is a safe place. We have food, shelter, and our own bedrooms, and our every need are catered for. What is there to be frightened for? Maybe there's a bigger difference between myself and the other students here than I thought. I haven't run into much trouble getting along with others since I've come here, and maybe not that's because I've only spoken with a handful of students. I'm not saying those students are the majority, but even the students who have never visited human cities, many are able to adapt without great difficulty. Be as it may, every year there are many students who fail to do so and ultimately choose to leave this academy in order to return home. Yeah, I understand it isn't prevalent in human society, but all the same thing does happen. Students move to the city from the countryside, or they attend a boarding school and they attend or study abroad. Some students adapt, some others grow homesick and leave early. I know it isn't exactly the same, but human beings do go through a similar transition on occasion. Perhaps they do. Leisha shrugs off my consideration, neither agreeing or disagreeing with what I just said. So what will you do now? Will you join the rest of our classmates or abide your time elsewhere? Good question. Whether Eris is going to continue teaching us or not, I can't say I'm in the mood to sit one of her lackluster classes right now. Still, I don't want to make a habit of skipping class. I'll just stick around for the time being. Who knows? Maybe Eris will surprise will actually teach us something. It would seem that you're more optimistic than I am. I, for one, highly doubt that any productive will come out of this. Nonetheless, we are students, we are here to learn, and we ought to give at least the teacher a benefit of a doubt. Yay! Hoping for the best, but also preparing for the worst, Leisha and I sit by the side as we wait for our class to begin. Surprisingly, a teacher shows up on time, or at least close to it. For one, Eris is not the last one to arrive, which is not enough for implicit gasp of shock from someone less tactful students. Furthermore, she does not sign the expiration upon entering the room, nor does she berate us in any way. Our teacher barely utters a word as she enters the room, and from that point on, everything she says is relevant and lessons in hand. It would seem that Eris does possess the makings of teaching after all. How odd. Eris seemed like a completely different person today. Did the principal speak to her already? I cannot imagine he had a time to speak with Eris in lengthy since the departure of Leisha and I. Maybe he gave her another warning before calling Leisha and I to his office. Pondering Eris' sudden change of behavior, I remained silent as to watch her call the classroom's attention to her expanded terminal in front of the classroom. Guiding our eyes as she speaks, Eris explains the basic of spiritual magic while using a variety of visual cues and showing us the famous representatives of how these spells are thought to work very low. It is surprisingly a difficult topic, considering that it's being taught to first-year students. Even with visual aids, the majority of the students find it exceptionally difficult to visualize how magic actually works, especially in the time of spiritual magic. Nonetheless, Eris persists, and she explained everything thoroughly, answers all the questions posed to her, and continues to address the topic till we all have at least a rudimentary understanding of the topic at hand. So, the succubus can teach, after all. Anyone can keep a class attention while teaching such boring subject matter. Can't be that bad of a teacher. I never thought to say this, but yeah, I agree. Eris isn't a bad teacher. I'd rather have her take our other classes more seriously too, but this is a sight of things to come, then I won't complain. Don't get ahead of yourself. There's still a little more than matter we discussed with my father, you know. Ah, you're right. This might be the case of Eris doing too little, too late. It's a shame, but that's how it goes. Really, why couldn't she put this much on right from the beginning? Who says what could she possibly gain from treating us with contempt, only to turn to other cheek when she's on the verge of being fired? Maybe it's a last-ditch effort to save her job? That still doesn't explain her behavior at this point. Maybe if she's capable of she is capable of teaching and you decide to become a teacher, why show such hostility towards her students? Your guess is as good as mine. Leaving the matter of Eris' attitude problem alone for the time being, I wait for the silence for the break to come to an end. Eris' behavioral shift may become a surprise to me, but her attitude is a mystery. But neither of those things change the fact that she is likely to retain her position at the academy. In all likelihood, Eris soon will be fired and the class will gain a teacher who puts their best in every lesson, not because they fear their job, but out of a sense of duty or desire to help others. Whatever changes she makes now, Eris' fate is already in Ain's hands. She's fucked. We just destroyed her fucking career. Damn you, succubus. Oh, this better not be ASMR. Excuse me. As Eris' enthusiasm begins to wane, her lessons return to normal, it decided it's time for me to take my leave. Bidding Leisha farewell, I exit the class and make my way to the corridor. With most students already waiting in their classrooms, hallways are utterly devoid of life. There is a noise coming from the individual classrooms at first, but each of their class' respective teacher shows up, they naturally begin to quiet down. For long, the hallways are silent, I'm completely alone. Man, this feels strange. The hallways are so peaceful and empty. I can usually only experience this late at night when everyone else is asleep, but this doesn't feel as eerie as it does at nighttime. But even so, it's a bizarre feeling. Harboring strange thoughts about the academy buildings, I make my way to the library. Upon entering the library, I did notice no change in volume. As expected, the library, the entire place is dead silent, even more than the hallways. It isn't until I pass by the counter, I finally notice the presence of another being. Oh, what we have here? Oh, is it a naughty junior student skipping class? Bored by the conventional education offered by your teacher, Sable? A wry smile forms on my face, not in response to Joe calling me a naughty junior, but because of her description of Andronia's curriculum as conventional. Compared to the things I researched on my own, Eris' teachings could be considered mundane. Considering that we only just started our first year of this academy, however, it's to be expected. Of all Andronia's first years who were immediately inundated with the lessons on orthodox areas of study, they're likely to quit because they ended their first week. What can I say? I'm a sucker for bizarre. You're attracted to the bizarre, you mean? You have a thing for silicon-based life forms? You know what I meant. I quickly cover my mouth as I remember where I am. Surprisingly, Joe doesn't seem to mind. If anything, the academy librarian seems to be amused by my outburst. Sorry. Don't be sorry. That's the exact reaction I was hoping for. There's nobody else here anyway. Even if you shout, nobody will be disturbed. Even so, it feels wrong to shout in a library. It's fine, it's fine. This library belongs to me. If I say it's okay for you to shout, then there's no problem. Though Joe is a surge at the library, hers is surprises me somewhat, I pay little mind. And if the academy librarian wants to control the library, then I have no problem with that. All I ask is for permission to enter the library and study the materials held within. All joking aside, is there a particular reason for your visit today? If you have a specific book and topic, I'd be happy to guide you. Thanks for the offer, but I didn't come here for the real goal. I just figured I'd get more done if I study here all by myself, rather than endure another lesson from Eros. Oh yes, I forgot she was your teacher. My condolences. It's fine, she probably won't be my teacher for much longer anyway. Are you changing classes? I suppose it's nearing that time. That time? Every year, the herd is thinned fairly early on. The students get homesick or realize the Andronia isn't what they imagined or decide that the curriculum is going to be too much for them. Students drop out of a dozen at a time, swiftly dropping their numbers first year as a fraction of what it was before. It isn't uncommon for more than half of the first years to drop out before the end of the first month. Half? Seriously? I heard our class would be extremely merged as the students left, but I didn't realize it was that extreme. Well, it's not though as the number remains that low. It is entirely possible that your grade won't lose that many. Don't forget that other students may... Well, it's not though as the number remains that low. It's entirely possible that your grade won't lose that many. Don't forget the other students may transfer in from other academies or other locations. Yeah, that's true. That was what I was alluding to. Truth be told, I don't think Eris is going to be teaching here much longer. Oh my, this is surprising. You're surprised that Eris might be getting fired? Oh, no, I saw that coming from a mile away. What surprised me, you start spreading rumors about your teacher. Hasn't pegged you as some kind of person, Sable. Huh, you got me there. I guess that isn't like me. It's more than just a rumor, though. I was speaking to the principal about her myself. You have influence over that man? I wouldn't put it quite like that. I'm friends with his daughter, so he seems to acknowledge my potential. If nothing else, I'd say I'm the first year student who monitors more closely than others. I see. So you got closer to his daughter in order to gain access to the principal's ear. That's quite cunning of you, Sable. I may have underestimated you. Please stop assuming that all my actions carry such sinister intent. Oh, don't you worry. I'm not chastising or anything. I would consider it to be high praise. It took me years to earn that man's trust, and I'm amazed that you were able to do so in a short amount of time. Like I said before, as soon as I begin to speak to that sentence, I stop myself. Joro isn't clear listening to me. She seems to be under the impression I'm secretly quite devious and my actions stem from a personal greed. Hurtful through her impression may be, I'm not going to waste my energy trying to argue with her. At any rate, if what you said about half the students in my grade leaves turn out to be true, then I can't imagine that she'd be one of the first few teachers not to be reassigned elsewhere. Yes, I suppose reassignment is more likely outcome as opposed to Eros being fired. So what's your plan? Are you going to continue to skip class so she's fired or reassigned? Nah, maybe just a class here and there. I can usually concentrate on something else during my class anyway, even if she doesn't want to teach. It's not a big deal. My classmates are the ones just who are hard to block out. Some of them are well behaved, but some others are just, you dislike your classmates more than your teacher. That's quite surprising. Considering that you are being taught by Eros. It's not that I particularly dislike them, they're just too distracting. With a teacher like Eris, who doesn't attempt to control the class at all, they're often permitted to do whatever they want. The only time she ever takes control is when she forcibly puts them under her command, and that's an entirely different problem in it itself. It's not that you got your hands full here, perhaps I'll be seeing you more often than I anticipated. I'm afraid so, at least in the short term. But don't let me get in your way. You're here to work, right? I can search libraries catalog myself, so I don't need to worry about you helping me. Don't be silly. Assisting students with their studies is part of my job. More often than not, I'm doing little more than slowly digesting my books at my leisure, reading myself, and my workload is rarely a burden. If you say so, I didn't really come here to be with any particular subjects in mind, though. In fact, may I suggest reading upon the genealogy? What the fuck? Is that even a fucking word? In that case, may I suggest reading up on the genealogy of... What the fuck? Hey, you guys are fucking out of your mind. You guys are killing me. G-N-E-A... There we go. Genealogy. What is this word? Alright, I don't know what this means. A line of descent traced continuously from an ancestor. Oh, okay. That genealogy. I was like, what the fuck is this word? I was thinking to myself, okay, gene, like the first syllable. And then I was thinking like, okay, so I'm thinking like DNA or like genetics and stuff like that. But I was like, hold on, let me double check. I'm like, okay, so it is something along those lines. So I'm not fucking stupid. Continuously from fucking ballast. Oh, okay, cool. What do I want to research on genes of ballast? What the fuck want to read that for? The study of genetics. Wow, I am dumb as shit. I could tell if you were if I was your student, you would fucking fail me, and I just put fucking effort on shit. I mean, unless you put me in history, I'll be like, yo, I love to learn history. Let's go. I'll use fucking all the analogies I can get my hands on from video games and all the other shit. And they're like, no, I'm still failing you. I'm like, wah! Before you came in, I was part way through the most interesting book on the uncommon demi-human races and their origins. Wallace, huh? That does sound interesting. But if we're talking about rare species, I think I'd rather learn about dragons. I have a friend who's a half-dragon, so learning more about dragons seems like the natural thing to do. You know someone who's a half-dragon? Oh, haven't I mentioned her before? There's a girl in my grade called Draken. She's half-dragon, half-human. Half-dragon, half-human. Yeah, why is she like wondering how does that work? Does this man put his penis side? Never mind. I don't even want to know how that works, but okay. Joel repeats my words mindlessly as she's trying to come to terms with what I just said. Her surprise is only natural. Dragons are creatures of legend, though thought by many to be extinct, or have never existed in the first place. I'd be more surprised if Joel didn't find my claim to be odd. The same way Donkey did. Exactly. Whatever Donkey did, this human did too. Jesus Christ. As I made a joke on my first one. The fuck is this, Shrek? Regardless, I don't think the books here will be much help to you if you seek knowledge pertaining to dragons. If you want to learn about dragons, you should probably ask your friend directly. Does this library not have many books about dragons? Joe shakes her head. Quite the opposite, in fact. There's too much information about them. It's impossible to sit through all of them, or to know which books contain the truth, which are fiction, for we all know they all could be wrong. If you truly want to know someone who's a half-dragon, I advise you to ask them directly if anything they'll tell you will probably be accurate. When you put it like that, I can't disagree with you, but Draco would be in class right now, so it's not like I can ask her. Then perhaps you're better off researching Bollocks after all. Alright, I get it. You find Bollocks interesting. Please, kind library, recommend me a book on Bollocks. It would be my pleasure. She looks like an Archine. Or, it's like a, whatever the fuck it is, okay? She reminds me of that fucking character from, Monster Surume. That weird chick. Hours passed by without my knowledge as I completely immersed myself in the book Jorah has chosen for me. The book starts off with analysis of the anatomy and biological functions of mollusks before comparing them to similar species. It also delves into the origins, discussing which types of creatures they most likely evolved from and why they struggle to survive in the modern world. Useless knowledge to be sure, but compared to what I've been learning during class, it's undoubtedly more interesting. Once the growls in my stomach had grown loud enough to reach my ears, I decided to take a break from reading and head to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is surprisingly quiet considering the time of day. Usually lunchtime is the busiest time of the day, considering the wider windows for breakfast and dinner. Without paying for this particularly much thought, I head to the counter, grab a sandwich, and then a seat and wait for the inevitable. Why, hello there, young man. May I impose upon you for... Buzz off, Rye. Having preempted her arrival, I quickly moved to my sandwich, away from Rye a moment before she could reach for it. Oh, come on, just one little bite. Not gonna happen, Rye. If you're that hungry, why not go for look food in the forest? I'm sure there's something edible out there. Oh, I know what's edible. Fucking weed! You want to get extremely high? At this time of the night, I head to the forest right now, and the only other thing is going to be is me. This time of night, confused by my raised words, I turn away from the table, glance towards the window. Sure enough, it's already dark outside. Furthermore, the cafeteria lights are out. Not many students are eating meals much heavier than the one that usually eat for lunch. If I don't know any better, I say, it's dinner time? For those of us with money it is, but how could this be? I thought I read through one lesson, not 3. You were so engrossed in the book that you zoned out for 3 lessons? What a nerd. Classic Sable. Ignoring Rye's cheeky words, I reflect on what I had just done. I only just said to Leisha and Jorah that I didn't want to skip too many lessons. Now look at me, I attended one and left part way out through the next, and missed 2 more completely. Maybe I'm not as diligent as a student as I thought I was. Forget it, you can have my dinner. I'm not hungry anymore. Seriously, just like that? Thanks, Sable. Don't mention it. Wow, you gonna give a girl your food? Damn, man. I mean, then again, I don't blame her. I don't blame him either. Bummed out my unwelcome realization, I gave up on eating dinner and head straight to my dorm. Joey don't share his food. Who the fuck is Joey? Is that your boyfriend? Or are you talking about Joey Wheeler? My man Joey Wheeler. Joey eats anything. I never watched Friends. I can't say anything. How sad. You're like, what is wrong with you? No, this is not an ASMR stream. God damn it. You guys are terrible. Alright, I have a question. So, is it bad that I have a t-shirt of mommy in front of me? If anybody wants to see it, just let me know. I can point you in the right direction. It's literally dead ass right in front of me. I moved it from this fucking corner and I moved it over here now. Or am I just some fucking despicable piece of shit? You're like, who the fuck is mom? Maybe I am just a worthless... who knows? Maybe it's not weird after all. But anyways, besides the point. Bummed out by my unwelcome realization, I give up on eating dinner and head straight for my dorm room with some peace and quiet. After unintentionally skipping several classes in a row, I feel like I should revise some of the material we covered so far, or at least study for something from the first year curriculum. The moment I enter my dorm room, however, Sable, we need to talk. Oh crud, reality slices in the face once again. Tiggs, can this wait? I'm really not in the mood to talk right now. Does this poor little human want to sleep? No, too bad. I have questions. You have answers. We're talking. Oh, what the fuck? Go away! No, I don't want to deal with you. Hanging my head in resignation, I make my way over to my bed, sit down on the edge. Fine, let's talk. What do you want, Tix? What I want is to make sure my roommate isn't a sociopath. What? Don't want me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I do? Wait, are you talking about what I did on my first day here? What, the gravity thing? Get on with the time, see, I'm obviously past that. I'm talking about something more dangerous than your pitiful attempt to show off. I thought that was an impressive spell. Do you also think it was a good idea to lose control over that impressive spell when you're surrounded by newbie mages? I don't know if it's arguing, remain silent. Anyway, that isn't what it's about. What I want to know is, are you going to join the hunt? Surprised by the student turn of the conversation, I lift my gaze. Sent me the link. I would play this right now, but I don't want to get copyright the ass, so I'll probably look at it after. Thank you, Mega Rabbit Ash. Love you, bud. You're the best. So I tell you that right now. I surprised by my sudden turn in conversation. I lift my gaze. Sarah takes in confusion. The hunt. What makes you think I participate in that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that you're a human? I shake my head in disbelief. Not all humans participate in hunt tanks, and not all hunters are human either. So you aren't going to join? Well, I wasn't planning on it, but what? Oh, Tix glares at me with anger as she grills me for answers. While I personally haven't given participation in the hunt a huge amount of thought, I thought Tix has very strong feelings in the matter. See, the thing, I was talking to the principal of my education here, and he suggested I should join the hunt as a part of... Cut the crap and get to the point! Do you agree to join the hunt, Sable, yes or no? No, I turned him down. Oh, thank goodness. The tension vanishes from Fix's face the second she hears my response. Tix then brings her hand to her chest for a moment's sigh of relief. Sorry, I should have known you would do something like that. You're just a great big nerd, aren't you? What the heck? You relieved me I refused the principal's offer. Why are you insulting me? See, who says it's an insult? I really am glad, though. I hoped you weren't that kind of human. Without elaborating any further, Tix backs away from me. Then she shrinks to her natural size, flies up to her own bed, and disappears from my sight. Even after I lost track of Tix's whereabouts, however, the sight of her sad smile remains firmly etched to my mind. What do you mean? Conceding with the start of my third week at Andromony, I began to take note of changes in our grade foretold by Alicia. As she predicted, our classes then in number just a bit more every day. The hallways are not as crowded, there are always vacant seats in the cafeteria, our classes roll contains fewer names every time I'm about to read, and surely enough, students are leaving Andromony, not just one or two of them, but the entire races at a time. Despite the fact that we're not even 1 month in our time in Andromeda, and our grade has already reduced the size quite substantially. At the rate we're going, we'll be lucky to end up more than half of our original numbers. Surprisingly, homesick students are not the only ones choosing to leave the academy. Some students aren't able to keep up with the curriculum or have it referred to other institutions that which may cater their needs more adequately. Others have found the structured academic environment of Andromonia to be too stressful and have thus returned to their peaceful lives far removed from human society. Whatever the reason they give, the number of students leaving Andromonia is far greater than I imagined. Watch them all vanish like this. It's hard to think of as anything but an exodus. But that wasn't enough of a shock. This week we've been informed that Aris, the much-loathed succubus teaching class, has set to be replaced. With the complaints still stacking up against her, the principal had finally had no choice but to let the Eris go once and for all. Eris took the news quite well. All things considered, she agreed to finish up her final week and take notes on our class's progress, pass on to lesson plans to her successor. Whether she saw this coming or not, she seems to have no intention of fighting for her fate. All of that and much more, so much more. And I occurred a short time. I have been present at the Androni Academy. Now that all this comes to pass, the question in everyone's mind is obvious. Will everything begin to settle down? Will the chaos subside? Will the exodus of students come to an end? Will sense of more normalcy wash over the academy? To those students, I offer a simple, straightforward answer. Hell no. A few days from now, when the hunt officially begins, the peace will only grow further out of reach. While the exact nature of that campaign is not what the name suggests, but its undeserved infamy is already too widespread to be correct. Every year, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt surrounding the hunt causes ripples to form those who support and those who oppose the campaign. Whoever side is right, it's only a matter of time before the unrest is born, chaos flares up once more. Oh, fucking Christ. Capping off on my third most interesting week of Andronia so far, I find myself suddenly being summoned to the auditorium. No sooner have eaten breakfast and shuffled along, guided along my fellow Science first year students and their teachers. Nobody seemed to have any clue why I'm being summoned, and to our disappointment, our teachers refused to say a word. We all just have to wait and see. How stupid I bet my father wants to make some self-serving speech. Just what, he'll wave off the rapid decline in students and briefly mention the hunt and then go off on his own tangent up to a half an hour. You really think he enjoys the sound of his own voice that much? I figured the principal just wanted to put everyone at ease. With so many students leaving and everyone feeling anxious about the hunt, it'll make sense of him to address the remaining students' concerns. You give that man too much credit. No, you're just unnecessarily harsh on your father. Swallowing those words of rebuttal, I look toward the front of the auditorium. The principal was standing there on his own as teachers and students slowly gather in front of him. Once we have stopped all moving, the principal opens his mouth. Everyone, I'd like to thank you for coming here on such short notice. I do not intend you to keep you from class and such, but I won't beat around the bush. What I have called you here is to discuss the recent decline of attendance and, of course, the March for Public Order. The Ein calls the campaign by its proper title. The name of everyone's lips is quite something different. The March for Public Order, also known as the Hunt. On the day it begun to be labeled as such, the campaign lost a considerable amount of credibility, and by this point, barely any students view it as in a positive light. I am ashamed to admit it, but until that principal corrected my understanding of what the hunt entails, I too saw the horrendous program which need to be abolished. Such as the power of negative publicity and the healthy dose of political spin. I'm sure many of you are feeling uneasy right now. A large number of students in your respective classes have disappeared, and they have either dropped out or been asked to leave. However, I'd like to assure you that their departure has nothing to do with the March for Public Order, which is set to begin this weekend. Departing students were not expelled for refusing to participate, nor more poorly performing students asked to leave for the sake of increasing Androni's grade point average. I'm not sure if I believe that last part. Every year, students enroll in Androni without fully understanding their duties as students and the pressure that is placed upon them. For those who are prepared, we kindly suggest that they leave the academy so that they enroll somewhere more suited to their abilities. They're not forced to leave, nor they're threatened or coerced in any way. Your classmates left in their own accord, and their departure is not a bad omen, but it's an indication that you should do the same. This happens every year at every Match Academy. Is nothing to be concerned about. Despite the principal's assurance, a few students seem to be at ease. If anything, the principal has caused more of the oblivious students to worry, as they didn't see the current situation as a problem until I drew attention to it. Nonetheless, the principal's speech continues. With that being the case, I feel it is important for me to address the other matter weighing on your minds. Namely, the March for Public Order, or as it is so often called, the Hunt. The students gulp on either side of me, which the principal's about to say. You better choose his words carefully. I understand that this particular campaign instills fear in the hearts of many. For some, simply hearing that dreadful name is unsettling. However, this is a duty that you not need to fear. The March for Public Order has always been a good thing. Any negative publicity as it garnered is undeserved. The March for Public Order is no different than the human police force or the Guardians of Retro Perspectives and Homelands. The March for Public Order started as a means for demi-humans to govern themselves. It was intended to allow us to support each other and to aid one another in navigating our way around this foreign society. Without the March for Public Order, there's no telling what matter unlawful prejudice treatment we might get subjected to. It is by our means to take control our own fate and carve our own future in human society. In spite of the principal's impassioned declaration, his words seem to be getting through the students before him. For all the emotions in his voice, Aiden fails to actually explain how the student's perspective of the hunt is wrong and why is it a good thing. His only valid point is to be that demi-humans should want to remain in control of their own governance. However, he fails to capitalize on that point and quickly loses the student's interest. I feel sorry for the principal. Even if he did explain the true nature of the march of the public order, probably people have already ingrained its other name and associated the stigma to their hearts. They are willfully oblivious to the truth, short of seeing the duties of the hunt's participants for themselves. Most of these students will not change their views. In accordance with this noble duty, every year we ask volunteers to join for the march of the public order without regard of their grade. While participation among first years is always low, I am proud nonetheless to introduce you to all grades volunteers. Everyone, please give a round of applause as your new guardians as they join me out here to introduce themselves. Hearing the principal's command, I took turn at Alicia. By the time I spot her, Alicia's already nearing the front of the auditorium. Either she knew ahead of time her father would call her out, or she's every bit as quick-witted as he claims to be. However, may case me, this is pretty awkward. The principal called for applause, but yet all the attention Alicia and the others are getting seemed to be negative. Paying no mind to lackluster perception, Ayn retains his joyful attitude. He welcomes the three students, Alicia, Narm, and the girl I've never met before, and turns to the rest of us once more. Starting this weekend, these fine young men and women will be participating in the March for the Public Order as representatives of Andronia's first-year students. It takes great courage to step forward like this, particularly as new students. So I hope that you show your representatives the compassion and the respect they deserve. Blah, blah, basically. As Ayn's speech comes to a close, we're all escorted to our respective classrooms. Only those who are asked to introduce themselves remain behind, no doubt to discuss retaining their new duties, and for the rest of us, class continues normal. Hi, morning, or at least respectively normal. Good morning, girl. What brings you to my classroom this morning? Get lost on your way to the cafeteria? Like I forget what the cafeteria is. Ryan doesn't need to remember. She just follows her nose. Yeah, stupid Sable. Why are you responding to my wise crack so seriously? And besides, the last time I checked, the stupid ones were my eyelids look at Ray's profile, which she's had changed when I last read it. Rai, your student profile, that's right. I'll be joining your class from now on. Me too. I see how it is. With so many students leaving, the principal must have decided to solve a couple of our classes. It certainly makes sense from an administrative point of view, but there's nothing to be gained by having 6 classes when you have barely enough to fill students of 4. And with the Eris having been fired, it also solves the issue of finding replacement teachers for one of the classes. I see, you'll be joining one class C then. That's right, alright then, I'll just have one question. Yeah, what is it? I bring up Ray's profile once more and show it to her. How are you still in Andronia? You were near the bottom of our grade to begin with, and now you're dead last. Did the principal ask you not to leave? I'm in last place? Ooh, rock bottom, you know what that means? That means you're one step away from expulsion? No, it means that my rank can only go up from here. That's certainly one way of looking at it, I guess. Ray is so dumb. I wouldn't be snickering if I were you, Eth. Now that the students below and between the two of you are gone, you're in second last place. You're the prime candidate of your expulsion yourself. And you know what? I'm honestly curious, how the heck are you still doing here? Did you at least have a meeting with the principal discussing your future in Andronia? Is that what you meant by this morning's meeting supposed to be? My teacher did say something about staying after class with a bunch of students to meet up with the principal, but I was bored and hungry, so I left class early. You avoided expulsion by skipping class. Right, you're just the antithesis to my entire being. What about you, Eth? What's your excuse? I got left behind. Left behind? What do you mean? Our teacher and the other students, we all started walking to the principal's office together, but they were too fast for me, so I lost sight of them for around the first corner. Unbelievable, you both were saved by your worst qualities. I know, right? It's so good to take things slow. I prepared to retort, but instead of winding up as a slump over my desk, the two stragglers before me are beyond help. Scolding them won't accomplish anything. Whatever, just do as you please. That's the plan. Exhausted by my brief conversation with Eth and Rai, I closed my eyes and rested my forehead on my skin, my forehead on my desk, even though our new teacher, the former teacher of Class 1E, I presume is present yet. The lesson's yet to start. Furthermore, my classmates are all chatting among themselves, and there isn't an ounce of order or productivity that's been seen. Unbelievably, my class has become even more rowdy and focused than it was before. Ha, I wish Leisha was here. Right now, I'll be the only one in the room with any intention of studying. Maybe I should do my own thing. I don't need to wait for teacher to get their act together to be productive. Continue reading the history of man and elf. Why the fuck not? I'm willing to wait my unproductive teacher and classmates. I opened my terminal to locate the principal's book where I left off. Yay! We go back to the book again! You son of a gun. Oh. Isn't this great? I get to cry in the corner for 25 years? Don't you guys like that idea? No. That idea is absolutely terrible. I'm like, oh, okay. My best friend. My best friend. Where's your best friend? Alright, cool. Now I'm with one container instead of two now. Yay! Haven't reached an agreement regarding... Oh, shit. I do need to... I'll be right back again. I'll be right back real quick before we begin. Be right back! All right, we're back. We're back from the dead to the Shadow Realm, to your butthole, to all that fun jazz and all that bullshit. You know how that fucking goes. Okay, that was totally not necessary, but I don't really give a rat's ass. What the fuck am I doing? Alright, cool. Alright, let's continue where we left off. Having reached an agreement regarding Bartholomew's protection, as well as Ein's compensation, the two depart from the elf village. Together they freak through the forest surrounding the village, passing borders which the elf has forbidden its own kind from crossing. For many days they travel like this, sleep in the forest, hunting for food, and using magic to light their path. After many nights under the sky, the two finally set signs of a human settlement. Man-made traps, artificial lights, house made of partially stone, and even primitive vehicles. It is not a particularly wealthy village, but it's rightly done by one of humans. That is your village? The way you're talking about mankind's advance, I was expecting something more impressive. No, sir. That village over yonder is not mine. However, I do know the way home from here. If we continue on foot, it should take another 3 days. Another 3 days? That should not pose a problem. We can keep walking for another 3 days if you can. No, like I say, we'll continue on foot. If you don't mind, I was hoping we can take the chance to rent a horse and carriage, perhaps even an automobile that could be found in that town. Automobile? You've used that word once before. What manner of creature is an automobile exactly? Is it as similar to a horse or an ox, perhaps? Not quite. An automobile is not an animal, but it's a machine made by a modern man. It is the very kind of technological advancement I warned you about. So, is it a mechanical horse? I wouldn't say that. They're both used for transport, but the two are no means equivalent. Then what is this automobile? How does it operate? Its principles are simple enough, but explaining them to someone who lives without relying on man-made technology might be difficult. Let's see if I can find one. I'll show you much quicker than show you. Bartholomeu tells Wayne to bide the edge of the forest away from the human eyes. He claims that the village may be spooked if you see an elf wandering around. It would be better for Ein to remain hidden until Bartholomeu has secured a vehicle. Ein does as Bartholomeu asks, and he just waits outside the village, unseen, waiting patiently for his travel companion to return. And when he does, Ein is not sure that the wait was worth a while. Stop this blasted contrastment at once. We're going to strain one to a what? Oh, calm down, my friend. What good is an automobile if you cannot outrun a horse? I get it, your technology is fast, but not only before this bucket officer tramples us. I told you before already, it isn't a horse, but it won't buck or trample us or do anything it won't tell it to. It is the pinnacle of modern technology, a vehicle which requires no rest and possesses no will of its own. Horses be damned, this is what the future is about. Ein continues desperately to cling on to a man-made means of transportation as it rocks from side to side. The limits of its speed has been reached, its stability has been compromised. If Bartholomeu isn't careful, the machine really will throw off its passengers. This is outrageous. How long have you possessed these plastic contraptions? I told you, didn't I? Humans are weak, and we know it. That's why we kept looking towards the future, carving out a path forward by any means necessary. Something that is unnaturally strong, prideful race like yours will never fully to understand. Vehicle jumps up and down as it speeds along with the dirt at the front of it. To Ein, it feels like as though he's riding on a bucking horse. I'll bet one of the supernatural strength and agility. But for one, the exhilaration joy of that ride belongs to him, there's still one powerful feeling that overshadows above else. Fear. Just as I begin to make steady progress with the principal's book, my attention draws near the front of the classroom. Alerted by the members of my classroom, I noticed that Lisha, who had been asked to stay behind to converse with the other participants of the hunts, has finally arrived. Ah, the traitor's back. Look, it's the traitor. Watch, he'll come after you if you aren't careful. The elf hunting us down. What kind of sick joke is this? Daddy's girl has been participating in the hunt for a century now? Disgusting. How do we have to be in the same class as a traitor like her? She should be segregated. How are we supposed to feel safe when she's here? While she's here. Moments after Lisha enters the classroom, the sound of discontentment becomes deafening. From every direction, students are bad-mouthing Lisha, calling her a traitor for agreeing to participate in the hunt. Lisha glares at them, but ultimately chooses to remain silent. She likely from the very beginning of the classroom to react in this manner. Manner prepared herself with such perception as soon as she enters the room. In her eyes, they are just merely fools who cannot comprehend the true value of the hunt. Or rather, the reason why the public march order is so important. What's with the sun mooching? Everybody's either spooked or angry. The hunter is here. The hunter? Eighth hesitantly points towards Leisha, the hunter. Oh, you mean the elf girl who joined the hunt? Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. Who would have thought we put into a class with someone like her? Come on, guys, don't be like that. Leisha's a nice person. Once you get to know her, and you get used to her sarcasm, and you build up the tolerance to the hurtful things she says. Are you sure she's a nice person? You aren't making it sound that way. How could she be a nice person? She's a hunter. What else? She does that doesn't mean she's automatically a bad person. Of course it does. Hunters are evil, merciless people who deserve nothing but hate. Surprised by S' strong reaction, Ray and I glanced from one another for a moment. In reaction to our mentions of hunters, softly spoken, slow-paced Mantigora, who both we befriended, has finally started to show her true thorns. I don't know what kind of expression Eth has with the participation of the hunt or actual hunters in that matter, but whatever she experiences, I'm not too keen to find out. I know how you feel, Eth, but isn't that a bit much? From what the principal said, they're more like demi-human cops than hunters. Is it a good thing for students to gain power over humans? That's a lie. He just wants to recruit people for his cause. The principal's a bad man. Oh, come on, Eth. Just because someone joined the hunt does not mean they're a bad person. What if Ray and I joined the hunt? Would you consider hate us unconditionally? You wouldn't do that. But what if we did? Would you no longer want to be around us, Eth? That's different. You're my friends, so I know you're not bad people. Even if we join the hunt. If that happened, I would still want to be friends. I breathe a sigh of relief that Eth operates on her position. She may be angry and disappointed at the moment, but she's still rational. Eth realized that she isn't the type to abandon her friends, and even if they do something she doesn't like. I'm glad to hear that, Eth. I wouldn't want you to start hating me over something like that. But if that's how you feel, did you already understand that the hunters aren't necessarily bad people after all? The only difference between us and the first year students who signed up for it is that you befriended us ahead of time. You could have just easily become their friend before they joined in which case, stop talking. I know what you're going to say, Sable. It doesn't change how I feel. I hate hunters, all of them, elves, hunter, humans, every single one of them. Eth turns away from Ray and I, putting it up into our conversation. She goes as far as to move several seats away, making it difficult for either one of us to call out to her without adding to chaos to the classroom. Acting more stubborn than I ever known her to be, Eth makes a position to matter clear, refuse to be persuaded. I never seen Eth like that before. She's usually so mellow, takes everything slow and easy pace, but I didn't realize that a plant like her can even act so hot-blooded. You shouldn't be too surprised. I know the two of you just became close friends quickly, but even so, the fake reminds that you've only just met a few weeks ago. Even though it was enough time for the two of you to become friends, you still have a long way of actually knowing one another in a meaningful capacity. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. I wanted to make Eth feel better, but instead all I did is make her mad. I wouldn't worry about Eth too much. She's felt angry at the first year who joined the hunt, not us. Let's give her some space. I'm sure she'll be back to normal in no time. Yeah, unless it's not normal for her. Excuse me? You said so yourself. What do we really know about Eth? You and I know everything about one another. When it comes to Eth, do we actually know about her? You know everything about me? Uh-huh. You want to see my impression of you? Girl, I'm Sable. I'm a big dumb nerd who's obsessed with demi-humans. I'm surrounded by pretty girls. I'm too much of a wuss to make a move on them. I think I'm a mad scientist protagonist whose personality flaws are cool, but I'm actually just a sleep-deprived Mandalorian dummy who wants to be a magic researcher. So that's how you see me, huh? Fine, they get a little of this. Hi, I'm Ray. I'm a simple-minded glut who does nothing but eat, sleep, and make fun of people who are more motivated than I am. I call myself demi-human, but I'm basically just a human being with a stretchy neck, and I never can think everything through, and the only part of my body is listened to is my stomach. I only came to Andromonia so my parents would get off my back, and the truth is I have no intention of studying even graduating. I just want to have fun forever. I smirk triumphantly as I finish my impressions of Rai. Rai stares at me quizzically and seems to decide how she feels about what she just heard. How do you like that, Rai? You still think you know everything about one another? Not bad, Sable, not bad. Your voice wasn't as feminine as mine, but your observations were spot on. And you admit I was correct? Totally, it's just like I said, the two of us are really in the same wavelength. But let's be super serious for a second. Even if we're both predictable and two-dimensional, the same doesn't necessarily apply to Eth. She probably has all kinds of emotions, morals, and junk, and she might have a well-defined personality forged through genuine hardship. Compared to secondary characters and supporting cast members like us, she's a completely different beast altogether. I can't begin to tell you all the things wrong with you just said. but I'll overlook it just this once. Eth's situation takes precedence first. I want to keep getting along with Eth. However, I don't want to stop conversing with Leisha, even if she joins the hunt. Do you think I was right about Eth just needing some time to cool off, or it's just a bigger deal I made it out to be? That's a tricky one. If I could accurately predict reactions, we wouldn't be in this mess. Even though I'm more similar to Eth than a full-blooded human like yourself might claim to be, I don't understand her all that well. This may come as a shock to you, but the truth is I never once been discriminated against because of my race, especially not human by human beings. That doesn't surprise me one bit. Your talent for magic is woeful, and you claim as to be as famous a demi-human as a stretchy neck. Honestly, most people would probably consider to be more human than I am. Alright, smarty pants, you made your point. What I'm trying to say is I actually have no idea how Eth feels or how she thinks when stuff like this comes up. So even if the two of us sit here wondering about her, we probably wouldn't be getting to get anywhere. We're ultimately just too different. I'm surprised I am to hear Ray say so herself. I already suspected that her life up until now is bereft in conflict. While Ray may technically be a demi-human, she's not even close to be the same wavelength as Eth. Rai could easily live out an entire life in the human city, pretend to be a human being. In fact, that's probably what she's been doing until now. For a being with Eth's traits and genetic makeup, on the other hand, living among humans, especially when remaining incognito, would likely prove impossible. Eth is not a human being. Furthermore, the difference between Mandragores and humans are not easy to bridge. Despite all of our similarities, there will always be matters for which we never see eye to eye. By the time class comes to an end, order is still yet to be restored. Leisha is isolated, Eth is fuming, Raya is at the loss of what to do, and the rest of my classmates are either angry or uneasy. Eager to escape this atmosphere, I hastily make my way to the student dorms. With all the other students eating in class or eating cafeteria, or the dorms are empty, offer me a moment's self-contemplation as I hope to break for this awful situation. Damn it, Ian, where the hell were you thinking? There's already a big enough gap between Alicia and our classmates as it was. Now she's particularly a martyr. And why now, when we're in the middle of emerging classes and reeling the massive loss in number, we would introduce this kind of unnecessary drama? I can't understand that man's thought in the process one bit. Still unsettled by everything that's happened, I enter my room, dormer with a clouded mind. All I can think about is the scene from my classroom, my inability to do a thing about it. No matter how much I think this over, I just can't seem to find a path forward I find satisfactory. Hell, I can't even convince myself that I haven't even screwed it royally. Should I change seats and sat down next to Leisha? Leisha doesn't seem like the kind of person who needed reinsurance, but it would have been a nice gesture if nothing else. But if I had done that, would Eth have reacted, and she seemed to be distraught by just seeing Leisha's face. I can't imagine what she'd have gone through her head if I left her side in order to sit next to Leisha instead. I sat down on the edge of my bed, and I lowered my torso onto my blanket. This blanket isn't long enough for a nap, but at least I'll be able to rest for a short while. Maybe it's just one of those situations where there is no right answer. I'm already turned down the principal's offer to join the hunt, and so I suppose I made my choice, but even then, I don't want to pick a side or vilify anyone for the choices in this matter. It is simply not possible for everyone just not to get along. Yeah, it is. Nobody's going to get along with everybody else. I'm going to tell you that right now. The moment I close my eyes, a familiar ringing reaches to my ears. It seems that all too soon the break between classes has not come to an end. Whether I'm prepared to do so or not, I'm expected to return to the oppressive atmosphere now in my divided classroom. Unsurprisingly, the atmosphere in my classroom hasn't changed significantly since the previous lesson. While a few students appear to have regained their calm, the majority of the silent or whispered among them quietly. Furthermore, even by the time class is supposed to have begun, several students are absent. Given this current state of the class, chances are they're skipping this lesson in order to avoid unnecessary drama. Yeah, as far as I could tell, the most affected by the current search seem to be present. Leisha and Ith both showed up after all. Given Leisha's stubborn nature, I'm not surprised she decided to come, but as for Ith seems to be glaring back at Leisha's head with all her might, showing her more contempt than I thought possibly for her. Rather than sit back down and avoid this awkward situation, it seems like, though, Eth has decided to stand her ground. At least they aren't fighting, no matter how Eth tries. It's not like she can actually bore a hole in the back of Leisha's back or her head with her eyes. No kidding. If Eth didn't hate moving around so much, I'm sure she would have gone over to confront the elf girl by now. The second I voiced my complaint right by my side, as though I was manifesting out of air. You're clinging to my side the moment I walk through the door, Rai? Careful, you keep acting like that. People are going to get the wrong idea about us. Oh, you're right. I haven't thought about that. It wasn't a problem with Ith, but the two of us, a boy and a girl who look human, rumors are sure to spread like wildfire. I don't just look human. I am a real human. Anyway, it was a joke. I just wanted to point out that you were sticking with me instead of Ike for once. Can you blame me? It's no fun the way she is now. I get that she's mad about this hunt thing, but she's taking it a bit harder than necessary. At any rate, I think I'm going to be going through a temporary separation. Until she's back to normal, you're my new best friend. What'd you just say? I said, you're my new best friend, Sable. No, this can't be. You know what that means? We get to sit together in class, eat together in the cafeteria. Oh, and because your allowance is higher than mine, you have to share food with me. The best friend of a clingy dunce, a girl who sleeps through every class and whose truancy saved her from expulsion. Since our dorms are next to each other, we should stay up late chatting or maybe have sleepovers too. My studies, my grades, my privacy? I can feel everything I've been striving for has been taken away from me. Hey, are you listening to me? Hello? Or to Sable? I can't let that happen. I have to probably do something about this before it's too late. I leave her eyesight and make my way to Eth. Still going to the back of Leech's head. Eth doesn't look at me as I approach, but she remains completely stationary and fixed on her target. Doesn't make my move. Hello again, Ith. Are you ready for another exciting lesson with your new classmates? Feeling lethargic. You could always move to the back of the room where there's plenty of sunlight. Man, it must be awesome to be able to photosynthesis, huh? You know, I heard a rumor that you and I are more than just friends. Is it true that I hate to get in between the two of you intentionally? Go away, Sable. Yeah, okay. I give without a fight as Eth ignores one of my attempts to start a conversation. Unfortunately, it seems like Eth has no mood for kind of silly banter that she usually enjoys. See, I told you, she's like a completely different person. Yep, no argument here. Is giving Eth some time to sort out feelings really all we can do? Sure, it sucks to be powerless, doesn't it? No matter how much you want to help, you know that anything you try only make the matters worse. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. I know I am. Let's just keep doing what we always do. When Eth decides she had enough pouting herself, she'll come right back to us. Yeah, I could see this whole fucking conflict going on right now. As the talk of the hunt continues to permeate through the Andronian Academy, rifts begin formed among the first-year students. Whether one's a participant in the hunt, or supporter, or protest the campaign, or someone doesn't feel strongly either way, there's no escaping the drama. Screamers from both factions push each other into picket sides, either bullying or guilt-tripping them until they stop sitting on the fence. Arguments break out frequently, often prompting intervention from teachers before the matters get escalated. More than a few students have been sent to the principal's office. As he wished, Ian's impassioned plea has stirred up the emotions of students and made them to think about the hunt far more than they usually would. Unfortunately, even the principal himself cannot predict the act has them as it followed. Alright. Give me 1 second, one more time. I apologize. I'll leave my camera on, though. Excuse me for that one. Just need to check something real quick. Oh no. Not my table. It's the moisture. No. Oh no. Munch on that ASMR rice. Shut up! I'm already out of rice already. I just ate it already. God damn you. As I first class about to begin, I make my way to the surprisingly quiet closet beside my amused friends. And there's a scowl on her face, which means she often seems to lately where whereas it appears just plain bored. Sabby, do something funny. Class hasn't started yet. I'm already falling asleep. How many times do I have to tell you, right? I'm not your personal gesture. I take it this means that Eth's still not talking to you. She's talking, but it means all that grumbling, complaining. All she says is hunt this and traitor that. I get it, Eth. You made it clear how you feel. But now can we get back to enjoying life again? Eth does not respond. Never mind. I guess it's back to silent treatment. Why does everyone have to be so wrapped up in this nonsense? I just want everything to go back to the way it was. So do I, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to happen. Fence sitters like us are in a minority, and most of us students in our grades seem to feel strongly about this. I say it'll be a while before life returns back to normal. That's no good. I don't want to be to stay like this any longer. Sable, you try talking to me. What do you think I can do? You're the best friend. You can. If you can't get through here, what makes you think I can? I don't know. Just give it a shot. Even if it doesn't work, I can't hurt. I don't know. Come on. I'm asking you to do is talk to her. Put that old big brain of yours to use and help a girl, would you? But this is a good use of brain power, but studying isn't. Fine, I'll give it a shot, but don't get your hopes up, okay? You'll be fine. I believe in you, Sable. And even if you fail, I'll still welcome you back with open arms. Somehow that doesn't fill me with confidence. I get up and walk past Rai and then take a seat next to Eth instead. Ith doesn't move and acknowledge my presence anyway, and you guys lean closer to her. Again, Eth's gaze fixes squarely in the back of Alicia's head. Back to staring at Alicia, huh? Whatever floats your boat. If you want to stare at our valedictorian all day, I won't stop you. I don't want to stare at her, but I have to. So why did Eth responds to my half-assed provocation immediately? Rather than dwell on my good fortune, I continue to press on. You have to, how so? The last time I checked, people can't force you to oogle your classmate all day. Eth shakes her head from side to side. I'm not oogling the elf, I'm monitoring her. What's the difference? Intent? Ed sharpens her glare. She focuses on Alicia even more than so before. The hunter must be monitored, otherwise she might do something dangerous. Do you really think that the top student in our grade is going to lash out or hurt someone? It's possible. She's a hunter after all. All the hunters are dangerous beings who might explode at any moment. Is that it? Fine, keep glaring at her. It's not like you stared at Alicia is going to have any effect on her in any way. You're right, even if I nodded to her, nothing would change. I need to be proactive. But proactive? That's not what I'm saying! Eth, where you going? Don't do anything rash. Spurred by my words, Eth gets up from her seat and walks in front of the classroom. Then she approaches Alicia, who's sitting by herself, looks down at the seated elf. Alicia cocks her head as she notices Eth's presence. Yes, what is it? If you have something to say, be quick about it. Class will begin any moment now. Not all intimidated by the fierce expression of Eth's face, Alicia responds while maintaining her usual countenance. Mustering her resolve, Eth summons the courage required to approach our classmate. Fearsome hunter tell Alicia what's on her mind. You're a hunter. Yes, that's right, and what of it? You make me mad. Join those people turning against us. You're a bad person. Yes, I'm an evil being who deserves punishment. Is all you wanted to say? Yeah, I suggest you turn your seat now. In spite of Eth's attempt in confronting Alicia, the stoic elf maintains her calm and barely reacts at all. For better or worse, it seems like she's already become used to this sort of treatment. Fortunately, Alicia's calm demeanor only serves to frustrate Ether, who stands her ground and continues to glare at Alicia. You said your piece, child. I don't need to hear anymore. Now, why don't you go back to your friends and brag about how you stood up to an evil elf, If one of us should go, it's you. You're the traitor. You should leave. Sit down, foolish girl, before what? You gonna hunt me down too? This is the classroom isn't made for people like you. Get out, traitor. Let me get this straight. You disagree with my life choices, and because of that, you now expect me to heed your command and get out of your sight? Forget it. I'm staying right here. If you want to get rid of me, you have to use more than mere words. Eth and Alicia both quiet as they continue to glare at one another. Neither one of them seems to have any intention of moving, nor do they wish to concede the other's will. Eth confrontations quickly turn to a war attribution. On one side, arrogant and self-assured elf, and the other is a girl who's genetically predisposed, standing perfectly still in the great lengths of time. At this rate, things are going. This might very well be decided who can go the longest without food and water. Yeah, you tell her, plant girl. That's right. Give that traitor what has coming to her. You go, Greenie. Kick that pomsterous elf's ass. Yeah, that's right. Evict that bitch already. That's a bit. Come on, what are you waiting for? Get lost, Hunter. You're kind of welcome here. Kick her out. Kick her out. Kick her out. This is your plan. You think I'm going to gang up on me? No, you can't take me on alone. No, I wasn't going to do anything like that. I just wanted to. Don't back down, Planker. Kick her ass. Yeah, we got your back. Even if she's an elf, she can't take on all of us. Go ahead and try. I dare you. No, this isn't what Our class continue to hurl insults and violence as Eth quickly loses her confidence. What started as a simple declaration of disapproval has rapidly escalated to a scene where a fight might break out any moment. Sable, what should we do? If those two fight, Eth's gonna get herself killed for sure. I don't get Eth plans on fighting anyone. She's just shaking, standing there. Even so, you're right. We need to put a stop to this before this gets any more out of control. What are you going to do? If you know exactly those two, they aren't exactly stable frames of mind right now. If you aren't careful, you might be hurt as well. It won't come to that. Our classmates are the ones who wants violence, not those two. I'll settle this word. You just watch. Be careful. I reach right side and head to the front of the classroom. My two classmates are facing off. Positioning myself between the two, I draw their attention without difficulty and turn to face them one another. Alright, you two, that's enough. There's no need for violence. Let's turn to our seats and wait for the normal lesson to begin, okay? Tell that to her. I haven't moved an inch this girl has approached me. Sable, I didn't mean to... I know, Eth, you didn't mean for this to happen. You too, Leisha. You showed great restraint and maturity by not allowing yourself to get swept away by all of this. Corey, do you expect anything less of me? Not at all. I'm well aware how patient and forgiving you are. Eth, let's return to our seats and leave Leisha in peace, okay? I think you made your intentions very clear now. Yes, you're right. Let's go back. The situation is diffused with the great haste of those two girls both agreed to return the way things were before. I expected as much, but at the same time, I'm relieved, even knowing those two as well as I do. There was always a chance that one of them would react in an unexpected manner. Thankfully, that's not the case. Leisha sits back down, and Eth by my side starts to walk with me back to our seats, and until we are forcibly stopped. I figured a plan wouldn't have the spine to do what she started. Even if she's, with all of us back and all, you still gave up just like that? What a coward. A handful of students blocking our path as Eth and I return to our seats. Despite the fact that Leisha's our target, it seems like they instead chose to make an example of Eth, who failed to follow through their threats. Get back down there, Grieve. Show that F what you made of. Yeah, don't let a human manipulate you. You can't see what he's doing? Humans are the enemy. They're even worse than the womanmonger elves. Don't let yourself be deceived by this man. The enemy? No, Sable isn't like that. He's just... Don't kid yourself. All humans are evil. If it weren't for them, the hunt wouldn't exist to begin with. That's right. Don't forget, the whole reason the hunt exists in the first place is so that humans can oppress us. Hey, so maybe we should start with the humans instead of the elf. What do you guys think? Dangerous thoughts begin to spill out of their mouths as small groups of students as they size up Eth and I. Gang mentality has clearly taken over the classroom. You know, I think you might be onto something here. Humans are the ones turning against ourselves, after all. Right, we're all victims of their manipulation. The humans are the blame, not us. Let's make an example out of this one so the other humans know what they're in for. I unconsciously take a step back as the students move towards me. While I do feel confident I could take these students on, even with this infernal bang on my wrist, I have no desire to fight anyone or to add to the drama. But with my own classmates turning against me, I do really have to say in this matter, these students aren't going to listen to me. Of all people, so reasoning with them is likely out. My only option is to be, well, you'll be enough of this. You're itching for a fight so gladly. I'll be gladly be your opponent. Leisha. The students at half wits they advance as their previous target cuts in. Leisha glares at the students without mercy, prepared for any moment to make a good on her offer. It figures you protect the human. Yeah, hunters gotta stick together. How pathetic. Is it any more pathetic than you all ganging up on one person? If one person has shown no malice whatsoever towards you, instead attempted to maintain order in this classroom? If you ask me, you cows are the ones who ought to leave this classroom and never return. What did you say, cocky bitch? Do you think you could say whatever you want just because you're the principal's daughter? No, I could say what I want because none of you had the guts to stop me. Care to prove me wrong? Arrogant little... Rather than the reason with the angry students, Leisha caused them to back down by putting them in their place. While I don't condone her methods, I can't argue with the results. Now, if you're all finished acting like children, Sable and I will be taking our leave. Reflect your actions while we're gone. When we return, I expect you all to behave like reasonable, sensible beings. Do you think you can manage that? Ugh, damn it, giving us orders, bloody elf. I'll take that as a yes. Come on, Sable. Let us waste no further time than on these cretins. As indicated, Leisha turns towards the door and casually makes her exit. After casting a fleet glance towards Eth, who has shied away from all the conflict, Rai, who is watching on nervously, follow Leisha out to the hallway. Walking a few steps behind Leisha, I quietly followed her around a few corners as we leave our classroom behind. Once we fair distance away, Leisha sighs relief. She stops walking, rests her backs against the wall, closed her eyes. Leisha, are you alright? I know you like to act tough when they're invincible, but you need to confide in someone. I'll be happy to hear you out. Save your concern who needs it. I am simply tired is all. Dealing with those fools has soured my mood more than I would care to admit. Because how they see you? Hardly. What would I care about those plebeians think? Whether they look upon me fondly or not is irrelevant. Well, whatever they think of you, you have at least one ally in our class. Even so the rest of our class turns against you, I still like you, Leisha. It's human. What do you think you're saying? Remarks like that are the reason why simpletons lump us together and target you in the first place. For your own safety, you'll be better off not hanging around me anymore. Next time something like that happens, leave me alone. I am quite capable of fending for myself. Leisha, you know I'm not going to do that. That makes things awkward. Now that everyone knows how strong about this hunt drama, I'm not going to abandon you. We'll get through this ordeal, no worries. Even if it seems like it's all too much, I remember that you always confide in me, okay? I'm not going to need your help. I can take care of myself. Even so, I shouldn't forget your offer. If there's a common time where I'm in need of your assistance, I will not hesitate to contact you. After parting ways with Leisha, I decided to return to my dorm room. The thought of spending this lesson in the library does cross my mind, but after the saga in the classroom, I doubt I'll be able to get much studying done. Until my mind is at ease once more, a bit of rest is exactly what I need. Seriously though, what's gotten to everyone lately? It seems like ever since that assembly, the whole academy's gone nuts. Maybe it's because I'm a human being and I don't really see what the big deal is, but if everyone just listened to the principal and hear him out like I did, I'm sure all this drama could be avoided. Amusing myself with such optimistic thoughts, I lay down in my bed and look up to the bunk above mine. But when I do, I notice something odd around the corner of my eye. Tix? Hey, looks like you caught me. I came down from my bunk to sneak a peek. I didn't think you'd catch me in the act. Sneak a peek? Why would you want to do that? We almost see each other almost every day. Yes, but not this time of day. I thought you might have returned early because you were injured or feeling unwell, but I wanted to check on you. Oh, thanks for your concern, Tix, but I'm fine. It's everyone else who seems to be sick in the head lately. Ah, so it's gotten to your class too, huh? I'm not a fan of hunters, nor humans for that matter, but I think this whole thing's got out of hand. I know, right? My whole class is in shambles. Can you believe that I was just thrown out of my own classroom for being human? Well, seriously, it's gotten that bad? My class isn't doing too well. We haven't gotten to that stage yet, which is kind of surprising considering we have a human who just joined the hunt in our class. Oh, right, you're in Narm's class, aren't you? How is he holding up? Beats me. I barely have been attending at all since the fiasco started. He seemed fine the last time I saw him, though. He didn't exactly get along with our classmates in the beginning, so honestly, I didn't think there was much of a change. Yeah, it does seem like Narm. Maybe I should have taken a page from his book, kept my distance from my classmates too. Hey, don't say that. Not all demi-humans are going to scorn you for being human, you know. But yeah, unlike the other humans in our grade, you didn't cave in and join in the hunt. In my eyes, that makes you one of the better humans out there. Thanks, Tix. I appreciate that. I know that not all demi-humans feel like they're close classmates of mine, but at the very least, none of my close acquaintances have seemed to change how they feel about me ever since this mess began. Even so, it is difficult suddenly to be thrown into the heart of debate with nothing to do with. So, you know what? Since we're both outside the class anyway, perhaps we should do something together. I've been thinking of finding a sparring partner, or maybe a study buddy. You're not busy right now. Your grades aren't completely awful, so maybe you'd be a good fit after all. Surprised by Tinks's impulsive proposal, I take a second to think of what she just said. While distraction at that level isn't what I had in mind, I left the classroom. It certainly couldn't hurt. The fact that I'm spending time doing something out of the ordinary might be just what I need. I like to return to Raid and S sooner than later in order to smooth things over, but given the current state of things, that might be proved difficult. Do I want to take her offer? I didn't really get to spend time with her. I think I might just take you up on an offer. I'm not going to get anything done in class while everyone's staring daggers at me, so I might as well be productive somewhere else. That's the spirit. Come on, let's hit the courtyard. Show me a little gravity trick of yours one more time. I'm not going to do something that dangerous. I already learned my lesson. Hey, wait, where are you going? At least put some clothes on before you head out there. Hey, Tix. Choosing to ignore my frantic pleas, Tix heads down to the courtyard without a worry in the world. When I point out that she's still naked, Tix shrugs out and flies further away from the academy, deep into the forest. By the time she stopped, we're already from the eyes of others. There, isn't that better? Nobody can see us out here, so it's fine if I'm naked, right? Harley, do you have any idea what people think if they found us here just like this? I don't know what it's like for pixies, but as far as humans are concerned, being naked in the woods with the opposite sex is a bit... What's wrong with being naked in the woods? Being naked is perfectly natural. If anything, I say wearing clothes is the one while you're surrounded by nature is far more strange. It may be natural, but doesn't mean that it's suspicious or embarrassing. Even pixies usually wear clothes, right? Well, yeah, most of the time. But it's such a pain, don't you think? Washing, changing, making new clothes. And no, when you increase your body size, don't you forget you take off your clothes first. Then the entire outfit's torn to shreds. That's just the worst. I smile Riley as Tix elaborates on her unusual problem. For a human being like me, it's difficult to appreciate the problems faced by my friends and classmates at Andronian Academy. Dragon goes through the great pains of clean her wings properly every day, not to mention the maintenance on her horns and tails. Eth must remain wary of plant-eating insects. Tix consistently changing size and outfits. Ray needs to eat her own body weight in meat every day, or she'll die, or so she'll claims. When I think about these daily troubles of theirs, I'm reminded that while they may act similar to human beings, humans and demi-humans are fundamentally different creatures. When you put it like that, I guess I could see where you can come from. Consistently shrinking and growing must be getting change a real chore, right? It'd be easy if I can grow and shrink my clothes as well. I just never get the hang of it. Wait, there's a spell for that? Yeah, there is, but it's too tricky. Trying to grow one shrink your body at the exact same rate as the clothing too difficult to be practical. That makes sense. If you shrink your clothes more quickly than your body, then you increase your size, your body more quickly than your outfit, your clothes would tear. If you do the opposite, your clothes are too big for you, they'll shift around when you're changing your size. At that point, you need to undress and fix your clothing right away. Yep, you nailed it. Changing the size of clothing is totally different than performing muscle reinforcement magic, so it's hard to do both simultaneously without any reasonable degree of precision. I see. That does sound tricky. Tell me about it. That's why I only wear my uniform when I have to. Clothes are a hassle. Even humans think so. That's why you have nudist beasts in colonies and such. I mean, she's not wrong, but... I chuckle nervously as Tix's unexpected comparison. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm no worse than you are, Mr. Sleep for the Weak. We all have things we think too much of a hassle. My gripe is just more obvious than others. I don't think my desire to be productive is really on the same level as your disdain for clothing. Anyway, enough about that. We didn't come here to talk about nudity. You wanted to spar, right? I didn't really get into magic for the sake of fighting. I do think practicing protective spells could be useful. You never know when you might need to erect a barrier. Erect, huh? Tix lowers her gaze. What, something wrong? No, it's nothing. I was just thinking, Shane, that you're such a beta male. That's all. Is it because we said erect a barrier, not erect a boner? Oh, for fucking nasty ass shit. For crying loud, Tix. Hey, I'm the one who should be frustrated here. You've been staring at my naked body all this time, you haven't even reacted at all. You're hurting my pride, Sable. Yeah, well, you're endangering my sanity. If you want to be wasting my time assessing this nonsense, spare a minute to shrink your clothes next time. Alright, sheesh, it was just a joke. Don't lose your cool, I really do want to get you help with something. Let it with that next time. I'm always interested in learning about demi-humans, but Tix's frankness about things like nudity and sex makes it a bit difficult to stay on topic. So what can I help you, Tix? Are we here to practice something specifically? And this is all the ruse that you could complain about clothing. I'm out of here. Something like that. I was just using the topic to break the ice, okay? And now that we're past that point, now it takes her gaze, wiping every hint of joy and amusement from her face. Finally, she's ready to get down to business. Rather than a study buddy or sparring partner, I've been thinking ever since our first class together, you might be more suited to rather a different role since our first class together. Oh, thinking back on my first day at Andronia, even though Tinks is in my class, we have indeed participated in certain classes together. Most notably, our class joined together on the first day of Andronia during the practical spellcasting lesson. Tinks, along with everyone else in her class, was present when I lost control of my spell, was casting while showing off. You're not particularly powerful, and your grades aren't nothing special off either, but the spell you cast, the things you study every night, you know a lot of the spells about themselves, do you? Yeah, you could say that. I may be lacking in certain areas compared to other students in our grade, but when it comes to recreating new spells, I'm certain I can be staying right to the top. You're that confident, even if screwing up so badly on your first day? Casting a spell is a little different than creating one. Just because I created a spell doesn't mean I've mastered it, even if I'm capable of using it. Were you planning on asking me to create a specific spell for you, Tix? I never taken a request like that before. I suppose there's no reason why I couldn't. Don't get ahead of yourself. I didn't say anything like that. I just wanted someone to glance over my work. I don't need you to do it for me. Glance over your work? You mean you've been creating spells on your own too? Well, just the one spell for the time being. That's great. What kind of spell are you working on? It's complicated. Most of the fun spells are. It's a healing spell? Is it another muscle reinforcement spell? Maybe a new way to shrink your clothes to the rest of your body? Do you think you give me too much credit? If I had that kind of talent, I wouldn't be asking for help like this. Don't sell yourself short, Tiggs. I think the fact that you're trying to create a new spell of any kind is already a tremendous feat. Are you making fun of me? No, not at all. Most of my classmates refuse to even try to create a new spell, let alone showing anyone else their work. If you're willing to not only show me what you got, but also ask for my input, then you're already far above the rest of them. You know, flattery won't get you anywhere. This isn't really an impressive spell or anything. I smile and nod as I wait for Tix to continue on her own. Fine, I'll get on with it. It's small, so it won't last long, so pay attention, okay? Tix makes a small stagger, raises one arm in front of her body. She turns her palm upward as though she is holding up a book of one hand in front of her, then closes her eyes and begins to chant softly under her breath. After a few seconds, the bright purple flame manifests on top of her hand, and then only to vanish as suddenly has appeared. Ha ha ha. How was that? Did you see it? What was it? What do you need me to cast it again? Give me a minute. It's not that easy a spell to use. No, you didn't need to cast it again. Once is plenty. I'm just trying to collect my thoughts, that's all. If I'm not mistaken, that was a mixture of combustion and freezing magic, wasn't it? You can tell that much after seeing it once? Of course, creating spells and analyzing them are the two sides of the same coin, you know. Then what'd you think? I know it's not perfect, but it's not terribly useful, but I thought you should give it up. Eh? What do you mean I should give it up? I know I still have some more work to do, but at least I'm on the right track, aren't I? Regrettably, I shake my head. That line of spell creation is one you should abandon immediately. You said this is the only spell you've been working on, right? Yeah. She says clothes are... Okay, I'm Mega Rapidash. She's saying that clothes are not a bother, so she's wearing literally her bra. She can't do shit. Where's your shirt, lady? Yeah, I wonder where her shirt is, too. Quite frankly, doing yourself no favors by going straight for the difficult contradictory spells like this. Mixing elements not only hard, but also dangerous, and getting two opposing elements like fire and ice to work on a tangent is a feat in and of itself. Jumping in with both feet might seem like more fun, but it'll take more time and effort for you to see any results whatsoever. You should start simpler. Pick something you're already familiar with and work on that. As a fellow spell creator, that's my advice to you. Takes his knees growls as I give her my blunt assessment of what I just seen. While I'm impressed that Tinks has managed to get as far as she has, not that feat alone is enough to convince me that pursuing such spells is worthy of her time. As someone who's walked down that very same path myself, I'm all too familiar with the troubles at which lay ahead if Tinks continues her current course. So, that's your advice? You're telling me to give up when I only just started? No, I'm saying you should start something easier. Spell creation is a fun exercise, but as soon as you start putting theory into practice, complex spells can become needlessly dangerous. Like you can talk. You attacked two full classes with students with the original spell. That's exactly my point. I've been creating new spells for years, and I've been developed dozens, and if not hundreds of spells of my own. In spite of that, I still made a critical mistake where I could have easily led the deaths of our classmates. So when I say that you should start simpler, believe that there's a good reason why I'm telling you to do so. It's for your own good. Yeah, right. Look, I didn't come here to receive a lecture on my spell casting safety, alright? And just because you're cocky and screwed up doesn't mean I'll do the same. Unlike you, I've been using magic since the day I was born, and I'm far more talented than a stupid human like you. There's no way I screw up like you did. I'm not suggesting you make the same mistake I did. I just think that if you're going to be playing with fire, both figuratively and literally, then you should be adequately cautious. Whatever, I don't know why I thought it would be a good idea to show you my work in the first place. You're obviously incapable of appreciating my genius. Figure about this little study session. I'm out. With another word, Tink shrinks down to her natural size, flies up to the treetops. In a matter of seconds, she has completely vanished. Even if I kept talking to attempt to continue our conversation, she likely won't be able to hear me. So much for being productive outside the classroom. I got to see a new spell for half a second, but that's it, so our study session's already over already. I suppose I also learned that Tinks has a passion outside of clothing and breeding, but considering how things just end up turning out, she probably won't discuss her for way into spell creation anytime soon. Heaving a rather lengthy sigh, I turned towards the academy and make my way out of the forest. When I've already started to skip lesson, I might as well hit the library and put the rest of this period to good use. Maybe I'll play around with a spell or two of myself. After studying by myself in the library for the remainder of the lesson, I make my way to the cafeteria. I have for a short time for the end of the class to avoid running to any of my classmates. My breathing count it takes may have shifted my focus, but the fact that still remains in my classroom are rather highly strung at the moment. For the sake of preserving the peace, I decided to avoid any students for any little longer. Still, I'm going to return to class eventually. I already declined the principal's offer. It's not like I can just skip class at the whim without suffering any of the repercussions. I mean, I always could tell him that I changed my mind and decided to join the hunt after all, but I get the feeling that only do so would make things matters even worse. Even my class if this worked up, how would react how would they react to the only human in that class deciding to join the hunt after all? I walk up to the counter, purchase an apple while I'm still in deep thought. Hanging around the cafeteria seems like an unnecessary risk, so I'm not particularly hungry. So a piece of the fruit should be plenty. What am I gonna do? Should I just attend class like normal, see what happens? I like to think that my classmates won't do anything too extreme, but in reality, I don't know most of them very well, so I honestly can't say what goes inside their minds. I really might be putting myself in danger by returning to my class. Thinking those needlessly pessimistic thoughts, I finished eating the apple and I just purchased and threw it in the corner of the bin. I suppose I didn't really have much of a choice. What point is even attending this academy if I'm not going to go do class? If my classmates cause a fuss, I'll find some way to deal with it. For now, that's all I can do. I enter the hallway as class ends, cursing my bad timing. I stick to the walls. Dozens of students pass by, paying me no mind as they head straight to the cafeteria. Once the majority passes, slowly head my head towards the classroom, hoping that I take my seat while the room is more or less empty. The moment they reached the door, however, I found two familiar figures blocking my way. Well, what do we have here? If it isn't the infamous truant himself. Truant? Oh, hi, girls. You're heading to the cafeteria. I'll just get out of here my way. No, you don't have to... Oh, no, you don't. You're escaping that easily. I'm not trying to escape. You usually charge out the door the moment the class ends, and I'm not stupid enough to get in between you and your lunch. Wise decision. Hey, what are you implying? I'm not like that. If I were to be standing right here talking instead of begging for scraps, you're only lingering because you're broke. As she's waiting for everyone else to finish eating so that she can wipe their leftovers. This isn't about me, alright? You're the only one, you're the one who's skipping class, remember? In the woods with a pixie, no less. What? How'd you know about that? I saw you from the classroom window. Stop looking at the window and pay attention to your teacher. Don't be like that. I know you ain't too embarrassed. There's no reason to lash out. I'm not embarrassed at all. Then why were you blushing? Really, what were you doing out there, Mr. Honor Student? Procreating? Of course not! Look, I'm not embarrassed, okay? I'm just ashamed. Ashamed of what you did with the pixie? I'm ashamed that I was caught skipping class. I didn't feel like enduring the inosity of my classmates, you know? Class is tense. Yeah, it's kind of heavy at the moment. But it's not that bad. It's not like our classmates are throwing punches or anything. It's certainly nothing worth skipping class over. That is unless, you know, Ray stays on entirely smirk on her face. Unless you have something better to do with that pixie friend of yours. Something even better? No, not that. Whatever you think right now, you're wrong. Don't be embarrassed, Abel. It's a perfectly natural thing. Again, I'm not embarrassed. I'm not even ashamed anymore. Now I'm just dumbfounded. So we skipped class in the woods together. It doesn't automatically mean we're doing something inappropriate. Oh, I'm pretty sure I was in the right this time. Inappropriate? Sable and a pixie? I sigh in resignation. Look into the situation objectively. I have to admit that Ray has a point. Pixies see out humans specifically for the purpose of breeding, knowing that a student saw a pixie and a male human skip class into the forest together. Looking at it from Ray's perspective, I can't fault her for jumping such a conclusion. Fine, I get what you're saying, but I'll admit what we did seemed a little bit sketchy. However, it's not what you're thinking. Takes tonight, enter the forest to practice spell casting together, that's it. You skipped class and hide yourself in the forest along with the pixie to practice spell casting. Sable, how dumb do you think I am? Don't pause me like that, how rude. I didn't say anything. Besides, you're the one who's thinking rude thoughts. Takes and I were just practicing, that's it. Or at least that's how it's supposed to be. Did that practice go well? You could say that. Oh, practice got cut short. Was it Sable a little too quick? You know what I mean. I like you better when your mouth is full. Anyway, the short version, that Tiggs wanted my input on a spell she was working on. I gave her my honest thoughts and... Uh-oh, what? Big mistake. What was the big mistake? Since she asked for my opinion, I gave it. What's wrong with that? How do I put this? Sable, you can be a bit... What's I'm looking for? Mean. Mean to me? Come on, guys. All I do is offer my objective opinion as a fellow spell creator. Oh boy, that can't be good. Sable, let me explain something to you. When someone asks you for your input or your opinion on something, what they really mean is they want you to encourage them or to agree with them. They don't care about your honest thoughts. They just want you to support them. She was going about it all wrong. I just told her to keep at it, and she keep wasting your time. She wouldn't go anywhere. Good intention, poor execution. Exactly. Your heart, just because your heart was in the right place does not mean you did the right thing. She asked for your help, right? And she had something about wasting her time. I didn't put it quite like that. Then what'd you just say a second ago? She kept wasting her time, wouldn't go anywhere? Yeah, I didn't say that to Tix. I mean, not in those exact words. Now that I think about it, it's possible I may have phrased my feedback poorly. I really was trying to be helpful, but considering how Tix reacted, perhaps Ray does have a point. Maybe I should go and talk to her. I think what I said was correct. I'll admit that I could be a bit of blunt, arrogant, obtuse. Obtuse? Jackass, piece of shit, jackwagons, Tony the Tiger's butthole. Lacking in people skills, tactless, a real enemy of women. Okay, I get it. Really, I was just trying to help her. Experimenting with magic can be dangerous. So what? You do it, don't you? Hypocrite. It's precisely because I do that because I know how I know how dangerous experimenting with magic can be. It's not like I told her to stop experimenting. I just guided her towards a slightly different mythology. You guided her, did you? What? Sheesh, what a precautious young man. Oh, shut up, like you know what that word even means. Fine, let's just say I did something incentive. What should I do about it now? You're asking us, not you, Eth. Your people skills even worse than mine. Tackless, he's right though. So you want my help, don't you? You could say that. You could think I went wrong, didn't you? Then you struck me, knowledgeable one. Yep, arrogant was right on the money. You could see at least ask help for like a normal person. I suppose it can't be helped. I'll just have to teach my anti-social juniors a thing or two about being nice, sensible, reasonable human beings. Me too. Remind me, who's the arrogant one here? And also, since when we are your juniors, you know that you aren't human yourself, right? Yep, you need my help, alright. Lesson 1. When one makes a mistake, don't point out to her. Instead, keep your mouth shut and smile and nod. Oh, what? Come on! Chuckle weekly of Rai's lesson. That sounds like really bad advice. Lesson 2. Don't criticize the advice you were given to you by a woman. If you think she's wrong, then she's definitely right. Hearing Rai's second bit of advice, sounds skeptical. Rai's talking about herself. It seems that way. Lesson 3. Wait, play, please stop. I interrupt mid-sentence before she go any further. Even though she called these bits of advice lessons, her true intentions are clear. I know I'm the one who asked, but this isn't really what I had in mind. I just want to make up with Tix, that's all. No. If I don't properly educate you now, you'll just make another mistake and make her hate you all over again. Tix doesn't hate me, I think. If you keep acting like you. That's why before you get things to that stage, I'm going to teach you all about the female heart. I don't need to know about the female heart. What if they don't have a heart? It's really just a figure of speech, Eth. Anyway, moving on. No, don't move on. I think I just heard something interesting. Eth, what were we going to say about? Moving on. Rai raises her voice, stamps on her feet on the floor. With more aggression than necessary, she continues. Sable, listen carefully, because this is going to be useful information when you try to woo that pixie friend of yours. Do you know what your biggest problem is? My choice of friends? No, it's your inability to let little things slide. What? I let things slide all the time, especially when I'm talking to Rai. Well, you aren't doing that often enough. Stop obsessing over little things and focus on the bigger picture. Who cares if Pixie isn't doing something the way you want to do it? If she's trying, you should encourage her. Even if she's doing something dangerous, especially when she's doing something dangerous. When you're unsure about something, you make a mistake can lead to the disaster. The last thing you need is to have someone else to fill your head with doubts. I guess that makes sense, kind of. Good, so you understand what I mean. Now, back to how you're going to get in her pants. Okay, stop right there. I never said anything like that, and you know it. What, isn't that your goal? Of course not. Why would you think that? Well, I mean, aren't pixies, like, super horny? Jesus Christ! Super horny. Fuck you. I have been told that unless they usually leave their homes for the sake of finding a mate. Yes, but that doesn't mean... See, she wants to make babies. That's why she's getting mad. Stupid Sable. Make babies. Don't you start, Eth. And what do you mean by why she's getting mad? A minute ago, you were just lecturing me my attitude, how I talk to people. Eth, this is what I mean by him. Not being able to let things slide. Incorrigible. Oh, forget it. He was an idiot. I was an idiot for listening to you in the first place. Go back for scraps. I'll figure out how to fix ticks on my own. Fleeing? No, he's out to seduce his roommate. Or get seduced. I'll be doing neither of those things. I'm going to apologize, explain myself, and we'll both move on to the end. Sure. First comes love, then becomes marriage. I'm so done with this conversation. God damn. Making my escape while Rai is teaching schoolyard chance to F. Rather than making their claim to classroom, I decided to return to my bedroom, hoping to turn encountering ticks. Even after taking on F and Rai, I'm still not really sure how to handle these things matters going forward. If anything, Rai's attempts have made me feel even more confused. But there's one thing I did take away from our conversations. A reminder, my words aren't always accurately convey my intent. Maybe that Eth is back to her usual self, but she hadn't time to mess around like that. I really do need help here. And I can't say I have much faith in the majority of Rai's advice either. Honestly, I'm not sure how much of that was screwing her around, and how much Rai legitimately wanted to help me. Sighing my classmates, welcome yet inconvenient time return to normality. I walk towards my dorm room. All I can really say for certainty right now is that this problem won't resolve itself. I need to talk with Tix and make sure there are no hard feelings between us. Opting not to focus on displeased roommate rather than my classmates, I open the door to my dorm and hope for the best. Hello? Tix, are you in here? Oh, I look around the room, I enter cautiously. Tix has displayed frightening physical strength in the past. Considering how she might feel about me right now, I don't want to take any chances. As soon as I realize my caution is unnecessary. Our dorm room is empty. Where'd Tix when she even here? Tix, you aren't hiding here, are you? Please come out. I want to talk to you. Sorry, if Tix is hiding somewhere around here and he tries natural form, she's going to let me know about it. I guess she won't be making it up just yet after all. Alright, if you are here, I'll talk to you later. If not, I'll feel like an idiot for talking to myself. Figuring that Tix doesn't want to be found, let everyone talk to me, I decided to return to my classroom after all, just as Ray assured me earlier. Our class is proceeded without incident. The atmosphere is still uncomfortable, though that's about it. The general mood hasn't worsened, nor has anybody allowed the attention to go to their head. In spite of how many classmates feel about the hunt, one about one another, they haven't allowed their negative feelings to get the best of them. It seems like I was giving my classmates a little too much credit. They obviously aren't happy with the principal's little speech or our fellow students' extracurricular activities, but they aren't losing their cool over it either. Perhaps I just need some time to come up with terms with all of this. And maybe I do too. Before I realize, a week has already passed since my last encounter with Tix. Since that day, I haven't laid my eyes upon her, not in the hallways, not during joint classes, not even our room. Without a word of warning, she seemed to have vanished completely, and no matter how hard I search, I cannot find her. According to Draken, Tix hasn't been showing up to class either. I also asked the principal if Tix has been expelled for formally to apply for mitochondria. According to him, there's no such development that's taken place. Nobody has seen her yet she's expected to return, and she's gone, yet she feels that she's somewhere close by. Is she hiding in plain sight, taking on a miniaturized form, or I'm just deluding myself, trying to deny the reality that she's gone forever? Whatever the case may be, Tix continues to elude me. No matter how much I search for her, she remains forever beyond my grasp. And yet, the moment I stop trying to find her, she appears. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Or what, you're afraid of pixies? I do not fear you. I am simply wary of your motives. Your kind only approaches humans for one reason, and I have no point in such an unnatural union. Why not? It's not like you'll lose anything. Just one time, I promise I won't tell anyone. I already given you my answer. Be gone, beast, or I'll partake none of this. Beast? That's a little much, don't you think? All my asking is for... I know what you're asking for, and as I keep telling you, I'm not interested. Honestly, this is why demi-humans are troublesome. Learn to keep your instincts under control before you do something you'll regret. I certainly will keep that in mind if you'll just... Oh, for crying out loud! Tix finally loses her control as Narm turns his back and walks away. Abruptly ends their conversation. Stupid human doesn't even know what he's... Oh! As I begin to think that I should approach her at some other time, Gates meets mine. Well, if it isn't Sable, fancy meeting you here? Before I can give another matter any further, it flies over to my side. I try to be my best to smile, whether heard my apologies or for what happened between us the last time we met. Hey Tix, it's been a while. Feels that way, doesn't it? Far too long. I just had a little something to take care of. I hope my disappearance didn't cause you too much trouble. No trouble, not at all. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to take a step back. Tix toes a little closer to comfort. In addition to her change in proximity, I noticed that Tix is speaking an unusual giddy tone of voice, without a hint of irritation she showed a moment ago. She smiled happily, every fiber being merely positivity. Maybe it's a good time to talk to her after all. I don't know what's gotten to Tix, but she's acting like this then. Casting aside my last hesitation, I steal my resolve to return Gix's gaze. Tix, I want to apologize for what I said before. You know, about abandoning your line of experimentation and doing something more conventional instead. I still think what we've been doing is dangerous and I won't yield any results, but if that's the path you want to walk down, it's your decision to make. Oh, that. Oh, don't worry about it. It's water under the bridge. Stunned, I stare at Tix blatantly for a moment as I try to think about how to respond. That's it? You're letting it go just like that? What, you don't like my answer? No, it's not that. It's just the way you reacted and you disappeared immediately afterwards. I thought you sure you were mad at me. I'm not mad at you. I told you I had something to take care of. It's nothing to do with you, what you said, okay? Okay, if you say so. Yes, I do. Stop thinking that everything is about you and you're about to get your head out of your ass, okay? There's the usual Tix. Smiling wryly at Tix's harsh words, I nod absent-mindedly. Good, now we got that out of the way. She's a little closer to me. She's still smiling, yet there's something different about the way she's looking at me. Hey, Sable, you don't have a girlfriend, don't you? Huh? Where did that come from, and what kind of question is that? Sounds like I nailed it. You really don't have a girlfriend, do you? Is that a bad thing? Not at all. In fact, it's great. Hey, one more question. Are you interested in demi-humans, are you? Where are you going with this, Tix? No, wait a second. Isn't this the moment where those weeds leave my mouth? I think back to the scene where I just witnessed involving Tix and Narm. With a bright smile on her face, kept asking something of Narm, but he refused several times, yet she wouldn't give up. She allowed her irritation to show for a moment, but as soon as she spotted me, she smiled in return. Tix, are you feeling okay? Super, just like always. Really? You seemed mad earlier. Mad? Me? Never. No, I mean, when Narm turned you down, you didn't seem too happy about it. And we go back a little further before you disappeared. I already told you not to worry about that. It's nothing, okay? I know, but I was a bit blunt back then. I really do want to help. I said it's fine, damn it. For goddamn sake. Goodness sakes, can't you just leave well enough alone? Sorry. And stop apologizing too. Look, I get it. I don't have a knack for spell creation. I just give it up, okay? Well, the joke's on you if you think I care in the first place. I'm the only one who makes babies anyways. That's because what pixies do. That's why my mother allowed me to come here and what my friends and family expect of me. And that's what everyone expects of me. And so, hey, who cares I can't pursue my interests? It's not like I came here to learn, right? I'm just here to get pregnant, so I'm willing to give up anything else. Irritated by my responses, Tick's true thoughts bubbles up on the surface. In an instant, the facade is gone. She doesn't hesitate to tell me what she really thinks. That was a bit more unexpected, and at least we're getting somewhere. I mean, I can't apologize probably if she's going to brush aside anything I say. I never know what Tick's actually thinking if she keeps putting on airs. Just walk away from the crazy. Somewhat relieved by Tix's outburst, I forced the conversation to direction I was initially knowing to go. Tix, I'm sorry what I said, but don't you think you're overreacting? So what if you got shot down once? Doesn't mean you should abandon all hope, resign yourself for having children instead. Shut up, Sable. Don't make it sound like I'm doing something bad here. I've always intended on finding a mate while I was here. Learning something new was just a bonus. Now that I'm here in the famous Andron Academy, frankly, I'm disillusioned. I don't care if I have to leave anymore. In fact, I prefer to leave. I can't return it, but I could return empty-handed. Everyone would just be happy if I got pregnant, so... Hold on a minute. Are you saying you're really to go that far? You just find a mate just to give up your education just to please them? It's not about them. I want children. At your age? Don't judge me, Sable. I'm the prime of my life. It's no one for pixies having children around my age. If anything, I'm a late bloomer. So don't hold me to your standards, alright? I don't care what I'm doing. It seems like a waste of a reaction to you. I'm going to keep doing what I want to do. If my actions don't seem like sense to a human like you, that's not your problem. I want to deny Tix's words. I want to tell her that there's more to life than just children rearing, and that is this academy. She's free to explore other options. But the more I think about her situation, the more clueless I feel. I hate to admit it, but Tix is right. I do think that it would be a waste of her to give up on studying magic or being impregnated by a random acquaintance to return home. I feel like she's been throwing away her future away needlessly and doing something that will make her unhappy in the long run. But ultimately, that's my view of me, a human male. I know very little about pixie culture, so I couldn't begin to understand a mother's desire to raise children, let alone a pixies. If this is really what Tix wants, then maybe I should just butt out. Maybe given the matter of thought, I give up on trying to argue. Alright, I understand. If that's how you feel, I won't try to change your mind. You won't? You mean you're giving up? You aren't just going to pester you about studying or do something more with my life? What can I say? You're the expert on pixies, not me. Not even before that. It's not like I have any idea about what would make you happy or what your goals in life are. Whatever you decide to do with yourself is up to you. I won't give you a hard time about it. Oh, okay then. Thanks, I guess. To my surprise, Tix doesn't seem too happy about my pledge to not sway her or anything. She seems saddened by it. Confused by her reaction, I can't help but ask, what's wrong? Isn't that what you wanted? It is. It is exactly what I wanted. I want to make free of my own decisions without people trying to force me down their way instead. I'm glad you see things my way. I really am. It's just what? If you really aren't going to fight me on this, then I'm not really sure when I want to do it. Huh? What kind of contrary nonsense is that? It's what I'm used to, okay? My family members are always pushing their expectations onto me and try to make me fall in line. It feels weird to be told I can actually do what I want for once. Is having free will really that strange? Yeah, you're just here to get fucked up. We don't want any part of that. Bye. Is having free will really that strange? Not for a human, maybe. Pixies basically have 2 points past and go down, and that's it. And you don't pick one of those 2 ways of life. You're useless. Even then, your life is usually picked for you shortly after birth. Most pixies don't get a choice at all. So yeah, it's weird to be told that I can do whatever I want I can do. Oh, I never realized that pixie has such restrictive lives. I guess I should be too surprised, and there are places in this world where even human beings are forced to live in that manner. I may enjoy a high degree of freedom, but at the same time, the same cannot be said for people around me. Even in an academy like this, designated to foster growth and provide opportunities, some students are bound by circumstances beyond my understanding. Tix's response gives me something to think about, but I try not to dwell on it for the time being. What I take away from a response, once again, I don't understand what pixie culture is enough to comment. That's how pixies are, and I guess that kind of lifestyle they chose for themselves. It's not my place to judge them for it. Honestly, that sounds pretty awful to me, but I would hate to be in position but being told what I can and can't do like that. But that's the way you guys chose to live, and I won't say anything more. You're being strangely understanding today, Sable. Who are you? What'd you do with the real Sable? It's nothing like that. I'm just trying to keep the mind of the advice of a friend of mine. Ray says a lot of silly things, but she was right about my intense interactions with Tix. I need to stop being so controlling, learn to let things go. I can't change the way pixies think and act. A few snarky comments from me aren't going to override Tix's entire upbringing or take priority over family wishes. I may not approve of the pixie way of life, but I will accept it. So you're going to be more open-minded? Something like that. Huh? In that case, does that mean you'll, you know, what? When I was talking about that human boy earlier, the reason why he came here? Okay, then. I don't follow. Ah, geez, you're gonna make me say it out loud? I told you I'm here to get pregnant. You're a male, I'm a female. What's there to understand? Wait, now you get it. No, hang on a minute. You must be missing something here. You aren't. I told you when we first met, to us humans are safe choices to breed. But you also told me that you're going to take your time selecting a partner. Yeah, well, my priorities have changed. Back then, I was planning on staying here for a full 2 years. Now I don't. What do you say, Sib? Are we doing this or not? Hang on a second. I get that this is normal for a pixie, but I can't just agree something like this so easily. Why not? You said you'll help me. No, I said I wouldn't try to change your mind. I never said anything I wanted to impregnate you. Not really for something like that. I have no interest in becoming a father at my age. It's not like I'm asking you to take the responsibility. Just knock me up. You never have to see me again. Deal? What? What the fuck is this? You telling me be an alpha Chad and just fuck you in the ass and you leave? Yeah! No. Sorry, but my penis is way more precious, okay? I don't give a shit. No deal. Seriously, Tix, you want me to father a child and abandon it? That's even worse. That's how it works for us. Pixies are all female anyways. We don't get to live among other races. Nobody lives with the fathers of the children. Even so, look, I won't tell you to go through with your plan, but that doesn't mean I'll help you. I'm not going to impregnate you, and that's that. Oh, come on. I won't. Just do it. I won't let you lose anything. I said no. It'll be over in a flash, I promise. Just lay down in your bed, and I'll take care of everything. My answer is no. Tix, as be pushy as you want, but I won't change my mind. Fine, you want to get that rolled in? Then I'll stop asking. Thank you, Tix. I appreciate that. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry it has come down to this. I can't help but feel I've been a little more supportive of your experimentation. And that again? Oh, don't you need for your apologies quick? Please stop bringing it up. You may not want to hear it, but I really do feel bad on all of this. I don't care. I don't care how you feel, Sable. You're so aggravating, frustrating, completely useless. You won't help me with my spells. You won't impregnate me. What good are you? I came to this academy for 2 years, learn magic and get pregnant. And now I'm here. I'm surrounded by idiots, herbivorous men, and bloodthirsty hunters. Why did you even come here in the first place? This whole thing was a huge mistake. Aggravated by our exchange, yet so tired and arguing, Tix slowly floats away. Before long, she disappeared around the corner, leaving my line of sight, putting an end to our conversation. Tix's figure vanishes. I remain frozen on the spot, unable or unwilling to say or do anything. I said what I said. I heard Tix out. I tried my best to understand her side of things, and yet nothing has been resolved. For now, I can just wait for Tix to calm down. Hopefully, we might speak one more time, or she really does leave Andromonia forever. Yeah, I don't want to have kids. No, I don't want to be a dad. Not to a fucking pixie, anyways. Ew, you know what's gross? Can you picture me having a child with that thing? Like, where am I? Does the child have my nose? Brown eyebrows, like the fuck? By the time that lunch has rolled around, my curiosity has peaked. That's what Tix have been told growing up, swirl around inside my mind. I can't help but wonder just how different our ways of life really are. So the moment classes ended, I head straight to the academy library, sit down, open my terminal, begin to search for books on pixies. Once I found a book which looks promising. Boo! Hey, it's Abby! Welcome, Abby. I hope you're having a awesome fucking rest of your day. It should be fucking midnight for you, goddamn. Hope you had a fucking good day so far. In Mars. God damn. If you're just going to read on your terminal, why even come here? This is a place for reading. Can't you do that literally anywhere else? Shortly after I started reading, except I had an amazing day. What about you? Oh, my day has been pretty good. My day's been okay so far. It's been pretty good. We were doing some stuff today. I'm doing some laundry right now, so we're kind of here. Everything's pretty good. And the bird says hello. Suzaku says hello to all of you lovely people for being here. The bird hasn't popped out much because he's kind of afraid of me at the moment, but that's okay because I'm eating food right now. He's like, "You're eating a fucking bird! Fuck you!" Sorry, but Thanksgiving's coming twice again. Hey, birdie. Oh, shit. This is fucking great. The birds! Oh, the birds! Shortly after I started reading, the expirated words of the Academy reached within my ears. Rather than the great Joru, I started by answering her question honestly. Usually I read in my dorm room, but I don't want to do this around my roommate right now. Oh, so you're hiding to hide from your roommate? Do you two have a fight? Not quite, but the end result is the same. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. The library is more just a quiet place for you to read on your terminal. Actually... Yeah, so I have a problem. There's a pixie that's trying to fuck our character right now, but our character does not want to have sex that fucking way because he's a fucking man of honor. He wants to shoot. He wants to be a fucking dude. I mean, I can picture, I was going to say this in Mega Rabidash's mind, I can picture like a douchebag type of guy. Just like, oh, you want to have children with me? He's like, oh yeah. And she's like, okay, bye. You're just like, what? Everyone looks around like, what's going on? What? It's fucking weird. What's going on here, guys? Yes, before Jory can retract her counter, I dismiss my terminal and turn towards her. Joro, do you know any good books on pixies? You're studying pixies? Certainly, there are many books about pixies available to you. You'll find almost all of them in digital as well. You've already digitized most of them? Wow, I've seen quite a few of them when I started searching, but I didn't think you digitized so many of them already. You're misunderstanding, Steve. I didn't digitize those books. They were digital to begin with. Pixies are frequently enters in society, so accounts for their visits are plentiful even this day and age. There's no need to look for old tomes which mention pixies. You don't even need a terminal. You have internet access, and there's a plethora of information available. I see. I haven't thought about it like that. I guess that does make sense. Tig's telling herself that humans are safe breeding partners and that her race is 100% female. Furthermore, pixies aren't elusive legendary creatures like dragons, or they're aware of humans. Human beings are like elves. I can't fucking talk today! Ah! I know, I'm being fucking loud. Cause I don't give a flying shit. Alright, we need some, like, fucking boobs. I don't know. Something. Goddamn. For beings which visit human society routinely even now, it should be expected that there are plenty of new stories about being told about them. Yeah, alright, let's cast upon birds. Birds! Just joking. Is there something specific you want to know about pixies? I'm no expert. I can help you if I can. That's a good question. I don't think there's any specific. I'm just kind of gathering information in general. I know how pixies are female and they go into pilgrimages of some sorts into villages of other races in order to become pregnant. They mate with humans because it's convenient and their compatibility is well proven. They can also grow and shrink at will, or evade to fight predators to increase their numbers and potential breeding partners. It sounds like you already know quite a lot about pixies. Did you learn all that in class? Nah, my roommate told me most of it. Your roommate's a pixie? Oh, I get it now. So you understand your roommate and brought it to resolve your quarrel. More or less, I see. It's all coming together now. But wait, you're sleeping in the same room as a pixie? Yeah, you just said so yourself. Let me rephrase that. Your roommate is a female. Oh, that? Yeah, let's just say it was Eris's doing. Oh yeah, she is your grades advisor, isn't she? Or at least she used to be. Yeah, I'm afraid so. I actually don't know for sure if it was her doing but given her record, it seems like it's a safe bet. I bet. Anyway, back to my roommate. Right, you want to know more about pixies, so you can't ask the person yourself because you're fighting. I'm afraid I don't know much more about pixies myself, but you seem like as just as knowledgeable as I am when it comes to their kind. Fortunately, there are a significant number of books about them if you don't have too much trouble. That being said, the nature of those books can be a bit... Oh, God. Like what fucking her face said it. They're super fucking horny. All they want to do is get fucked in the ass. Man, I don't even want to picture that shit ever. I don't want to picture a society where demi-humans are walking around, they just look at me like, oh, dude, you got a human dick? Holy fuck, can I have that in my ass? I'm like, whoa, I don't even fucking know you. What the fuck's wrong with you? God damn. I was like, oh, we're compatible. I'm like, no, I don't know you. What the fuck's wrong with you people? Joey's face reddens as she thinks about the book she has read involved pixies. They aren't kind of books you should be reading in class. They're all rather erotic in nature. Jarvis' evaluation doesn't seem to surprise me. She said herself that most of the books are originally digital, so that means they're most likely typed by human beings. Considering that the nature of Pixie's visit to human society and the relationship they would have had with the humans wrote about them, it isn't too difficult to imagine the subject matter of those books. I guess that's okay. As long as there's useful information about Pixie about those books, I can skip through the rest. In that case, you'll do more skipping than reading. That's okay with you. There are a few books I can recommend. Please do. Please don't send me fucking porn, okay? We don't want to look at fucking porn. God damn. Even if they're most awful off topic, I'm sure I'll manage to find at least a couple of useful bits of information in those books. I'll just have to be extra careful where I read them. In particular, I cannot let Tix see me reading something like that. If she does, I'll never let it down. Once my final class today has come to an end, I return to my dorm and open my terminal. I confirm that Tix is yet to return, so I started reading some of the books that Joe recommended without delay. Just as I was warned, the majority of the content of each book is sexually explicit. Okay, there we go. Rather than just research the books I'm used to reading, some of which contain anatomical modeling, and just like these books are more akin to erotica. Oh my god. Oh my god, no, not this description. Each book is short and seems to be based around a random man's personal account on one of the nightstands with a pixie. Joe is right, there's no way I could read something like this in class. I'm not going to pretend I have no interest in sex as a young man after all, but this is just excessive. These are far more depraved than any other television show or movie. I can't believe these books would be made available to students here. In spite of my concerns, I keep on reading. The information is scarce, and of all the authors, they're likely their readers are interested in one thing, and that's unfortunately what I'm not after. Now this is really useful. I guess it does reinforce just how integral breeding is to pixie culture and how different sexist to them it is for us. Not one of these books has any in a pixie human living together, maintaining any kind of relationship whatsoever. The pixie selects a human, seduces them, then leaves, and just like that, the whole ordeal is over and they never interact ever again. The father never meets their own children, they help them raise them, the men are used for their seed, that's it. There is no emotion or love involved for the pixies, it's even lust is optional. Above all, it's simply just want a healthy, strong offspring, and many of them. After reading enough pixie erotica to last a lifetime, I decided to try a different approach. I sort strength by length rather than alphabetically, so I straight for the longest books I could find. It still takes a few attempts, but surely enough, I finally managed to locate a book which isn't purely about sex. Thank you! I don't need to read that fucking shit! Hours passed by losing myself in a different kind of research I was conducting earlier. Presented with the findings of studies conducted by actual scholars, I learned more about pixies from a single book than I had from dozens of self-published erotic short stories. Unfortunately, for every question the book answers, many more take its place. The book claims that pixies only give birth to their own kind, and even they rely on crossbreeding. There are no half-breeds, and pixies cannot be male. And yet, this doesn't explain why this is the case, or how is this even possible. There's also information about fairies, natural-born enemies of pixies. Apparently, they used to be on friendly terms, but relations soured into a long-standing feud. Why? Why did they start fighting? How did the two races who were such friendly towards one another end up in such bad terms? Like so, I continue to find even more questions and answers. The book proves it to be an interesting read, but ultimately leaves me wanting more. I'm starting to think that is the limit of what humans as a whole know about pixies. And that wouldn't surprise me. Pixies only come to us for breeding purposes, after all. It's not like they share their life stories with us while they're here. Yeah, they just want to get fucked. If I want the full story, I need to ask Tix herself. I glance at the night sky outside. It's getting pretty late. Tix is going to return. She should be showing up soon enough. Though after spending a week elsewhere, it's entirely possible she won't. Kachik, I thought I interrupted the sound of the door unlocking echoes through my room. A moment later, I see a familiar figure enter and look from side to side as she sneak in. Good evening, Tix. Ah! Saba, what are you doing here? What are you talking about? This is my room too, you know. Oh, right. Yeah, of course you'll be here. In a matter of seconds, Tix goes from panic to misery. She seems like she was hoping to slip in and slip out without me noticing. So, I've had a conversation earlier. Again, seriously, the second I walk through this door... Oh, screw this, I'm out. Wait, hold on! Don't just fly away, at least give me a chance. Will you follow me now? Good grief. You really don't understand how to let things go, don't you? I'm sorry, but this is important. I haven't spent a half a day reading about pigs just for the fun of it. This makes me push me, but I feel like I don't have much of a choice. Considering how Tix fell without a word of last time, I attempt to sneak into our room unseen just now, just to have the luxury of my tie on my side. Look, I get it. You feel bad about being a stupid and considerate moron. Now you want me to make amends. Even so, I don't want to hear you. You're going to start apologizing and I won't be a part of this conversation. That's not where I was going with this, Trix. I'm done trying to make amends, and I won't be apologizing anymore either. Then what do you want? I got stuff to do that's important, won't spare me. Oh, I think you want to hear this. You said before you're looking for a partner, right? You want to be impregnated so you could turn home? Yeah, what about it? Have you changed your mind? No, Tix, I haven't changed my mind. I have no intention of becoming a father, especially not to a child I'll never see. But after thinking matters over, I've come to realize there are other ways I can help you. The other ways you can help me? Yeah, right. Sable, I don't care how creative you are with magic. There's only one thing that can help you get pregnant. That's not true. There are procedures nowadays which... Wait, no, I'm getting off topic. It's not what I want to suggest at all. What I'm trying to say is humans aren't the only ones pixies can breed with, right? No, I guess there are other possibilities. Humans are convenient, but it's not like they're our only hope. Then Norm and I aren't your only choices, aren't we? Tell me, Tix, what other races do you know which have successfully bred with pixies? I don't know. All my relatives mated with humans. We never needed to think about alternatives. Fair enough, so it doesn't seem like it doesn't help us there. How about elves? Have you heard of a pixie mating with an elf? I don't know. I never heard any stories like that. I guess they're close enough. It would probably work. Elves are super proud and xenophobic, though. I doubt an elf would ever mate with someone of a different race. Yeah, you might have a point there. How about a Rokukubi? They're practically human anyway. That could work. Do you know any of them? Only one, but she's a female. Then what's that good does that to me? She might have a brother or maybe a family friend. Yeah, right. Try again, Sable. Okay. How about a Mandragora? You aren't even trying anymore. I just don't know enough about pixie biology, that's all. Forget it. I appreciate the thought, but if you're doing this so I have a reason to stay, you're going to do this all wrong. I mean, it's not like I can go home in this state anyway. If you won't impregnate me, I have no choice but to stay a little longer. You mean you aren't leaving? She could have fooled me with the way she tried to sneak into our room. Then again, if she really wanted to make a clean exit, she would have at least returned to her natural size first. I want to, but I can't go home empty-handed. If I went home right now, it'd be a laughingstock. So you want to leave, but you can't. If you aren't leaving, then why'd you creep into the room like you didn't want to be seen? Because I didn't want to have this conversation with you, especially not out in here in the middle of the hallway. Rather than the fact that we're speaking out in the open, Tix and I opened our door and continue our conversation inside. With the looks of expiration on her face, Tix picks up where she left off. Look, I know I'm the only one who approached you in the first place, but that doesn't mean I want to share every detail of my life with you. You don't have to answer my questions if you don't want to. I'm just trying to help you see the value of staying here. I don't know if I can. Teachers here are useless. The number of possible breeding partners are tiny. Hunters are apparently appraised by the principal himself. I came here to learn, to find a mate, yet the longer I stay here, the more unlikely it seems I'll do either of those things. Leaving inside of my own willingness to become a partner in Tink's seats, I do see her point. The lesson in this academy for at least the first year students are kept simple, but likely in the name inclusivity. Many of the students here who have never been inside a classroom before or undergo formal education, and Andromonia caters to those students accordingly. This is fucking great. We're going to like sex into like something off topic. What the fuck? If it's a good thing for students who need a bit more extra help, but for higher ranked students like Tix, it's just plain boring. If more of a classroom is pseudo partners for mating, then at least she could have spent her time choosing her other goal. But as things stand, Tix just stated a moment ago, both her wishes would be likely fulfilled. Judging by the look on their face, you understand, don't you? Andromonia isn't the paradise it's made out to be. Yeah, you might be right about that. My previous teacher Eris remembered the succubus ever since my first lesson with her. I've been a bit delusioned. What's more, the atmosphere inside the class has been pretty tense lately ever since the principal spoke about us about the hunting. Recently, I've been spending more time studying on my own than inside the classroom. Even a huge nerd like you think it's better to study elsewhere? That must be right. I wouldn't go quite that far. True, Andronia isn't what it's expected to be. But there are teachers who don't want to teach. There's students who don't want to learn. It's dangerous lessons and extracurricular activities benefiting in the place of education. But you know what? And despite all that, I don't regret coming here. I made friends here. I met people of races I didn't even know existed. I learned things that can't be found in any textbook or seen no things television would ever broadcast. Sure, I haven't received the kind of education I was expecting from a famous academy like this, but even now, I still find it hard to believe that this is really the Andronian Magic Academy. But even so, I'm happy here. I'm glad I came to Andronia and look forward to spending the next few years of my life here. You really feel strongly about this place? After seeing what Andronia is like with your own eyes, you actually like it here? That's right, but what if it doesn't get any better than this? What if you spend the next 2 years here and realize that you wasted your time? 2 years is nothing. You won't pass your prime that quickly, will you? However, of course I won't. Pixies remain beautiful and fertile our entire lives. No, wait, no, I mean, we're talking about you here, not me. What if you wasted your time? What if I reach the end of my time in this academy and I feel like it's all a waste? I will have only myself to blame. One thing I learned from the teacher is that you won't get the possible experience in this place if you expect them to be spoon-fed you all the answers. In order to get ahead and pursue your own interests, you need to take on the initiative and make that happen yourself. Borrow a terminal or search for something which does interest you. If you can't find it, ask the academy librarian. If you have questions, ask a teacher. Stop thinking about Andramonia as this teaching institution. Treat it more like an extra resource which is now disposable. Tix stares at me, her eyes open, her mouth still agape, as she hears my take on the matter. Even someone like me, who studies earnestly and enjoys their time in Andramonia, I can't see that the academy has its flaws. But unlike Tix, who I haven't allowed that realization to crush my will to study here, you really thought this through, haven't you? You can say that again, but you aren't the only one who's questioning enrollment here after all. I know you're feeling disillusioned right now. I felt the same way there for a while there, but I think that if you lower your expectation and give Andramonia another chance of knowing what you'll do now, I'm sure everything will turn out for the best. Delivering one cliche line after another, I finally start to take a breath. I realize I have a tendency to get carried away sometimes, but if I'm passionate about something, it's easy for me to unintentionally over-explain or start repeating myself. I do the same fucking thing, Sable. I do the same fucking thing. This habit, it kicks me in the ass for every 24 fucking hours. Okay, it's like my balls. It doesn't fucking start clapping until it's fucking doesn't clap anymore, okay? Or jiggling or bouncing or whatever the fuck you want to call it, okay? But as long as my intentions reach the other party successfully, I have no regrets. You really like to yammer about this nerdy junk, don't you? You really get all defensive when I bring up the idea of us mating, yet you happily talk my ear off about academics. You're the complete opposite of what my mother and sisters told me human men were like. Sorry about that, but I can't help what I'm passionate about. I enjoy studying at this academy, and I want you to feel the same way. Like I would be as big as a nerd as you are. But I have to admit, you did raise some good points. 2 years isn't that long. I was originally planning on staying to the end of my second year anyways. Does that mean you're having second thoughts? Don't get the wrong idea. I haven't decided anything like that yet. Still, I think that staying here is a waste of my time. It's definitely better off going elsewhere. But you'll stay here anyway. Like I said, I can't return home empty-handed, so also the resources here are rather impressive. This academy isn't perfect, but I suppose I can at least stay as long as I originally planned and until I figure out what I really want to do. I really sigh in relief that Tix confirms I should be staying and enjoying after all, at least for the time being. She still seems to be harboring doubts about her enrollment at the academy, but for now that is good enough. Putting that aside for you, I have a question for you, Sable. Yes? Why do you want me to stay? If anything, I thought you wanted to get rid of me. What's more, you said before you wouldn't mind trying to change your mind, but yet here you are trying to convince me to stay. Are you still feeling guilty about what happened before? Is this what this is about? Right, I suppose that would be suspicious of my motives. I know I'm trying to sound like I'm changing your mind, but I guess I'm kind of am, but it's not what you think. Then what is it? Explain yourself, Sable. At least you can do that much, can you? I scratch my head and think about the question being asked. Tix, I probably seem like I've gone back on my word or changed my mind, but I wouldn't blame her for seeking my actions in that light. But the truth is a little different than that. I guess the simplest way to put it is I decided to support you. If you wanted to mate, I can help you find one, but if you'd rather study, I'll help you on that too. Whatever you want to do with yourself, I'll be on your side. Otherwise, in other words, you'll do anything except mate with me yourself. Is that it? Sheesh. Am I really unattractive? I shoot tricks with a bemused glare. I offer Tix my support, but that's how she takes it. Shaking my head, I write a smile on my face. It has nothing to do with attraction, Tix. Having kids is a big deal for humans. It's not like it's the kind of thing I consent to so easily. Why not other humans do it? My other sister had no problem seducing humans as they choose. I can't speak for those men, Tix. All I can tell you is that things getting pregnant on a whim and abandoning your children are looked down upon in human society. It's normal for pixies, though, which is exactly what I've been able to come to consensus. Tix stares at me quizzicatively as she tries to understand my point of view. So you'll help me find a maid who will do things you're opposed to, yet you won't do them yourself? I don't get you, Sable. It's not that complicated. What do you want? What you want from me goes against my own morals, so I won't do it. But if it's someone else willing to do it, I won't stand in their way. Abide by your own beliefs, but don't force them upon others. It shows people of differing opinions are able to coexist peacefully. That sounds stupid. Whether the father or not, the end result will be the same. So why don't you just do it yourself? What morals do you have to do with anything? Is there another reason why you're not sharing with me? Sighing, shaking my head. Even if I try to explain my reasoning, I don't think you'll agree with me. It's pretty obvious by this point that pixies have a very different mindset when it comes to breeding than I do. So what? Explain anyway. No, let me guess. You're the one of those that can't have sex unless you're in love types, aren't you? What's wrong with that? Ugh, gross. I should have known. Sable, sex is a means of reproduction. That's it. There's no special meaning behind it. Partners should be chosen based on the likelihood of providing strong, healthy children with the highest possible odds of survival. Oh, fucking God, no. Holy shit, where are we going with this? Convenience also comes into play, and there's no point trying to mate with the incompatible species. As far as for morals and love go, that should have nothing to do with mating. Texas view doesn't surprise me. Pixies survive going to foreign lands, engaging one-night stands, and then returning home without ever seeing their partners ever again. They don't settle down with their mates and maintain lifelong. Monogamous relationship don't even have to. Children are born without fathers and raised by single mothers, and once they come to an age, they're expected to then give birth, raise their own children in a simple manner. In the midst of such cycle, there's simply no room for idealistic notions such as love. Tix, I get it. You don't agree with my views about sex and relationships, but you know I don't. But you know what? I don't agree with yours either. But I don't expect that I'll be changing your mind anytime soon, and you won't be changing mine. So can we just agree to disagree? Agree to disagree, huh? If you ask me, it sounds like someone just end this conversation before he cracks. So, huh? What are you talking about? Admit it, you can see the logic behind what I'm saying, can't you? You want to deny our way of life, but that's rational, and like minds of yours is telling we Pixie have to have it right. I shake my head in denial. I see the benefits of your approach, I really do. You breed with strong, healthy partners, raise many children, focus on survival. You take out emotion completely out of the picture and prioritize what's true important. It's totally logical, it makes perfect sense to me. I can't fault your species' way of life at all. Even so, I'm not a pixie Tix, and I don't feel the same way you do. As much as important as I place things on logic and efficiency, I'm still only human. Even I do impulsive and irrational things based on solely emotion from time to time. I believe in monogamy. I believe having sex only with someone you love, and I think a child should be raised by both parents, and I think a family should stay together. I know those ideals on mine don't line up with your own, but that's just how it is for me. That's why no matter how many times you ask, I'm not going to suddenly have a change of heart and agreeing to impregnate you, Tix. I won't undermine your way of life. Hell, I'll even help you find a partner, but I'm not going to be that partner. Tix glares at me. She tries to find a way to counter my arguments. Fortunately for the both of us, this isn't a matter of being right or wrong. There are no correct answer here. There are two of us who just brought up to see things from two different perspectives, and our morals simply do not align. You really suck, don't you know that? You're completely different than what everyone in my village said humans men were like. Aren't men all supposed to want sex? And I was told that being a virgin is a stigma for you guys. There are certainly people who feel that way, but it's nothing like what you think. It's something for which people occasionally get mocked. It's nowhere as bad as it for pixies. You know about that? I read about it earlier today. For an adult pixie to be a virgin is a badge of shame, right? Yeah, something like that. Surprisingly, that's a bit of information came from one of the erotic novels I read before finding the more conventional books about pixies. In one book, the author partners confessed her motives after engaging in a one-night stand with him. She felt guilty about using him and explained that she couldn't live with the shame of being a virgin any longer. Humans sometimes make it out to be a stigma, especially for men, but in the case of pixies, based on their culture around breeding, it seems like it's a much bigger deal. This is going to sound silly to you, but when we leave home to find a partner, we're judged how quickly we return and how many children we give birth to. If we take a long time, we only give birth to a handful of children, and then we deem incompetent and useless. I told myself I didn't care what else everyone thought, but I thought I could return with some other kind of achievement to my name, but I'd still be able to hold my head up high. But since it doesn't like that will be happening, the best thing for me is not to get pregnant and return as soon as possible. Texie, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but you don't really need to give up on creating new spells so quickly. If you're passionate about learning, then it's not that simple, Sable. What I want isn't to create a spell, I just need something bigger, something impressive, something flashy. So that's why you went straight to combining opposing elements. Texie, if that's your goal, there's much easier ways to show off. Like assaulting 2 entire class full of students on your first day. Yes, exactly. I know I screwed up there, but the spell I was trying to use would really impress your folks. And it's a hell of a lot easier than trying to combine opposing elements. What I'm trying to say is, if it's a flashy spell you seek, and you come to the right person. Wait a minute, are you suggesting you'll teach me a spell and I claimed I made it? And not having confirmation. Sure, why not? I wouldn't tell your family, and it's not like they'll have discovered the truth. No, that wouldn't work. I need to be able to keep coming up with new spells. Just learning a handful of interesting spells wouldn't cut it. Even though I said flashy, isn't it? That isn't only a criteria. They only need to be strong too and useful. Now you're moving further away from my area expertise. I'm good at creating new spells, but not strong enough to use powerful ones myself. But I mostly focus on spells I can actually use instead. Most of the more practical spells wouldn't be much use to Pixie, so I don't think that'd be much of a help there either. So you need spells that are strong and practical, huh? Is there a specific reason for that? Self-defense, maybe? Something like that. I don't know how much you know about Pixie, Sable, but we pretty much fall into 2 categories, breeders and warriors. Most pixies devote their lives increasing our numbers and raising our children. The others are tasked with protecting the breeders and their children. Our roles are usually decided for us early in life, and those of us who are strong and fertile, we get to choose for ourselves. Oh, I get it. So that's why you chose studying magic while also looking for a mate. Yep, strong, fertile, and darn cute. That is the world is my oyster. I dig the confidence, but a little bit of modesty wouldn't hurt. All right, if you fit both criteria, and now you need to learn some new powerful spells, why? To prove my talent. Strength alone isn't enough. Our warriors need to be able to use a variety of spells in order to stand out from the crowd. In our society, breeders outnumber warriors quite significantly. Because of that, it's gotten to the point where only really taught two kinds of spells: recovery and magic, and muscle reinforcement magic. Right, I think I get it. Muscle reinforced magic grow and shrink, thus increasing the number of potential breeding partners, and recovery magic as to healed or sick, injured, and sick children. As expected of a race of breeders, huh? Yep, exactly right. So, in the light of that, you want to create spells outside of those two fields. Why not just study existing spells? It's gotta be easier to come up with something yourself. Anyone can learn those. I want to wield something bigger, something unique. I want to return home with spells that nobody else has ever used before. I make them all to see they've been near too mad to pursue themselves. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out that way. As it turns out, I have no talent for spell creation. I could barely use spells, even recovery or muscle reinforcement. That's not true. Just because your first spell is a dud doesn't that mean it wasn't my first spell, Sable. Have you realized that? I've attempted hundreds of others. What I showed you was something I spent months working on. It's the only other spell I created which has ever worked. Dropping that bombshell takes once again burst into angry moment and only give to despair immediately afterwards. Our first day here, I saw you use that spell you created. I thought maybe I should give it another go, but maybe things will be differently this time. But I was just a fool in myself. Your observations were spot on, and the one spell I actually quite succeeding left me completely drained in less than a second. It's totally unusable and utterly worthless. After years of trying on my own, I thought that was the best thing I could come up with. Pathetic, isn't it? Finally, I'm hearing the truth for myself. I reluctantly agree with Tix's assessment. I thought that spell she showed me was her first attempt. A misguided attempt, given the contradictory nature of the spell, but a good one nonetheless. As the last in line of hundreds of attempts, however, I can't view it in such favorable light. No wonder Tix reacted so poorly when I gave her my assessment. I thought that her disappearing and talking about giving up on spell creation altogether was an overreaction. But I guess if that spell was a result of years of practice, then maybe Tix isn't caught up for this after all. Realizing that, I've tried to put a positive spin on the situation. It's not pathetic, matter. I think it's admirable. Not giving up in the face of adversity is a virtue. You should be proud of yourself. Oh, shut up. Look at your face. It says it all. Every time I failed, you succeeded. I thought you were exaggerating at the time, but just like you said, you have really created hundreds of spells, haven't you? I'm not sure how to answer without making the situation any worse. I avert my gaze. I know, you beat me, okay? You human beat a pixie. Congratulations. It isn't about winning, Tix. And there's nothing wrong with failing either. Easy for you to say. You successfully created hundreds of spells, and I failed to create hundreds more. You have? Of course I have. I'm good, but I'm not that good. Failure is a natural part of experimentation. If you have never failed at anything, it just means you never challenge yourself. What's important is that you learn from your failures and keep on pressing on, even if you feel like giving up. But what if you still fail after you try your hardest? You have to give up at some point, right? Says who? You could spend years, maybe decades working on a fantastic spell, like to this which was never seen. At the end, when you finally succeed, don't you think anyone would dwell on the fact that it took you so long to create something so wonderful? But that's only if you're successful. To this day, I've suffered nothing but failures. If you keep trying and failing to do the same thing over and over again, perhaps it's time for you to take on a different approach. Different how? Well, I don't know. What have you tried so far, apart from the spell you showed me? Could you explain your methodology? How about you show me your planning? Do you have any diagrams illustrating the spell's composition? I'm not sure. I don't really follow. Come on, you sure covered at least that much during class. Have you been paying attention to class during Rutonic typography studies? Let's pretend for a moment I missed that class. Oh, for goodness sake. It's not my fault the lessons here are so boring, and we didn't learn any of that stuff back home, so I can't be held if I don't know it. Alright, it's fine. Forget it. In that case, can you run some of your new spells orally? Are you going to make fun of me? No, I'm going to point out the flaws we've been doing and show you where you can improve. So it'll be like last time. Yes, it will. Given how she reacted last time, I thought I might have been too harsh on Tix and said some things I shouldn't have, but now I've heard her out. I realize this isn't the case. Tix left because of her own unrealistic expectations at the academy and left herself, even me, trying to want to help her. Now that I know the truth about her attempts, failures, and aspirations, history would not repeat itself. First things first, you need the basics of mapping out spells. After that, you'll start drawing up as many past failures you remember. I will overlook your work while you practice your basic spells in the field that you're accustomed to, and then we'll... Wait a minute. Why would you stop for a second? I haven't agreed to any of this. Do you not want to learn how to create spells on your own? I do, of course I do, but why are you so eager to help me? Me? Are you still wary of my motives? Well, kind of. I mean, why would you go so far to help someone you barely know? Not to mention the fact I've been insulting you in your race ever since we met. Why would you help someone like that? What do you get out of it? I'm not really looking for anything particular. But if you have a reason, let's call it a profession curiosity. It's what? I'm saying it would be nice to see what another spell creator's come up with. Ah, so you want to steal my secrets. No, do you have any worth stealing? By your own admission, all the spells you create are worthless. That's true, but quit worrying about me and focus on what you want to do. Do you want to give a spell creation one more shot? I do. Then that's all I need to hear. Tix goes silent for a moment. She thinks over my own proposition one more time. She wants to learn, but Tix is also wary of showing off in front of me again. Her special spell received no praise, but she has enjoyed minimal success in the past, but offering one help to help her is human. It's only natural for her to be hesitant. After contemplating the matter a little longer, Tix finally reaches her answer. Fine, I'll go along with this plan of yours. Thanks for giving me another chance. Don't thank me yet. Before that, show me what you can do, and so I know what I'm working with. But if you really insist on thanking me, how about giving all this breeding talk a rest for a while? Alright, Mr. Virgin. I'll tone down the breeding talking. My resolve as to say, I still do want children. To become both a warrior and a breeder, that is my ultimate goal. She still wants the dick! Without further debate, Tix and I agree upon the basics of our oncoming training routine. The specifics are not yet decided, even if the person I made such a proposition will not know what we'll be doing yet. As long as Tix's enthusiasm doesn't wane, I'm confident that would work out. Tix is stronger than I am, but she also has better grades than I do, but she has been using magic ever since she was a child. If she puts in the effort I required, I have no doubt she'll succeed this time around. Of course, I still do have my own reasons helping Tix. I mean, when I said I wanted to help her doesn't mean I'm completely selfless. Rather, the one who's teaching her, I must admit, I'm looking forward to seeing what she is capable of. Teaching others in order to reinforce one's knowledge, having others to put upon practice on what you yourself lack in power, to finding inspirations of novel ideas. We won't go as far as to steal Tix's spell, but I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't planning to learn from them. Tix and I will learn from one another, will become study buddies, as she jokingly suggested. We'll be exchanging ideas, come up with new spells together, even practice them together, whether you labor training, study, or even bonding, we'll be doing it all. But before we get too hard on ourselves, Tix has some catching up to do. Little as Tix realized that the first hurdle she faced is exactly what she's been bemoaned to her own kind for falling victim to. Namely, Tix's last experience in using magic outside of her specialties for a mage who wishes to create new spells that is a fatal flaw. The day after agreeing to become Tix's teacher, I wake up to be more fatigued than usual. The sun has risen, yet I have no energy, even seeing the time. I can tell it's earlier than I usually wake up. Why do I have woken up so early? And if I'm still tired, what's stopping me from going back to sleep? Before I can give either of those questions any serious thought, the answer straights me to the face. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time for another wonderful day. Tix, why do you wake me up? What did you just say? I say, get your lazy ass out of bed before I smack you. I knew I must have heard you. I dragged myself out of bed before yawning loudly. If it's true I think of sleep as a waste of time, I'm also aware of it as a fact I need it nonetheless. Waking up after sleeping in it for a few hours than usual is really a good way to start. Oh well, I'll be waking up as soon as properly enough. Guess I should have a shower, get changed, grab breakfast. Well, are you ready yet? You still half asleep? Get it together, sir. Are we doing this or not? Doing what? Doing what else? Spell cracked patch? Oh, that's why you woke me up. I'm going back to sleep. Oh, no, you don't. You may have just only woken up. I've only awake for hours. I'm not going to wait any longer. You've been awake for that long already? Did you actually sleep last night? I did. Of course I did. What, did you think I was too excited to sleep or something? Get real, Sable. Ignoring Tick's half-assed attempt to cover up the truth. I yawned once more, rubbed my eyes. It's great that you're eager, but do we have to do this right now? Can't we wait till classes ended of the day? No, I want to start right now. Oh, patient girl. Where did that enthusiasm even come from? Tix was so reluctant yesterday, I spent ages trying to convince her not to leave her mountain room and give the spell creation another shot. This is where she once made her up her mind. She's going right to the extreme and banning all hesitation. It certainly seemed that way when she suddenly started talking about mating with me. Alright, have it your way. We'll start early. Just give me a chance to go bathe and eat first, okay? No problem. We can start revising while you're doing that. Revising while I shower? Through the door, Sable. We don't need to be in the same room to talk to another. Unless, of course, you change your mind about that other thing I'd like to help you with. No, I don't think so. And hurry up and bathe so I can get, before I get impatient, join you. Damn, man. I grab a change of clothes, breathe heavily, sigh. The sun has barely risen. I'm already exhausted. Just, what have I gotten myself into? Alright. We're gonna call it here. That was... Alright, we're gonna call it here. That was quite a doozy. Alright, we spent the next 2 days doing that, so that's fine. We'll probably do this every Wednesday, so probably we'll play catch up probably on Wednesdays, and we're gonna get a different game kind of too as well. So it's been kind of like slow, so it's not a big deal. Let me see here. All right. Just looking here what we can play, because we only have Saturday 1. Oh, no, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all we have is 9 more streams left for the rest of the year. And we'll be back next year. So we'll be looking around. Might have to give me a... Let's see here. Trying to think of what you guys might like me to play. You guys probably want me to play Ninja Gaiden. Switch things up a bit. I never played Ninja Gaiden, so that'll be kind of cool. So we'll probably just do all right, cool. All right, what we'll do is for next week we'll switch things up, and we'll play Ninja Gaiden on Tuesdays and Fridays, and I'll switch to Sable's Grimoire on Wednesdays, so that way we're doing a little bit of pacing of everything. Which that'll be it for now. Alright, cool. We'll yeah, this should work. Yep. Alright, guys, we're gonna be getting out of here. I appreciate all you guys for being here, even though it was like I said, the game kind of like dragged a little bit, but I appreciate all you guys for being here. I can't say anymore. So once again, thank you, Attitude Games, Mega Rapidash, and Abby McCrabby for stopping in. You guys are awesome. I will see you guys on Tuesday. We'll be playing some well, I'll start playing some Ninja Gaiden from now on. But we'll play Sable's Grimoire every Wednesday. So that way we can play catch up with 2 games till I finish it, that is, and we shouldn't have a problem. So, but anyways, guys, I love you all. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. And otherwise, take care. Ciao. Have a good weekend.